An elite Navy diver goes on a day trip off the coast of New Zealand. But a lethal undercurrent drags him out into the ocean.
I'm tumbling around, not knowing what's up or what's down.
When he surfaces, he's all alone.
There's nothing out there, nothing but more water, more emptiness.
His family assumes he's dead.
When two police officers knock on my door, I can't explain what I was feeling.
And in the depths of his despair, he'll wish he was.
I just lay there, waiting for death to come.
But to survive 4 days floating alone at sea, he'll have to battle exhaustion, hunger, and deadly predators.
Come on, I'm down here! No, come back! Come back! Please, Lord.
It's February, late summer on New Zealand's North Island. Naval Officer Rob Hewitt is at a crossroads in his life. After 20 years in the Navy, Rob is about to become a civilian and is in search of a new career.
As a 38-year-old man, I had a wife and children to look after.
Rob,
I wasn't too sure what I wanted to do.
what is it that you're so scared of?
Rangi, it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I'm late.
I want an answer.
Dying, Rangi. Losing you. The kids. That's what I'm scared of. I gotta go.
Rob.
The mood wasn't very good that morning when he left.
Life changed for me in a way that I wasn't quite ready for. After 20 years in the Navy, you get 9 weeks leave, and you can go and decide what it is you want to try and achieve.
Seeking a new direction in life, Rob hopes to use his Navy experience and become a professional diving instructor.
Sorry, mate.
I guess one of the things that I've been trained in was never be late, and what I didn't want to show for my first dive with the group of guys that I was with was that I didn't want to be late. After 20 years in the Navy, yeah, I was never late for anything.
Let's go.
And for the first time, he's joined a civilian dive team for a crayfish hunt around the coastal island of Mana. As the boat heads to its first anchor point, Rob eats a light breakfast and looks forward to what he thinks will be the simplest dive of his life.
I had dived more places in the world than what I had in my own backyard. Here I was diving over in Singapore, Afghanistan, Australia. As I'm on the boat heading out towards our first dive spot, I'm thinking it's a beautiful day. The water is clean and clear. This is too easy. The mood on the boat was one of excitement. There was some jovial laughing and jokes going on. Then the challenges start popping up. You know, how long can you stay under the water for? How big a crayfish can you get? Thought I'd better get in the water and show them how it's done.
For safety, the divers all swim in pairs. As Rob heads under the water with his diving buddy, he feels the familiar thrill of excitement.
I remember when growing up as a child, I used to watch that program Aquaman, Man from Atlantis, and used to dream that was me. Once I hit the water, I feel like I'm at home. Once I hit the seabed bottom, I proceed to get myself in the hunter-gathering mode. Sometimes when I'm under the water, I'd look under a rock or behind a rock, and I'd think to myself, has anyone else seen this? Has anything else passed over this bit of rock? Am I the first person in the history of this rock to actually touch it or to look at it? And that gives me a sense of strength. It also gives me a sense of achievement. I love a quietness. The only thing that I can hear is my heartbeat.
Rob has spent years underwater, successfully locating bodies, mines, and enemy frogmen. But finding crayfish proves surprisingly difficult.
So I'd spend 20 minutes under the water and I'd come back with nothing.
Last dive of the day, mate. See if you can catch a crab this time.
Yeah.
And then this guy showed me his crayfish and he just shoved it in my face and said, look at this. And I'm just like any other bloke. It's a bit of a challenge. And I'm thinking, right, you know, the next dive I was going to find the biggest crayfish that I can.
But this time, as Rob and his dive buddy descend, there's a problem. Unable to clear the air from his ears, it's too painful for Rob's body to dive.
I felt gutted. There were 8 other divers under the water somewhere.
Given his 20 years' experience as a Navy diver, Rob decides there's only one option: to dive alone.
This is it. I'm going to come back with a sack full of crayfish and just show these guys that I'm the king diver.
Rob's injured pride has clouded his professional judgment. Scuba diving is one of the most dangerous pursuits in the world. If he gets into trouble this far underwater, without a buddy, then there'll be no one to raise the alarm.
As I'm swimming through the kelp and I push it aside, I see some sea urchins or kinna, and my wife and I love this stuff.
The urchins will make a good starter, but Rob's after the main course: crayfish.
My instincts was to shoot off. Didn't care about the depth, I just shot straight after it. I start making my way through the kelp and the seaweed, looking around every nook and cranny. I quickly grabbed it and put it in my bag.
Rob's pride is restored, but in his haste to catch the crayfish, he hasn't noticed a critical change in the water around him.
I felt something different. A lot of cold water just ran over me. I turned and looked at the water and it was swirling all over the place.
Suddenly Rob's hit by a powerful rip current. a narrow channel of fast-moving water that instantly drags him away from the dive site.
I'm tumbling around, not knowing what's up or what's down.
In the unstoppable current, Rob risks drowning by losing his breathing apparatus or smashing into an underwater boulder.
I can feel myself getting deeper and deeper. And I remember thinking to myself, was this it? Was this death? As I'm tumbling around, getting disorientated, it could have been a matter of seconds, or it could have been 2 or 3 minutes. Time had no value.
The current is sucking Rob deeper and deeper. If he hits a rock, he'll be knocked unconscious and drown.
My ears are starting to pop, and I'm finding it hard to breathe. I grab the rock and I just push up. I kick as hard as I can, as fast as I can to get out of the rip. And the light was coming towards me.
Oh, thank God!
I was saved. My train of thought was that I'd only be around about 45, 50 metres on the stern of the boat. But then I turned around and I couldn't see where the boat was. I did a 360-degree turn, and then I couldn't believe how far I was away from the dive boat.
In a matter of minutes, the current has pushed Rob nearly a kilometre from the boat. A proud Maori man with years of training behind him, he decides to swim back to the boat.
I don't want to be judged by my peers. Rob Hewitt, he was the guy that got rescued 3 days before he left the Navy. I've done a lot of swim training with my dive gear on. This was my second home. I would kick as long as I needed to kick, and I would get to where I needed to get to.
But despite paddling hard, the boat doesn't seem to get any nearer.
What?
As I'm on the surface swimming towards the boat, every now and again I try and identify where the boat is. I can feel the current pushing me. I'm not making any headway.
Dragged out into deep water, Rob is now in the grip of dangerous coastal currents that surge between New Zealand's North and South Islands.
Help! Over here! I'm over here, boss!
I yelled out as loud as I could.
Help! Help! Over here! Help! Over here!
But they couldn't hear me. They couldn't see me.
Help!
Rob's diving gear keeps him afloat, but it's impossible to swim to shore. The current continues to push him further out to sea. Rob's dive companions realize that there's a man lost and alert the Coast Guard.
It seems like there's 2 to 3, 5 boats all looking. They're all looking in the wrong place.
Less than half a metre above the surface, Rob's outline is easily hidden by the swell, and the rescuers have no idea he's being washed away by a current.
I need to get rescued by anything or anyone just to get out of the water.
But as minutes turn to hours, The coastal waters suck him away from the search area, away from land, and into the deadly Tasman Sea.
I see this plane coming towards me.
Oh, yes. Yes.
My heart picks up.
Down here!
I think to myself that I can see the plane can see me. I'm going to be rescued.
Down here! Down here! Come on, I'm down here!
But the plane just keeps on going past me. I couldn't understand why they couldn't see me.
Now come back!
From the air, Rob is just a speck in an unrelenting slab of grey.
Please. Come back!
As the plane flies away from me and it gets smaller and smaller, my heart drops. The rescue is dwindling. I find myself 5 miles from Mana Island, and I know that I'm still getting pushed out.
As the sun begins to set, Rob faces a daunting reality. The rescue planes won't be able to find him in the dark, but the sharks that live in these waters will.
I look at the sunset. It's the most beautiful sunset that I've seen. It could be the last. I thought that I'd be rescued by now, but I still find myself out here.
As the last light of day fades, Rob prepares himself for his first night in the ocean alone. He knows he will have to draw on all his diving experience if he is to make it till morning. This will be the sternest test he's ever faced.
I don't know if I'm man enough to push through the night and survive. I don't know how to do that. I've completed night dives with my time in the Navy, but I don't know anyone that has survived out at night in the middle of nowhere.
Meanwhile, Rob's wife, Rangi, finds out he's missing.
When 2 police officers knock on your door, you think, geez, what is up? You know, something can't be good. From our conversation earlier that morning,
What is it that you're so scared of?
I had a feeling that he shouldn't have left. So it was very hard.
Alone in the sea, Rob faces the greatest challenge of his life. Make it through the night alive and pray for rescue in the morning. To try and stay warm, Rob adopts the Navy's help position by folding his limbs in tight. But floating motionless, his body heat quickly drains away.
Every little move I make, I can feel the cold water getting into places through an opening of my wetsuit, underneath the feet or in between the gloves, and coming down my neck.
Alone in the ocean, he's well aware of the threat from sharks, which hone in on weak and vulnerable prey.
I just stayed there motionless. You could hear a pin drop. Every little wave, every little crack behind me. I was trying to slow my heartbeat down because I didn't want it to make noise or vibration in the water because it might alert the shark.
Please, Lord.
All I want to know is when the sun's coming up.
Thank God. Thank you.
Miraculously, after 18 hours alone, Rob is still alive, and his hopes of rescue soar.
When I saw the sun, I thought to myself, right, this is it. You're going to get out of this one.
Help me.
But as the sun got to about 10 o'clock, I'd seen no rescue effort.
The current has now taken Rob 16 kilometers from the original dive site.
I felt abandoned.
It's been 20 hours since Rob was first swept out to sea. Alone and terrified, he's desperate to talk to someone or something.
One of the things that I'd been told about being out at sea was that loneliness was going to kill you.
But Rob is not entirely alone.
Looks like it's just you and me then. Huh?
I saw my crayfish that I'd caught. At this point in time, this crayfish was the closest friend that I had. I called him Tama. Even though I knew this was crazy land, you know, a crayfish can't talk back to me, but I'm having a conversation with this crayfish.
So, buddy, what's your plans for the weekend? Huh? Swimming. Swimming.
After the calm, a southerly wind begins to lash the surf.
The wind got stronger. The waves are pushing me from the left to the right, kicking me in the back and punching me in the front. My eyes are stinging, I can't see anything. And as I was wiping the water away from my face, unbeknown to myself, I was actually cutting away at my face with the Kevlar gloves that I had on.
28 hours of constant soaking has left Rob's skin loose and vulnerable to bacteria and injury.
I looked at my hand and it was translucent. The fingernails had started to come off. The pain that I felt was unbelievable.
The sea is slowly killing him, and there's nothing he can do.
I started to vomit yellowy bile, the last ingredients in my stomach.
Rob has had nothing to eat or drink since entering the water.
I thought I'd hit rock bottom. I needed to try and figure out how to stop vomiting and to put something in my stomach.
Rob's catch bag contains the seafood he caught yesterday, which could keep him alive.
I grabbed my knife and cracked open my first sea urchin. I feel my body just grabbing all of the sustenance and energy out of it. Cracked the second one open. I shoved all of the guts and the roe down my throat, eating and licking away at the shell. I looked into my bag. I saw Tama sitting there, still flapping, still alive.
Naming and talking to the crayfish has eased Rob's crippling loneliness. But the time for sentiment is over.
Sorry, Tama. Sorry, man.
Tasted as if it was the first meal I'd ever had.
The feast has bought Rob more time. But over 20 kilometers out to sea, his chances of being rescued are increasingly unlikely. And with no fresh water to drink, Rob knows he needs a miracle if he is to survive.
And just before the sun went down, it started to rain. Down into my mouth, onto my swollen tongue, and opened up my mouth as wide as I could. The fresh water that landed on my tongue and around my lips was unbelievably great. I tried to grab and suck as much fresh water as I could. It gave me a sense of life. I had another chance.
The crayfish meat and brief rain shower are just enough to pull Rob back from the brink and fire his will to survive. Back on land, Rob's wife Rangi feels drawn to the ocean that has swallowed him up.
I walked out into the sea to be closer to Rob, basically, and I just wanted to put myself out there with him somehow, because I knew he was there somewhere, alive. Felt like a bit of a crazy woman at the time, while Rob was missing. But the water was really warm and it felt really nice and calm. But I can't explain what I was feeling.
For Rob, a second night alone in the sea now beckons.
I see a light. It could be on the mainland. I'm unsure, but I still see a light.
Rob has drifted so far north that he's within sight of another offshore island.
Help!
Kapiti.
Help!
It gives me a beacon of hope. It gives me a direction.
Come on, Rob.
This is my chance. My chance to save my life.
It's the first time the inescapable coastal currents have pushed him close to land, and he's determined to swim for it.
If I died out in the ocean, I wouldn't have watched my son play football or rugby. I wouldn't go to my daughter's birthday or even give her away at her wedding. As I got closer to the island, it seemed like a mile and a half away. I was close, I could nearly touch it, I could nearly smell it.
But just when it seems Rob will make it back to land, his strength begins to fail.
Each crawl I go forward, I can feel my bones, I can feel my body creaking. The cramp is starting to set in.
The tide, once again, turns against him. Rob's tough naval training and stubborn will to survive are no longer enough.
The wind and the waves were pushing me further and further out. The body just gave up, and I blacked out. I woke up further away. I realised then that my chance was over.
It's the final straw. 40 hours after the nightmare began, the current is now dragging him back out to sea.
There's nothing out there, nothing but more water, more emptiness. This is it. I'm spent, I'm gone. I'd tried everything. I'd swum as far as I could, ate what I could, drunk what I could. Now, I just lay there, waiting for death to come. I remember walking onto the beach. Going into a local shop. I grabbed a cold can and I could feel the cold blast just come out. Then next thing I knew, here I was back in the water.
Rob now faces a second night at sea.
Throughout the night, I was thinking how I'd live my life. What ifs? What if I hadn't gone for an extra crayfish? What if I hadn't dived on my own? I was also thinking about my children and about my wife, about how I could ask for their forgiveness.
Daybreak finally arrives, bringing with it new hope of rescue.
Help! Help! Somebody help! Please. Please, God.
But as Rob begins his third day alone in the ocean, he knows he is perilously weak. He removes his oxygen tank and buoyancy jacket. There's no air left in them. They are dead weight. His thick wetsuit still keeps him afloat, and with clear skies above, he feels a glimmer of hope returning.
The weather on the third day was beautiful. It gave me hope that I'd be rescued.
But Rob has been lulled into a false sense of security.
I see a shape, something quick just coming past. I don't know what type, but a shark's a shark. I grabbed my knife out. As I'm thrashing around in the water, I feel helpless. Is it going to end like this? A shark finally coming up to have a feed. I just stayed there motionless. 2 minutes was 5 minutes. The next minute was an hour. I was still there.
As the day goes on, it isn't sharks that threaten his life. The bright sunshine that Rob thought would bring out more rescue teams is slowly cooking him alive.
The sun was beating down throughout the whole day. I feel toasted. My face felt swollen. My tongue was swelling. I can feel that the skin is blistering. All of the cuts and the scars along my face were starting to bake. And the water, the salt water, was getting into the cuts. Here I was, thanking God for a beautiful day. But this beautiful day would bring me pain.
In normal conditions, the human body can go 3 days without water, but that's vastly reduced in the ocean. Having drunk only a few drops of rainwater, Rob is dying of dehydration. The relentless sun only makes it worse.
There was only one place for me to hide, and that was under the water.
But every roll below the surface washes salt water into open sores.
I could hardly breathe.
Please, God.
He's seen no sign of rescue for 3 days. And if the sharks don't kill him, lack of water certainly will. He can either wait for a slow and agonizing death, or take things into his own hands.
I feel like I just had a gutful of the torture. I just felt like it was my time just to say goodbye to everyone and everything.
Dear God. Look after my family. Look after my family. Oh. Rangi.
As I'm under the water, I can feel my heart beating, as if it's beating out of my chest. I can just feel the thump, thump, thump in my head. Oxygen is wanting to get there, but I'm not allowing it to. I just wanted to kill myself.
After 3 days of drifting miles out to sea with no sign of rescue, he decides to drown himself and bring his suffering to an end. But the sea isn't ready to let Rob go.
When I came to, I felt gutted. I couldn't even kill myself properly.
Rob now knows he's facing certain death alone, and takes what comfort he can from thoughts of his loved ones.
I tried to call out names of people that I loved, just to give me some sort of connection.
Casey. I love you, son. Fire. Rangi.
Rob has now drifted over 60 kilometers. Ironically, the ocean current that pushed him north switches and drives him back towards the dive site. But approaching a third night in the water, Rob is too weak to notice.
I thought to myself, well, if I wake up in the morning, I'll wake up. If I don't, I'll be with my grandparents.
On the mainland, rescuers think Rob must be dead. But his wife, Rangi, refuses to believe he's gone and calls to her Maori ancestors with an offering.
Tangaroa hoki mai toku whaia ko. 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 Tangaroa hoki mai toku whaia ko.
I had my greenstone, which one of my grandparents had given me, and tied it with my daughter's stone that Rob had given to her. While I was doing that, I was doing a calling out to my ancestors to return him back to us.
I've given you this tonga of ours. Now give my tonga back to me.
Rangi's prayers may be too late. After 4 days, with barely any fresh water, Rob's behaviour becomes wildly irrational.
I felt claustrophobic in my wetsuit. I had started to strip it off. I chucked my dive hood as if I'm in the garage, just tossing it on the table.
The insulating layers of rubber are the only thing preventing him from dying of hypothermia. But he no longer cares.
I then take off my dive fins. And the dive fins are the last thing that any diver would take off, because they're the things that are going to keep you up when you're kicking.
Nearly 75 hours since he first dived for crayfish, Rob is unaware that the ocean current has deposited him back where he started, near Manor Island. And he's ditched all the gear that has kept him afloat and alive.
I can feel the energy going quickly, the will to live disappearing and waiting for death to come. All I can see is a white fluffy cloud just sitting there. I was sad for my children, my family. No one would have known that I at least tried to stay alive for 3 days. Tried to stay alive for them. But all I'm worried about and concentrating on is that cloud. I hear this sound. And I see this thing in my peripheral vision. Is it the sound of death?
The Maori gods have answered Rangi's prayers. 75 hours after he was last seen, rescuers spot a dive hood floating near the original dive site. And close by, they finally find Rob Hewitt.
I thought that this was all hallucination. And I remember seeing a friend of mine.
Good job, mate.
And just said, just keep your eyes on me. I just want to look at you.
Rob was rushed to hospital, suffering from extreme hypothermia, chronic dehydration, sea lice and sunburn. He'd lost nearly 10 kilos in weight.
14 months later, my wife and I had a daughter called Ohomairangi, which means the awakening.
Rob finally retired from the Navy. He now works as a diving instructor in the very waters that so nearly took his life.
I'm happy and I'm alive. And that's what really counts.
A young hiker, out photographing the Canadian coastline, makes a catastrophic decision.
I instantly got the feeling you get when you're going over the top of a roller coaster. I knew that I was going to be quite a mess at the bottom.
The fall leaves him with terrible injuries.
It wasn't just a little crack. Bone was definitely separated from other bone.
Stranded on a remote beach, his only hope is to drag his broken body to safety.
I had to get to help or I was going to die. There's really no two ways about it.
But when no help comes, his only chance of survival lies in overcoming one final unimaginable challenge.
By that time, pretty much figured that I wasn't going to be making it out, no matter what I did.
Give me a break. So come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're gonna rock it all night long.
26-year-old Canadian Jordan Nicurity has a passion for the great outdoors. After finishing his degree, he worked on organic farms all over Western Canada before losing his heart to the tiny island community of Hornby off the country's North Pacific coast.
There's a real sense of community, people helping each other out, everyone knowing everyone. That's something that really appeals to me.
Hornby has one small settlement and only a scattering of residents.
There's a lot of great people there, and there's not too many people there, so those are two things that I sort of value.
And it has another major attraction, kilometre after kilometre of hiking country and a wild and windswept coastline.
There's lots of great hiking around there, huge sea cliffs, the sandstone formations are really quite unique. It's just gorgeous, really a picturesque place.
Jordan runs a small gardening business, but he grabs every chance he can to take off on a hike. Today, he's heading for a remote beach on the island's easternmost tip. He'll take some nature photographs and be back home where he lives on his own by lunchtime.
It was sunny, but it was still, the end of October, so I threw in an extra big wool sweater, made myself some tea, I threw it in my backpack. Threw my bag over my shoulder, and instead of just following the trail, I just decided to go bushwhacking. It was definitely a bit of a scramble up and over some logs and that sort of thing. All stuff I like doing.
Half an hour later, Jordan reaches the coast. 10 meters below is the famously inaccessible Mushroom Beach.
The way down to the beach is kind of treacherous. It's tricky to climb down. The steepness of the descent keeps most people away, so it's kind of nice and secluded. There's a rope that someone had tied to the base of a tree near the top to sort of help over this one bit, which is pretty close to vertical. So I just hung on to that and followed that down.
It's a tricky climb, even with the aid of the rope.
Careful now.
Jordan knows the only way off Mushroom Beach is to climb back up the cliff. But that's a problem for later. Hornby's vacation season ended weeks ago, so he has the place all to himself. The only sign of life on the beach is a makeshift wooden shelter.
It was sort of a neat thing to look at. I took quite a few pictures of it. I plopped myself down on the beach and leaned back and sort of relaxed for a few minutes. And pulled out an old 1970s National Geographic that I'd gotten at the free store on the island and proceeded to while away the next hour or so just reading. The breeze was nice and warm, the tide was out, hear the waves crashing a little bit. It's about as peaceful as you're gonna find.
After his break, Jordan sets off to look for images that inspire him.
I started as a newspaper writer, and the photographer there taught me a few things, and I fell in love with it. There's lots of unique stuff on Hornby to keep the rolls going through the camera pretty easily.
Jordan heads north in search of the sandstone rock formations the beach is famous for.
That was part of my mission. I was going to go take some pictures of the sandstone.
After exhausting all the ground-level angles, he starts looking for a high vantage point.
The cliff wall is continuous all the way around, and I spotted a ledge about halfway up that looked like it would be quite a nice perch to get some good shots of Vancouver Island on the horizon. I decided to leave my camera up and see if I could make my way up it, and then if it looked like it was a decent spot, then I'd lug my bag up. It was quite a big camera bag. I had all my gear in it. I was wondering how I was going to get up there. There was no obvious route. I've always been one to sort of enjoy climbing trees and scrambling over boulders and that sort of thing. So it was pretty easy climbing. You know, I didn't have to find any handholds or footholds or anything like that.
But the higher Jordan climbs, the steeper the cliff becomes.
I made my way up quite a treacherous little section. The cliff right there, it's pretty much vertical.
He then hits another problem. To get to the ledge, Jordan has to clamber around a bulge in the rock face. Jordan thinks about giving up the climb. He knows a slip from this height could prove fatal. But he really wants that shot.
I just reached around to sort of shift my way around it. Virtually as soon as I got my fingers into this crack, this rock came off. I had my footing on the ledge, but not my balance for what seemed like an eternity. I watched this rock go down. There was a good 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi before it hit. I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's me next. I knew I couldn't keep my balance and instantly got the feeling you get in your stomach when you're going over the top of a roller coaster. The adrenaline kicked in right away. I knew that this wasn't going to be a little twist your ankle sort of fall. Below was just a bunch of jagged rocks. I knew that I was going to be quite a mess at the bottom. I was thinking I was going to have to be sponged off the cliffs pretty much. When I first started falling, time seemed to slow about as close to stopping as it could. That was sort of the most surreal part of the fall, but it didn't take long for gravity to speed it back up again. And then suddenly I was on the bottom. There I was at the bottom, staring up at the blue sky and where I had just been, up on the ledge there. And I could feel that there'd been a big impact. My head was definitely swimming. It just hurt. But I was surprised I wasn't dead. That was my first thought. I was more happy than scared at that point, just because I realized the fall was over and I still had my brains in my head.
It's a miracle he's alive. But Jordan can't believe he's escaped serious injury.
I knew I couldn't have gotten away from a fall of that height scot-free. The first thing I did was check my head. I figured I must have given it a pretty good whack. Nothing felt broken and everything else was looking pretty good. So I was sort of enjoying these small victories.
He remains cautious.
My next fear was that I'd broken my back somewhere and wouldn't be able to move my legs.
Paralysis is his worst nightmare.
It took me about 5 minutes of laying there to get the courage up to try and wiggle my toes. When I did finally get the courage and they moved, I was ecstatic. Felt that if I was still alive, if I wasn't paralyzed, then anything else would be inconsequential. My next mission, I suppose, was to see sort of what shape I was in beyond those two basics of still being alive and still being able to move my legs. As soon as I tried to roll over, I could sort of feel the bone, them grating against each other. I immediately knew that something was, very, very broken. I I don't know if heard is the right word, you sort of feel it more, a crunch. I was sweating from the pain and from the shock, and I reached behind and just gently sort of was touching my hip. I was very aware that it wasn't just a little crack. Where once there was smooth bone, there was now a couple jagged pieces sort of grinding into each other and was pushing against the skin.
The fall has completely shattered Jordan's pelvis. It's a horrific injury that effectively separates his right leg from the rest of his body. Standing is out of the question. He tries to turn onto his stomach so he can at least crawl. Now Jordan realizes the terrible situation he's in. He's left his mobile phone in his van. He lives on his own, so no one will be looking for him. And Mushroom Beach gets almost no visitors this late in the season. Jordan is completely on his own.
I knew that the seclusion of the area was definitely not in my favor.
Jordan lives alone, so it could be days before anyone notices he's missing. His first priority? To find warmth before the chill of the North Pacific night sets in.
My mind went back to the beach and all the driftwood there. My plan was to somehow get back there and have myself a nice, cozy bonfire.
Jordan breaks down his survival plan into single, manageable tasks. First, he must crawl the 100 meters back to his backpack.
I knew I'd have to get back to my bag, which had this warm wool sweater and that last gulp of tea that I kept in the bottom of my thermos.
But first, Jordan must shift onto his front. His horrifically mangled pelvis turns this apparently simple task into a nightmare. It's a pitifully small victory, with a terrible cost in agony. And it's only a start.
I started to pull myself forward with my arms. As soon as I tried, I would just get nothing but overwhelming pain, and my body just wouldn't work.
The 100 meters feels more like 100 kilometers. Every movement grinds the edges of Jordan's broken bones together and tears at flesh, muscle, and nerves. It's all taking way too long.
I remember watching old movies where people would be in some sort of discomfort and either biting on a bullet or biting on a strap, you know. So I thought I'd try it.
Biting on the belt takes his mind off the pain, tearing at his torso.
I put a lot of pretty deep indentations into the strap with my teeth.
But the terrain constantly throws up obstacles that block his path.
There's boulders the size of cars, there's boulders the size of lazy boy recliners, there's boulders the size of one-bedroom apartments all around this area. And as I was only about 1.5 feet off the ground, I couldn't really see sort of what was beyond the next boulder.
Give me a break.
It was very, very frustrating because every inch was being bought with a lot of pain. It just became a landscape conspiring to keep me from possibly living. Sort of a prison that I had to get out of.
Although Jordan makes steady, if painful, progress, the terrain just gets tougher.
There was sort of a slot between two boulders that I couldn't get through just pulling myself sideways. I sort of had to prop myself up on my arms and swing my legs underneath.
In his bid to clear this latest obstacle, Jordan gets hopelessly stuck.
I couldn't move. I couldn't go forward. I couldn't go back. I was sort of stuck because I couldn't get my right leg to follow the rest of it. It was just sort of being dragged behind.
Help me!
Although I knew that, you know, with the wind and everything like that no one was going to hear me, I just started yelling for help.
Somebody help me, please!
I probably was there 15 minutes or so, and, you know, my arm strength started to give from holding myself up for that long.
He has to act, even if it means risking further damage to his shattered pelvis.
In the end, the only thing I could really do was just pitch forward onto my shoulder. And try and shelter my right side as much as possible with my left, but the leg bone's connected to the hip bone. So when I did that, that was excruciating.
It's taken 2 hours of agonizing progress to travel 40 meters. And Jordan's not even halfway to his bag. But he's totally exhausted. As he braces himself for his next effort, he makes a horrifying discovery. He didn't notice the tide coming in. Now it's just a few meters away.
I knew I was below the high tide mark, and if I couldn't make it above the high tide mark, I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. The sound of the waves against the rocks only about 2.5 feet, you know, below from where you are. And there's a long way to go. You have a lot of time to think about. You might not get out.
Jordan makes it to higher ground and his bag.
By the time I made it back to my bag, it was dark. It took me 4 hours to get the roughly 100 yards, 75 yards back to my bag.
It's taken 4 hours to travel a distance that took less than a minute before his fall. His reward is a mouthful of hot tea and a thick wool sweater to help him get through the coming night.
The temperature was dropping quite quickly as it was getting dark. To be able to pull into this magic bag and pull out, you know, some chance of salvation was great.
Jordan hunkers down for the night.
It's a beautiful night out. You know, the gentle lapping of the waves and all that, it would have been quite an idyllic spot if I wasn't in the circumstances I was in.
He knows that whatever agonies he's endured today, the next stage of his journey will be much further and much harder.
I knew that I'd need strength for the next day, and to do that I'd need to sleep. But that was virtually impossible. All I could do was sort of lay on my back and fade out maybe for 10, 15 minutes at a time, and then I'd shift and just the pain would wake me up. I would wake up and wonder where I was and why I was laying on this rock ledge instead of, in my warm, cozy bed. Every time I remembered what had happened, it was definitely a feeling of dread.
Bitterly cold and in pain, his sleep is broken by terrifying flashbacks of his fall.
Every time that I would just about fall asleep, it was me falling off the cliff again. It was a very long night. I was quite happy when the sky started to lighten, because that meant I could stop killing time there and start moving again.
Jordan's not expecting anyone to find him. Nobody comes down to the beach this late in the season. All he can do is keep going, back to the pebble section of beach. He'll use the wood there to start a signal fire. But it's nearly 400 meters away. 4 times as far as he traveled the day before.
I had figured out that if I took the strap and wrapped it around my right leg, I had a pretty good handhold that I could sort of use to pull my leg along with.
The strap stops the leg from pulling on his crushed pelvis, allowing him to cover ground twice as fast and with less pain. The new technique is a revelation.
It wasn't such a struggle, and that in a way gave me hope.
What Jordan doesn't know is that he also suffered serious internal injuries in the fall. With every hour, his chances of survival are slipping away.
All these rocks are sandstone, so it was like pulling yourself over sandpaper. It didn't take long before my fingertips, I'd scraped them off, past the nerves, past where I could feel that they were hurting at all.
Just keep going.
The rocks are now destroying his legs as well.
The sandstone had worn right through the pants and right through most of my leg. I was pretty sure that I'd worn through the skin and the top muscle and the bit of nerves as well.
Every centimeter of progress he makes is tearing him apart.
Just keep going.
Unable to escape the mid-afternoon sun, Jordan is becoming severely dehydrated. The dregs of tea in his thermos are long gone. Tormented by thirst, he's surrounded by water he can't drink.
These shallow pools had formed in the sandstone. I knew most of it was salt water, but I was so thirsty. I was hoping that the salt content would be low enough that it wouldn't hurt me.
Dragging himself through the salty rock pools is torture to his open wounds, but it's the quickest route.
Throughout the day, I could feel bone sort of grinding against other bone. I knew I was getting weak in a hurry, that my situation was definitely on the downward spiral.
Jordan's worsening internal injuries are taking their toll. His head throbs and his vision blurs. But then, among the waves, he spots something.
I could see in the distance a kayaker.
26 hours after his horrific fall, rescue is at hand.
I yelled as loud as I could, tried to wave my arm.
Help me! Help me, please!
I kept watching it, and it didn't seem to be getting closer, further away.
Help me, please! Somebody! Over here!
After a little while, I realized that what it was just a rock that was just kind of jutting out of the water.
Jordan is losing the battle between his body and his mind.
No, no!
And there's worse to come. He's only halfway back to the beach when the weather suddenly turns.
I was very cold, soaked right through, and I realized that the wood on the beach would be pretty soaked as well.
Desperate to reach shelter, Jordan presses on.
With every raindrop, my chances of lighting a big signal fire on the beach shrunk.
Hour by hour, fingertip by fingertip. Finally, an incredible 30 hours after he started his grueling marathon, he reaches his destination. It's too wet to start a fire, but at least the wooden shelter he photographed yesterday offers some protection from the elements.
Thank you. Thank you.
The shelter wasn't waterproof or windproof by any stretch of the imagination, but compared to the outside, it was definitely the Ritz to me. There was no way for me to get dry. I just kept on my wet clothes and tried to keep to as small a ball as I could to sort of try and conserve my body heat. I knew that the possibility of meeting my end from exposure was becoming very real.
Jordan discovers that drinking water from the tidal pools was a mistake.
I just lay there and retched up seawater for half the night. I was just feeling so awful. That was probably the longest night of my life.
In the freezing darkness, and in the depths of despair, Jordan's thoughts turn to his parents and his brother Justin, back in Saskatchewan.
I was thinking about my family, but not so much about me seeing them again. I was thinking about how crushed and how sad I would be if the situation was reversed. How frantic and how, devastated I'd be if something like this happened to my little brother, Justin. We're pretty close. If I was sitting at home cozy and he didn't make it out.
His family are used to hearing nothing from him for days on end. By the time they discover he's missing, he could be dead.
Now I'd sort of stopped hoping that someone was going to come down and find me and realized I would have to find people as opposed to them finding me. If I was going to make it, I had to get up the cliff.
The sheer cliff he climbed down 2 days ago to reach the beach is the only way out. It was a struggle on the way down, even when he was fully fit. Climbing up the cliff without the use of his legs is surely an impossible task.
I either had to get to help or I was going to die. There was really no two ways about it, and when your choices are put that simply, it's you don't need a lot of motivation to carry on.
You can do it.
I was at the bottom looking up from 1.5 feet off the ground. It was very daunting to look up and see the size of it.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I wasn't sure that I was going to make it.
Jordan faces a vertical climb of some 10 meters. He'll have to rely on the strength in his arms to haul his entire body weight up the rope.
Here we go.
But there is no alternative. If he doesn't attempt the climb, he will die on the beach.
1, 2, 3. Ah!
My hands were more hamburger than hands, and just with my strength, my injuries, the odds were definitely stacked. Using my hands as much as possible to brace myself. I was being so painstaking in choosing which rocks I would use for a handhold, knowing that if I made the wrong choice, that would be the end of me.
Jordan knows he can't survive another fall. His crushed pelvis means his legs are useless. All he can do is trust the strength in his arms and pray that the rope holds. He's nearly at the top when the unthinkable happens.
The rope came undone from the tree that it was attached to, and I was very lucky not to tumble back down when that gave way. Luckily, it gave me half a second to reach over and grab the nearest rock and somehow keep from falling.
Jordan realizes with horror that his arm muscles are about to give out.
My arms were just dead logs, and my grip was becoming weaker and weaker, and it was becoming apparent that something, one way or another, was going to happen pretty soon. It was the scariest point of the whole thing.
Jordan calls on the last drop of strength in his failing muscles.
I was very aware that it was do or die. I was just completely out of strength. In my arms, I couldn't feel my hands, I couldn't get my fingers to flex, and they just weren't able to keep a solid grip on any rocks.
There are now just centimeters standing between him and safety.
If I didn't get above it, I would die. There was no question. And if I fell from this wall as well, I would die, and there's no question in that. With the slickness of the rocks and the lack of feeling in my hands, it was a pretty perilous way to sort of maneuver, but that was all I could do.
If he slips now, then his grueling 2-day ordeal will all have been in vain.
If I made a wrong move here, I was either going to die or be paralyzed.
He's made it.
When I found myself down top after I'd flopped myself over the top of the vertical bit, I really felt that I'd gotten past the worst of it.
But it's come at a terrible price.
I had cuts everywhere, as broken up as I was, so near complete exhaustion that I couldn't move a muscle for probably 10 minutes. But I'd felt like I'd just climbed Everest.
Jordan's achievement is superhuman, but it's only one small step towards survival. It's taken him 2 days to cover just 500 meters. The main road is almost 3 times as far again, and he's chronically dehydrated.
1, 2, 3.
I was still in the same predicament I was in when I was at the bottom of the cliff. Very badly injured, and although physically closer to getting help, there's no sign of it anywhere.
Help!
You know, I'd call for help.
Help!
There was no sign of anyone.
Help me!
Jordan is hoping that if he can reach one of the forest trails, he might encounter a hiker.
The weather was still not exactly what you'd call ideal hiking weather, so I didn't really expect anyone to be out tramping around at that time. I was so thirsty, every cell in my body was, you know, just dying for water. You can go without food for, you know, a week or two, but 4 days without any substantial amount of water, and you're not going to be around much longer.
The rain-soaked ground chills Jordan to the core. But after nearly 100 hours without fluid, he grabs the chance to ease his parched thirst.
I was just so thirsty. I'd see a particularly tasty-looking droplet on the edge of a blade of grass. So I was basically just crawling around, licking the grass for the water. And, you know, if you found a cobweb that would have 20 or 30 good-looking drops on it, I would pretty much just eat the cobweb. The toll from the climb up was pretty apparent, but I knew I had to keep going. So instead of looking at it as one big, long pull that I had to do, I would break it down into sections of about 10 pulls, and then I'd rest and give myself 5 or 6 seconds of rest and then go as hard as I could.
Close to collapse, Jordan drags his broken body across the forest floor for 6 punishing hours. As the light starts to fade once again, Jordan claws his way to a picnic table. In spite of his agonizing injuries, Jordan has somehow dragged his shattered body on an epic journey of nearly 2 kilometers and up a sheer cliff. But now he's exhausted all his physical and mental reserves.
I could feel that my health was getting worse. I couldn't go any further forward. Pretty much figured that I wasn't going to be making it out, no matter what I did.
Despite all his heroic efforts, Jordan Nikerti is convinced that at the age of 26, his life is ending.
There was nothing to do but lay there, wait for death, and you know, think of all the people that I wasn't going to see again.
By some miracle, Jordan survives the night. As dawn breaks, he draws on his final ounce of strength and determination. Severely dehydrated and slowly dying of his injuries, he forces himself to go on in a last desperate bid for life.
My plan on the fourth day was to get as close as I could to where people might chance upon me. I was that close to death. All I could think was just keep pulling.
The temptation to curl up and let go is overwhelming, but Jordan refuses to go quietly.
It probably took me around 2 hours to get about 20 yards. So I was only maybe going 5-6 feet at a time and then passing out for 10 or 15 minutes. The physical reality had set in, and there was really no more mind over matter to be had. There was no way I was going to get to the trailhead, or very much further for that matter, because the distance I was able to go before passing out was just getting shorter and shorter. I was actually going to die very soon.
Then he hears voices. He thinks the sound is hikers on a nearby trail.
Help me, please.
It was my first real chance of rescue.
Please help me.
I yelled as loud as I could to attract their attention.
Help. Help.
But Jordan's yells emerge as barely a whisper.
Help me, please.
The voices melt away into the trees.
It just seemed like it was just the cruelest joke. I was thinking that was my chance. That was it. The despair I felt at getting so close to being rescued, I've never felt that much bleakness in my life.
He starts to slip in and out of consciousness, dreams and reality blurring into one another. The sounds of voices return, just meters away.
I started yelling again.
Help. Help me,
And just
please.
yelled and yelled at them.
This time, Jordan can actually see hikers through the trees. But they're getting further away.
Every step they were taking my survival with them.
Please help me.
The last two people in the group were probably about 2 steps away from being out of sight behind these trees. And there was a lady in an orange rain jacket, and I could see her stop and sort of cock her head, and she obviously had heard something. She started looking around and took a few steps back in my direction and finally saw me. As soon as she saw me, I can't even describe how relieved I was. I just watched them run towards me and just thought to myself, well, I've done my part, I'm your problem now. It was beyond joy, it was beyond anything. This was a chance at life again here.
You hear me? You hear me?
Jordan's 4-day ordeal would have finished most people, but his stubborn refusal to give up saved his life.
I came as close as you can get, I think, to dying, and it looked like I was gonna make it.
Jordan was treated for a ruptured pancreas and internal hemorrhaging, injuries that could have killed him within hours. In a series of operations, surgeons fixed Jordan's shattered pelvis using 12-centimeter long titanium screws. He also needed major skin grafts to his legs and hands. Jordan recovered fully and enjoys life at home with his family. He lives every day as though it's his last.
The only guarantee that we're given is that we will die. We can't pick when or how. The only thing we can affect is what we do with the time that we're given. I see my life now as something that is not to be squandered, even in the smallest amount.
In the Montana wilderness, 5 friends reunite for an epic adventure. But this trip of a lifetime turns into their worst nightmare.
It felt like being hit by a car. It was black and violent. I thought, I'm not going to survive.
In the carnage,
Let's move!
one lies critically injured, while another is buried deep in the snow.
I remember just thinking our friend's gonna die.
Matt, get us a sled.
He's dead.
Cut off from rescue by a powerful storm, they must battle to keep their friend alive.
We were on our hands and knees clawing through the snow.
You have to get there tonight. We gotta take your boot up.
The pain came crashing in. I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
One, two, three, 4, 5.
On their way to ski the remote backcountry of Montana are friends Matt Schuyler and Sam Kavanagh. Skiing is 25-year-old Sam's greatest obsession.
It's a pretty young age that I fell in love with skiing. I did it every opportunity I had, sometimes 4 or 5 days a week. When you stand on top of a mountain, it's literally like you can hear the clouds moving by, and you're the only person there. Matt shared that love and passion.
That's insane.
The forecast was for snow, so not only are we going into a place we love to be, but we're gonna have A+ conditions. It was going to be just perfect.
This trip is a rare chance for Sam and Matt to hang out with their 3 greatest friends. Waiting for them at the trailhead is Sam's closest buddy, Blake Morstad.
Haven't you finished yet?
Blake is a special guy. He is amazingly intelligent, and he is a physical powerhouse. He would give you the shirt off his back.
To Matt, Blake is more than a friend. He's also his brother-in-law. The final 2 members of the group are professional mountain guide Jason Thompson and emergency medical technician Chris Mackey.
We were all very excited about the skiing, but I think the overwhelming thing was just being excited to just be hanging out with the guys again.
I don't want to get stuck up there with you.
It's New Year's Eve, and to celebrate, the friends are heading out to ski virgin powder in one of Montana's most isolated areas.
It was extremely remote. We couldn't get emails. We couldn't get cell phone contact. But the whole idea of the trip was to go out and get some great powder skiing and have a blast doing it.
Their destination? The untouched slopes of the legendary Mount Nemesis. The mountain is famous for powder skiing and notorious for deadly avalanches. But the men have come prepared.
A high avalanche danger to us is not a stop. It just means you need to be on your A game. Each and every one of us carried a personal beacon and all the tools necessary to extract somebody from an avalanche. We were not a group of punk kids that watched some ski video and said, we're gonna go do that. We regularly ski similar conditions, and we were making good, solid judgments.
Come on, guys, we're losing light.
At the base of the mountain, the group ditch their snowmobiles and prepare to ski to their retreat. But to Blake, this is just another great adventure.
Blake was kind of like a young kid in a candy store.
First beer's on me.
And it was like, this is already off to a perfect start.
The friends have skied 8 kilometers cross-country to their base camp. They're now all set to see in the new year.
Happy New Year!
But Blake is celebrating something much more life-changing.
Okay, guys, I have a special announcement. Addie's pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad.
It was a pretty momentous moment.
Good work, man.
Hey, congratulations.
Blake suddenly was gonna have a little man looking up to him and exploring life for the first time. And so we took out the personal video camera. And I remember Blake toasting his wife.
Hey, Addie, I love you. I look forward to seeing Junior pretty soon here, too.
Happy New Year, Addie!
We all fully expected that next year we'd be celebrating the craziness that was 2005.
On New Year's Day, there was well over 2 to 3 feet of new snow.
See you later, guys.
It was just perfect.
The skiing was phenomenal, so we were stoked.
That first morning, we strictly skied in the trees because conditions for an avalanche were perfect.
A heavy snowfall has piled a huge load of powder snow high on the mountain slopes. Skiing too close to this fresh snowpack could trigger a lethal avalanche.
That morning, we were extremely sensitive to our surroundings. But towards the tail end of the day, we started to push the envelope.
Up there?
Yeah.
We started moving slightly higher, but in doing that, we were unconsciously taking more risk.
In their search for the perfect run, the young friends inch ever higher up the slopes, closer to the heavily loaded snowpack.
Let's do it. Yeah!
See you down there.
Finally, only Matt and his brother-in-law Blake are left up top.
You all right?
Go ahead.
He skied off. And that was the last time that I saw him.
300 meters down the mountain, Sam and Chris have finished the run.
There was just genuine excitement. Chris pulls out the camera and he looks at me, he's like, so Sam,
What'd you think?
That was awesome. But, gotta tell you, I'm exhausted.
as Chris powered down the camera, suddenly you could just hear this distant, faint noise. And I heard Jason yelling out, "Avalanche!" When you hear the word avalanche, there is just a sudden cold shiver that runs up your spine.
A terrifying wall of snow, weighing thousands of tons, is heading their way. Upslope, Jason is its first victim.
Brace. Right next to me was a tree. I grabbed it. I started to feel the snow vibrate. What I experienced, I can only imagine, is like being hit by a car. My world, the world that I knew it to be, had completely evaporated. And I was now being subject to something that was not going to spit me out until it was done with me.
It's a big impact when a wall of snow hits you at 100 miles an hour. It's like being tossed around like a rag doll.
All of a sudden, I was being tossed and turned, not knowing which way was up or down. It was black, it was violent, and I thought, I'm not going to survive.
To his horror, Chris Mackey realizes that the avalanche is sweeping him towards a dangerous precipice.
I knew that there was a fairly large cliff below me. There was also nothing I could do about it.
The nature of the terrain means that the sound of the avalanche hasn't reached 24-year-old Matt Schuyler up above. He's unaware of the disaster unfolding beneath him.
From my vantage point, I couldn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything.
He's waiting for Blake to shout that the way is clear for his run.
I was waiting for someone to yell, "Go ahead," and I waited and waited and waited, and I finally started yelling down,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I just kind of thought, I'll just go down there and see what's going on. And I just thought,
The avalanche has decimated the mountainside. Matt knows that down below his friends could be dead or dying.
Hello! Hello! Hello!
I thought everybody could be buried at this point. As far as I knew, I was the only one left.
Jason! Chris and Blake! Hello! Hello! Jason! Jason!
When I saw Jason, there was relief that there was somebody else with me.
Jason, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay?
Professional mountain guide Jason Thompson has freed himself from the avalanche. But he knows that buried under the suffocating snow, his friends have only minutes to live.
Let's move!
Jason told me to flip my beacon on and start figuring out where everyone was at.
Each one of the 5 is carrying a beacon that emits a signal to indicate their location, even if they are deep beneath the snow.
We got 3 people we have to dig up and get breathing again.
We got 10 minutes, max.
We have very limited time.
You take this side, I'll take over here. Blake! Chris! Blake! Chris! Blake!
Down the mountain, Sam Kavanagh slowly regains consciousness.
Moments ago, I was in the clutches of the avalanche. And there I am. I had floated to the top, and I'm only partially buried. The first person I could see was Chris.
Are you okay?
He's shooken, scared, but alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Somehow, despite being thrown over the cliff edge, Chris Mackey has also survived.
There's so much snow, and it's so powerful, I didn't even feel it. There was probably 2 seconds of weightlessness and then just a soft landing. There's a lot of adrenaline, realizing, wow, I'm okay. and then freed myself, turned on my transceiver to look for anyone else that could have been buried.
I could hear Jason and Matt upslope yelling out our names. I'm elated, you know?
Here. Yeah, here. Here.
Chris and Jason are okay. And I knew that Matt was okay because he's yelling out our names.
Miraculously, 4 of the friends are alive and accounted for.
Blake!
But Sam's best friend Blake is missing.
Blake?
Suddenly, it's not over. It's not okay.
Blake? Blake! Blake! Blake!
We have to find someone who's unconscious, buried, and we don't know where he is.
Blake!
It started to kick in.
Blake!
He's my brother-in-law, and he's buried somewhere.
Blake!
Blake has now been buried for several long minutes. Not only is his body being crushed by the compacted snow, he's rapidly running out of oxygen.
I was thinking, we're gonna kill this guy if we don't find him, you know, because this is taking us too long.
Blake! 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 Blake!
At the exact same moment, Jason and I both picked up the faintest signal on our beepers. We didn't even say anything, just pointed. The signal started getting stronger and stronger. It's going 40, 30, 20, and I started saying out loud, 15.
10. 9. 8.
All of a sudden, I could see the top of the backpack.
Over there.
Now that Blake has been located, it's critical they get to him and clear an airway, fast,
Start from below.
before he dies from lack of oxygen.
We're trying to get to his head to get him breathing.
Using their avalanche shovels, they start to dig. But the snow has become heavily compacted in the slide.
It was very frustrating. It was like digging up concrete. I threw my shovel aside and was just digging with my hands. I remember just thinking, we're losing him. He's right here, but we can't get him out.
Come on, Blake! Come on, Blake! Come on, Blake!
It was very frustrating how difficult the digging was.
Come on!
I just felt helpless.
30 meters away, Sam Kavanagh struggles to free himself from the imprisoning snow
Blake!
and helps save his best friend.
I started trying to move around, and I felt this pretty intense pain. And that's when I finally looked down. My foot was facing 180 degrees behind me. And there was about 4 inches of my tibia bone sticking through my ski pants.
Despite his horrific injury, Sam is desperate to help Blake. But first, he will have to do the unthinkable.
And so I really just tried to prepare myself. I grabbed it, I spun it 180 degrees. And I tried to stand and walk and shuffle my way down the slope to find Blake.
Hearing the screams, EMT Chris realizes Sam is also in trouble.
I looked up and saw that he was in a very tenuous situation.
Sam, how you doing there, buddy? You okay? My leg's busted. I think it's really bad. Come on!
This is just shocking. There was a very big laceration on the side of his leg and quite a bit of bone sticking out.
It's gonna be okay, Sid. It's gonna be okay.
It's certainly the worst compound fracture I'd seen to that point.
Okay.
Chris is suddenly pushed to the limits of his training. He knows that an injury this severe, so far from civilization, could prove fatal.
We just need to get Sam stabilized, try to control the bleeding, and get him off of the slope. But we were still right in the middle of dealing with Blake.
We got him out!
Finally, after being buried for almost 10 minutes, Blake Morstad is pulled from his icy tomb.
At first, I thought he's just passed out. We'll revive him. A couple pumps and he'll cough up some snow and we'll get out of here.
Blake has no life signs. Compressing his chest will simulate his heartbeat, pumping blood round his body and keeping his brain alive.
Man, come on. Pump his chest. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason had me pushing on his chest and he's saying,
Harder, go harder.
Break a rib if you have to. I remember being really frustrated, thinking we're losing him.
They did CPR for a few minutes and they yelled up, "It's not going well."
Chris, we need you down here.
Keep the pressure on here, buddy, okay? Stay calm. I'll be back, all right? Okay.
I raced down through the debris.
Have you seen any signs of life?
Blake was white, maybe a little blue, and not responsive at all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You're relying on your training, but it's a struggle.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
This is not a rubber mannequin. This is your friend, and he's not doing well.
15.
In the back of my head, I knew he was dead. But you continue just out of hope, because this is Blake, you know.
I remember just looking at Jason and he was just like, this is done. He's dead. And I just thought, wow.
"30 meters away, the terrible truth about his best friend is slowly dawning on Sam.
I just waited for this physically dominating man to stand up and take care of me. I saw 3 people stand up, and one wasn't Blake. That's when my world came crashing, and I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
Expectant father Blake Morstad lies dead in the snow.
That's a tough realization, but he was gone. There was nothing more that we could do for him, and that was fairly apparent. As a group, we just knew that our focus needed to shift to Sam.
Guys, I'm getting really cold up here.
The 5th friend, 25-year-old Sam Kavanagh, has suffered a horrific leg injury and is losing blood. Young EMT Chris Mackey knows he must work fast or watch a second friend die.
I was very concerned for Sam. He was in and out of shock, which was kind of hard to assess. He had lost an incredible amount of blood.
He's in shock. His body temperature is plummeting, and he risks hypothermia.
I was becoming extremely cold. I couldn't formulate thoughts very well. And there was literally a voice in my head that said, if you want to escape the vicious, vicious pain, My body said, all you gotta do is close your eyes.
After losing his brother-in-law, Matt Schuyler is determined not to let Sam die too.
I remember him shaking me out of this trance. He's like, Sam?
You're going back to Sarah. You're going home to your wife.
For him to put me in that position of fighting for something that was so important to me, at that moment, I had a reason to survive.
It's essential to get Sam warmth and shelter fast. But base camp is a kilometer away across rough terrain.
Matt, get us a sled, okay?
Matt ran back and grabbed a toboggan to get Sam back to the hut. Before I could move him, I had to splint his leg.
Splinting Sam's leg will close his wound and should slow the blood loss. But it also means grinding his broken bones back together.
This is gonna hurt, right?
Sam's a tough kid, but doing that with no pain control.
3. Yeah. 1, 2.
Is about as painful as it gets.
3.
By nightfall, the men begin their short trip back to camp, but soon realize that Sam faces a grueling journey. The deep snow and level terrain mean that the sled keeps sinking.
We were on our hands and knees, just clawing through the snow. We were working as hard as I've ever worked doing anything.
We were just going 10 steps at a time, and we'd just fall over, do it again. It just took forever to cover any ground.
As the group struggles on, the temperature plummets to well below freezing, and Sam begins to show signs of hypothermia.
Despite it being 0 degrees out, I was sweating bullets. I was shaking uncontrollably. Multiple times, Matt and Jason bundled up around me, just trying to stabilize me.
Sam!
There was times where he just wouldn't really respond, and we would shake him awake.
Sam, you stay with us, buddy, okay? Hey, don't go to sleep, buddy.
It was a critical situation, for sure.
Finally, after 2.5 hours out in the bitter cold, the group gets Sam into the shelter of base camp.
Once we got back, there was a sense of relief.
Easy, easy.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, easy. Go, Sam.
Yeah, Matt, give me that water.
But EMT Chris Mackey knows that the journey may have done untold damage to Sam's shattered leg.
It's at that point where we needed to look again at his leg, and I knew the boot needed to come off.
Okay, Sam, that's gonna hurt.
I tried to prepare Sam for the pain that he was gonna be going through.
I want you to bite down on this for me, and we're gonna get this done, okay? Yeah?
He bed down on a rag, and we slowly, precariously started to remove his boot.
Okay, go. Come on.
You have to imagine my leg is only currently being held on by the very back muscle. And I remember yelling out,
Just rip it off now!
It was pain that it takes your breath away. It leaves you gasping for air.
Okay.
It was like nothing I've ever experienced, nor do I ever want to experience that again.
Now that the boot is off, Chris can finally see the severity of Sam's injury and its deadly implications.
This is just shocking. Sam was bleeding internally to the point of it being fatal, if not controlled. And there was really nothing we could do to stop the bleeding.
Sam needs immediate surgery. But high on the mountain, there's no mobile phone signal to call for rescue. and it's far too dangerous to ski out in the dark. All the friends can do is watch over Sam and pray he lasts the night.
The decision that we made as a group was to wait till first light. And we took rotations staying up with Sam.
And as the hours dragged by, the friends' thoughts turned to Blake, who only hours ago was still among them.
We were all mourning Blake. It was unsettling knowing that your friend was lying out there in the dark, in the snow, alone.
Sam Kavanagh has survived the night, but is fading fast. By now, he's lost over a third of his blood and is in dire need of a transfusion. His friends must summon help immediately.
Camp started getting a little busy. Matt and Chris are up, getting ready for the trip out. And that's when we started going through packs. And realizing we didn't have all the stuff that we needed.
Spare ski poles. They're in Blake's pack.
Without ski poles, it will be impossible for them to reach civilization. But going back to revisit their dead friend is a task no one wants to complete.
I'll go. You wait here.
I followed our tracks up from the night before. I was a bit hesitant because it was like a bad dream at that point. And seeing the evidence of the avalanche made it all very real again. Found Blake. Searched around and grabbed some ski poles. It's a very odd thing to say, I realize. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd seen in my life. The violence of the day before had been replaced. It was very quiet. It was just me. Just me and Blake at that point. So it was a very special moment.
You ready? Hang in there, young.
We skied as fast as we could.
For 4 hours, they ski through dangerous avalanche terrain. Finally, they make it to the base of the mountain, where they left their snowmobiles. From here, they're just an hour's drive from mobile phone contact with the outside world.
And the one thing you need to happen is that snow machine starting.
We couldn't get the stupid thing to start.
It's dead.
It was a nightmare.
The The snowmobiles belong to Sam, and Matt and Chris aren't sure how to get them started.
We tried different ways of starting it. We kicked it, we cursed at it, we cajoled it.
Without a snowmobile, they face a cross-country ski that could take as long as a day. High on the mountain, the situation is rapidly worsening. A storm front is closing in, and if it hits, any helicopter rescue will become impossible.
The weather was changing. That started to raise a red flag. I was really worried and concerned for my life. I didn't like the occasional whiff or smell that I would get from the decaying flesh. I knew that the life was slipping from me. But you have to hope that it's not over. My time wasn't done. I wasn't finished.
Down at the base of the mountain, Matt is still grappling with how to start Sam's snowmobile.
Sam is in a life and death situation, and nobody even knows.
We just couldn't delay anymore.
Chris decides he has no choice but to ski on.
As I'm out in the middle of this big field, I hear the snow machine, belch to life. And that frustration and anxiety quickly melted away.
Once they emerge from the shadow of the mountain, Chris fires up his mobile phone.
The first time we got half a bar, we called search and rescue.
Hello? Look, my friend needs urgent medical attention. Yeah, okay, but hurry.
I distinctly remember talking with the head of search and rescue.
Yeah.
He was very professional. He asked the right questions, and I said,
If ever you needed a helicopter, yeah, this is now.
Suddenly you heard this very faint thud, and it kind of drew a little closer, And then Jason came in, he's like, man, there's a helicopter.
They're coming.
And you could hear this helicopter closer and closer as if it's just right over our head. I'm elated. They're coming to rescue us. This is it. Then the helicopter would faint and it would go away.
Please! Come back!
We didn't know what was going on. Could they not see us? Because we could clearly see them. And Jason said,
they're coming straight back. I'm sure of it.
And the helicopter flew over, you could hear the rotors. And then they got a little quieter, and they disappeared. And it just went dead silent.
30 kilometers away, Chris and Matt have made it back to the safety of their truck, where news of the aborted rescue attempt is filtering through.
Search and rescue kept saying, we can't do this, it's not gonna happen. They were in the middle of a snowstorm. There was 60 inches of new snow. They just couldn't land, just couldn't happen. I remember Chris just telling them,
our friend is gonna die.
You have to get there tonight.
I thought it was very likely that we were going to come out of this with 2 people dead.
The rescue helicopter can't try again till daybreak, and the mood at camp is desperate.
There was anger, but I just had to try to make it to tomorrow.
But by now, Sam's leg is starting to decompose. And with no antibiotics to stop the spread of poisonous toxins, his organs are starting to shut down.
I needed to go to the bathroom, and I was trying to pee into a plastic juice jug.
Jason.
And so I talked Jason into letting me sit upright. And as soon as I swung my leg down, it was literally like somebody had opened a faucet. And the stench of decaying blood and bacteria-infested flesh was just compounding the fact that this was unsurvivable. I was scared and I was fearful. I had reached my limit.
In the backcountry wilderness of Montana, search and rescue air crews are grounded by a fierce snowstorm. 2,000 meters up, Chris Mackey and Matt Schuyler have battled their way back to camp, where 24 hours ago, they left critically injured Sam Kavanagh fighting for his life.
When Matt and I arrived, there was a big relief that Sam was still with us. But he was in a very tenuous situation.
How are you, buddy? Hanging in there?
He had lost an incredible amount of blood. I'm not going to venture how much longer he could have lasted, but we were pushing that limit, I think. I knew that we were racing against time to get him to hospital.
It's a desperate dilemma. Any attempt to drag Sam down the mountain would trigger further blood loss and probably kill him. His only hope of survival is an airlift, but rescue helicopters can't land in the deep snow around the camp.
Matt, come with me, okay?
I remember Chris said, if you want a helicopter to come in here, start stepping on snow and make a helipad. I knew if the helicopter couldn't land, we were taking out a dead body.
It's early afternoon, and the storm rages on. But then a glimmer of hope. A medical team have fought their way through the blizzard. They'll try to stabilize Sam until the helicopter can land.
To have that level of expertise there was a big relief. They had antibiotics and some pain medication, and medically pretty much took over.
I was happy to at least be seen by a doctor for the first time. But when he opened up the bandage, he was shocked by the smell, by the infection, by the decomposition of the tissue.
By now, the decomposing tissue is so poisonous, Sam's condition has reached critical. A decision is made. Despite the risk, the friends will have to drag Sam down the mountain. It's a desperate strategy.
Okay, Sam, we're gonna drag you out, okay?
The whole group collectively began wrapping me in the sleeping bag. At that point, my injury was so bad, the probability of me dying halfway out was pretty high.
1, 2, 3.
I think there was a real concern that I may not be able to survive.
I don't know, but then it was just like, this is a nightmare. We just couldn't lie there and watch him die.
Okay, ready? Let's go.
Wait.
Suddenly, we got word that the helicopter pilots were going to give it one more try.
Chopper's coming back.
We immediately started going to this makeshift landing zone that Chris and Matt had stomped out with their skis. Suddenly you hear the helicopter flying in, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder. And now you can feel the wind and the rotor wash and crystals of snow hitting your face. For the first time in 48 hours, I didn't feel pain. I was taken away from that, and I was rescued.
Chris Mackey went on to study medicine, graduating from medical school in 2010. Today he works as a hospital doctor in North Dakota. Matt Schuyler still lives and works in Montana, where he has 3 young children. Jason Thompson continues mountain guiding around the world. Sam Kavanagh was flown to hospital, where following an emergency operation on his shattered leg, doctors forecast a further 3 years of reconstructive surgery. 2 weeks later, Sam opted to have the limb amputated. Today, he works in Montana as a civil engineer and cycles for the US Paralympic team.
I've become an exceptional biker. I walk in the mountains. I run around with my daughter and my wife. The whole experience has taught me to live life and to love life. But it's emotional to think of losing Blake. Not just because he was a great guy, it was because he left a part of him in my heart. It's great to know that I've had people in my life have that impact on me, because I know ultimately that makes me a better person.
Two friends enjoy a sightseeing flight across scenic Alaska before an unplanned detour turns to disaster.
I'll never forget him looking at me and saying, "We're gonna crash."
And then there was a very loud noise. Then the lights went out.
Hang on, buddy, I'm coming! Ah!
Seriously injured and stranded in the middle of nowhere, they must hike to safety through terrain infested with grizzly bears.
There was no pepper spray, there was no shotgun, there was nothing between us and them.
You don't stand a chance against an animal like that.
In their desperate bid for survival, their only hope is to rely on each other.
Gary and I were going home, or we were gonna die trying.
Hang on, I'm coming!
Oh no.
The Knik River Valley in southern Alaska, an area of untamed natural beauty, overlooked by the majestic Chugach mountain range. Its most famous feature is the spectacular 45-kilometer-long Knik Glacier.
All set, Stuart. Take the other strut, Gary.
In nearby Palmer, two friends are getting ready for a sightseeing flight to the glacier.
Okay, clear on this side.
Taking the pilot's seat is Dave Akers, a veteran flyer with thousands of hours under his belt.
I've been flying aircraft since 1974. It's rewarding, it's challenging. Really love to fly.
Man, this is what I'm really gonna miss.
Texan Gary Knoll came north 2 years ago to work in Alaska's oil industry and quickly became firm friends with fellow outdoorsman Dave.
Really appreciate this, Dave.
We went out and did a lot of sightseeing together. We both had a mutual admiration for the outdoors. I would just jump at every opportunity I had to go fly with him.
I really haven't known Gary all that long, but, you know, sometimes you just click.
Dave's been teaching Gary the basics of flying, but this is their last lesson for a while. Gary and his family are returning home to Texas.
Okay, Gary, ready to go? Let's do it.
The 80-kilometer round trip should take no more than 2 hours. Dave and Gary plan to be back before dusk.
We were in just real remote scenery. No power lines, no roads, no human intervention in the land at all.
Alaska is just beautiful. It's called the last frontier, and it truly is the last frontier. There's just, you can get away from civilization very easily up there.
The weather stays fine as they track the river southeastwards. And after an hour, they reach their destination, the stunning Knik Glacier.
It's probably some of the most magnificent scenery that I can relate to. And I've seen a lot of country in my life.
Time's up, Gary.
Eager to land the plane while it's still daylight, Dave turns for home.
And as we headed back towards the airport,
Hey, Dave, look over there.
I remember glancing over to my right shoulder and seeing this mouth of this valley just opening up to our right there.
Let's go check it out.
Dave has never noticed this valley before.
Hey, come on, there might not be no next time. Okay.
Intrigued, he descends to take a closer look. But what Dave doesn't know is that this is a notorious spot where over a dozen planes have crashed before.
I had a lot of trust in the airplane and a lot of trust in my ability. Just wanted to kind of get a feel for the environment.
15 minutes later, Dave starts his climb out.
The valley was back behind us. I remember Dave just giving it full throttle.
We don't seem to be going up.
I did a quick instrument scan and noticed that I was going down at 200 feet a minute. I thought, something's not right. I immediately knew we were in a downdraft.
The aircraft is caught in a column of rapidly descending cold air. Its 145 horsepower engine can't generate enough lift to overcome the powerful downward force. The plane is now plummeting towards the ground at over 10 meters per second.
I needed to keep my wings level and get my airspeed as low as possible because we were going to impact. I had no choice but to accept that.
I'll never forget him looking at me and saying, "We're going to crash." The impact was tremendous.
Just loud, and I thought, oh no, what have I done?
Just feel the plane skidding and sliding.
And then a big noise, and then the lights went out.
After skidding for 30 meters, the plane has come to rest. Over 1,200 meters up a remote mountainside.
One of my first thoughts was, here I am covered in blood. I had a hard time focusing my eyes.
Miraculously, both men have survived the crash. But Dave appears to be unconscious.
I look around and I see Dave laid back in his seat, and his eyes are just rolled up in his head.
Dave.
I'm thinking, man, this is not good.
Dave. You hear me?
I immediately start yelling at him and trying to get his attention.
Dave, talk to me, man.
He was incoherent.
But their injuries are not the only problem.
Dave, we gotta get out.
Gasoline was just pouring out.
The force of the impact has ruptured the plane's fuel tanks.
Get the door.
The wreck could catch fire and explode at any moment.
Come on, man.
Gary must get his injured friend to safety.
Go! Go!
I'm pulling and tugging on him and trying to get him out of the plane.
Come on!
He's not responding.
Wake up!
I didn't have time to think, oh, are we gonna die or whatever.
Come on, man!
I just knew we gotta get away from the plane.
Come on!
Just kept yelling at him, come on, Dave, we gotta move, we gotta get out of here.
Gary finally manages to drag Dave clear of the wreckage and out of danger.
And the next thing I knew, I'm staring at the tundra.
Oh.
I recall thinking that we're two very lucky people to be alive.
Against all odds, Dave and Gary have survived the crash, but both have sustained multiple injuries.
I remember having a lot of pain up in my right chest and shoulder area. And then I looked up at Gary, and he had a pretty good gash in his forehead.
He don't look good. I'm okay.
Gary doesn't know it, but he has a serious skull fracture. Dave has broken 2 ribs and fractured his collarbone.
We needed to get some help quick, but nobody knew where we were at. I immediately started to feel guilty for what I had done.
Their unplanned detour means they're well off the usual flight path, and they've left their mobile phones back at the airfield. Their last hope is the plane's high-frequency radio. But to reach it, means braving the fuel-soaked fuselage.
The gasoline was still just pouring out of the plane, and we just determined we had to take a chance.
Gary grabs vital emergency gear, while Dave checks the radio. A single spark could ignite the fuel, turning the wreck into a lethal fireball.
I reached over to the master switch. I turned on the radio to see if there was anything there. There wasn't any power. It was just dead.
It's a devastating blow. Out here, it could take weeks for rescuers to find them. Now there's only one option left. They must walk off the mountain while they're still strong enough.
So we gathered up everything we had.
The men decide to head for the Kinnick River, where they hope to hit a logging road. But they set off woefully ill-equipped to survive in the harsh Alaskan wilderness.
You reckon I ought to get a jacket? Ah, don't worry. We'll be up and back before you know it.
I was dressed in my shorts, t-shirt, my tennis shoes on. We just thinking we're gonna go out for a quick sightseeing trip, but it's not the way to be dressed when you're out in the wilderness of Alaska.
An inventory of the bag they salvaged from the plane reveals little by way of supplies.
He had a little emergency bag that had some peanut butter, some bandages, some tarps, some old towels, a couple of sleeping bags. It was pretty limited, but we were able to utilize some of the things in it. Before we started down the hill, I made a sling for Dave's arm.
Sorry about this. We gotta put a sling on this thing. Okay. Easy.
Oh!
Better? Huh?
Yeah. Thanks. Then I tore a towel in half and got the bleeding on my forehead stopped.
But Dave and Gary are taking an almighty risk. They've crashed in an area with the largest brown bear population in North America. Often weighing in at over 300 kilos and standing at over 2 meters tall. The native brown bear is a fearsome predator, capable of ripping through flesh and bone. And they can smell blood up to 30 kilometers away.
Here I am, covered in blood. Dave is injured, and we're in bear country with no firearm.
With 40 kilometers to cover to the nearest settlement, their chances of survival are slim.
I would estimate we probably traveled 2.5 miles away from the plane.
You all right?
The going was so tough, and Dave was hurting.
Dave's smashed ribcage makes every movement searingly painful.
The pain was pretty intense, so at that point, I needed to rely on Gary's direction.
Here, above 1,000 meters, nighttime temperatures can drop below freezing, and as the sun begins to set, both men start to feel bitterly cold.
We're looking for ways to stay warm, so we made some makeshift ponchos.
Yeah.
Dave was really struggling, and we decided to stop for the night.
Concerned that pushing Dave on could exacerbate his injuries, Gary decides to make camp for the night.
We laid one of the big tarps out, and then pulled the second tarp up over us.
Dave and Gary desperately need rest, But they know that many of Alaska's fiercest animals come out to hunt at night.
I wanted to really be just on alert, listening for bears.
Weak, unarmed, and covered in blood, the men would be an easy meal for determined predators.
Gary had had a bear encounter earlier that year where he actually had to shoot the bear. If he's gonna come get you, he's gonna come get you, and you're defenseless.
Fearing for their lives, both men's thoughts turn to their families.
We love our wives and we love our kids, and that's where we wanted to be.
I could only imagine at that point they must have thought we were probably dead. We were so compelled to get off that mountain for that reason, just to let them know that we were all right.
Gary and I were going home, or we were gonna die trying.
As soon as there was enough light, I determined that we needed to get moving.
Come on, get up. We gotta get home.
Pretty soon I hear this, hey Dave, we gotta go.
We gotta get out of here. Oh, give me a break.
You're hurting and you're tired. I laid there for what seemed to me like 3 seconds.
Look, if I can keep moving in this, you can too.
He was getting really just rigid from his injuries. I had to convince Dave several times that we needed to get up and go.
Get up!
Dave's injured body craves rest. But Gary knows that if they're to make it out alive, they must get moving.
I was thinking that the best thing to do was to get up and start moving, get the blood circulating, get some warmth going, help perhaps boost the morale, just have a plan, put something into action. We had to backtrack out of the canyon that we flew up into. But, you know, everything looks different on the ground than it does from the air. The going was so tough that Dave couldn't help from falling. I mean, he would fall on that shoulder several times and just grimace in pain.
When you got a lot of pain like that on one side or the other, it's just really uncomfortable. It's kind of hard to keep the balance, but I needed to carry on.
Dave and Gary hope that the Kanik River will lead them back to civilization. But to reach it, they will have to navigate their way across 40 kilometers of treacherous terrain.
My concern really started growing there because you just don't know what's down in the alder brush.
We had enough blood about us that I would have rather been a moving target to a bear than a sitting target to a bear.
And then I spotted something moving off to our right, and I just froze. There was a huge grizzly.
We were literally just feet away from it.
Dave and Gary are now face to face with a 300-kilo grizzly bear. It's their worst nightmare.
You don't stand a chance against an animal like that. Largest predator in North America.
They're upwind of the grizzly, so it hasn't smelt them. Yet. But should the wind change, the scent of blood will surely attract this fearsome predator. The two friends are in grave danger.
The bear was just prowling back and forth.
And then it turned back towards us. We are obviously his territory and his domain, I thought to myself, hold still. I remember Gary saying, Lord, help the bear to turn the other way. That's exactly what the bear did.
We were so relieved when that happened. It was like we could breathe again, you know.
We both looked at each other and said, this is not where we need to be right now.
As quiet as possible, we sort of cut back at a 45-degree angle. We wanted to just put some distance between us and that bear.
I remember looking back a few times, wondering if there was anything following us. And then we noticed a large area that had been stomped around.
Oh, no. It's fresh, isn't it?
We were standing just feet away from this moose kill.
When a grizzly kills a moose, it'll take it and bury it, let it rot a little bit. Seeing that moose's head and legs and stuff sticking out of the ground, that was not a good feeling right there at that point.
Dave and Gary have accidentally stumbled into the heart of the grizzly's lair.
And I'm thinking, oh, great, you know, the bear's right down the stream from us. We're in its kitchen here, and he or she would have been probably pretty aggressive if he thought we were invading on his kill.
Brown bears are notoriously territorial, and the men know this one could return at any moment.
There was no pepper spray, there was no shotgun, there was nothing between us and them, and absolutely no protection whatsoever.
I'm thinking this bear's gonna come busting out of the woods any minute now.
Between a bear and its kill was not the place to be. And that's when we started moving off.
Reeking of blood, Dave and Gary are desperate to avoid another bear encounter.
Bears are unpredictable. You never know what it is that's going to provoke them to attack you. We were definitely in a position to have that happen at any moment.
One of the items we had was a bear whistle. And we just blow on that pretty much all the time. You don't want to surprise a bear. That's the worst thing you can do. Your senses are really on high alert.
The men stumble onto the bank of a 10-meter-wide river. If they can reach the other side, they should be out of the bear's territory. Dave is the first to try and wade across.
As he starts to enter the creek, I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm looking for that big old grizzly bear.
The water was ice cold. Of course, the whole balancing act with the pack and the pain and everything was challenging. And then lost my footing and got pulled downstream.
I turn around and look, and Dave's gone. look downstream, and there's Dave. He washed downstream about 20, 25 yards or so.
In the fast-flowing torrent, Dave's broken collarbone and ribs make trying to swim agony. Soon he's freezing cold and struggling just to keep his head above water.
Hang on, I'm coming!
Dave manages to drag himself to shallow water. But on a day when the temperature is barely 4 degrees Celsius, his body temperature is plummeting.
I'm thinking, great, this is not good, you know. Now he's gonna get hypothermia.
Come on, let's get you dried off. No.
Gary said, you know, you need to wring out all your clothes.
We gotta get out of here.
Dave decides that getting dry isn't their biggest concern.
We're still within proximity of where we had just seen this bear, and I said, no, we'll just trek hard, and I'll just try to body heat it out.
Dave is risking hypothermia. Now, more than ever, the two friends need rescuing. 30 kilometers away in Palma, the men's wives have raised the alarm, and an air search has been underway all day. But the rescue teams are unaware that the two men are much higher up the mountains than anticipated, and beyond the limits of their search area. For now, Dave and Gary are on their own.
Now, I remember Dave falling several times.
You all right?
But he wouldn't complain. You just get up and keep on going. And I could tell he was hurting.
With every movement, over the uneven terrain, Dave's broken ribs threaten to puncture a lung. If that happens before they reach safety, he might not survive.
You could just feel the piercing inside in the chest, and it was uncomfortable.
Dave is the one in pain, but the men still don't realize that it's Gary who's in the most serious danger. The skull fracture he suffered in the crash puts him at risk of a brain hemorrhage.
We're hiking hard here, and we're sweating, and we're putting out energy, and it was just like you could never take on enough water.
I was so thirsty, I didn't care if it was dirty, I didn't care what was in it. I was determined to get some moisture in my mouth.
And then we remembered we had a jar of peanut butter.
The peanut butter they retrieved from the plane is a godsend. It's not much, but it gives the men a desperately needed boost.
Peanut butter was always good to eat. You could feel a little pickup.
Yeah, it was just like a shot of energy, so packed with protein and the sugars. It was the first time I'd probably eaten in well over 24 hours. And I remember how good that peanut butter tasted.
The friends continue hiking south in the general direction of the Kinnick River.
That was a lot further journey than what we'd imagined. Every time you come over a rise, you think we're gonna see it.
But the rough terrain and their worsening injuries make progress painfully slow.
We carried on for a couple hours.
Our bodies were growing more and more exhausted at this point. And then I looked up. And we caught our first glimpse of the Kinnick River down below us. That was where we're trying to get to.
After hiking for more than 20 kilometers through the brutal Alaskan wilderness, the two friends can see the river, which they hope will lead them back to civilization.
Try?
We decided it's time to go down and try to get out through the valley floor.
Facing a long, slow descent to the valley below, they decide to take a shortcut. But it means scrambling down a steep, wooded slope.
It just got steeper and steeper and wetter, and the underbrush was just really green. The ground was slippery.
You had to be careful with every step because you could really break an ankle or twist a knee. You had to hang on to brush. It was so steep that if you let go, you're just going to tumble out of control.
All of a sudden, my feet slipped out from underneath me, and I started sliding down the hill.
Unable to stop himself, Dave is hurtling towards the edge of a 15-meter precipice.
We're picking up speed. As the branches are going by, I'm reaching out with my arm. I look down, and there's nothing underneath me. I stopped solid. And then I went to put my feet underneath me, and there wasn't anything there. I looked down, and it was another drop on down to the bottom.
Hang on, buddy, I'm coming!
Finally, I pulled myself up until I could get my feet underneath me. Had I have gone off of that, I may not be sitting here.
I realized that was probably the worst mistake of the whole journey.
Dave and Gary's shortcut has badly backfired.
Let's go.
Exhausted from their exertions and the pain of their injuries, they now have to climb nearly 150 meters back up a 45-degree slope.
That was a pretty demoralizing point. Right there was just trying to get back all the way up to where we started from.
It was pretty steep.
Dave is in a bad way. The fall aggravated his broken ribs, and now every breath is agony.
I was just grasping for air. There was a concern there about what it was that was going to happen next with your body, because you could feel things weren't working as they should be.
The grueling climb saps what little strength Dave has left. And now Gary's in trouble too.
I don't feel good.
I'm thinking something weird is going on here.
Come on, Gary, we gotta keep going.
Man, this is really strange. But I knew we had to keep on going.
What you doing? It's this way.
It's this way.
And he's going, why are we going south?
I promise you, it's this way.
I've normally got a great sense of direction, but I'm thinking the injuries to my forehead were beginning to take a toll.
Gary's growing confusion is a worrying symptom of his fractured skull and severe concussion. Up to this point, he's taken the lead. But now, he realizes that it's his turn to rely on Dave.
At this point, I decided to follow Dave's lead. I mean, he was seemed to be thinking clearly.
Gary needs urgent medical attention. The search efforts continue. But as the friends' unplanned detour took them way off the usual flight path, the search doesn't extend to where they're stranded. 24 hours after the crash, Dave and Gary still haven't reached the Canuck River, their route back to civilization.
I gotta rest.
Then, Gary catches sight of something through the trees.
And then I can remember seeing what I thought was a hunter. Thought, man, that's odd. It's not even hunting season.
Dave! Look! Gary, what is it? I thought I saw a hunter. Gary, there's nothing there.
At this point, I'm starting to understand that Gary's operating in some sort of a reduced mental capacity.
Gary's erratic behavior is worrying Dave. For the first time, he realizes that his friend's head injury could be life-threatening.
Watching Gary go through that, it increased my feelings of guilt for having caused the accident in the first place. It gave me a drive to want to do everything I could to make sure that we could get to some help quick.
The friends' hike to safety just became a race against the clock. Dave pushes on, determined to get his friend the medical help he so desperately needs.
I turned around and there was no Gary. I thought, how can that be? He was just here. You know, where did Gary go?
Gary has disappeared. His worsening head injury makes him completely reliant on his friend for survival. Dave retraces his steps, fearful of what he might find.
I'm here, Gary. Come on.
When I called him and he didn't answer.
Come on.
And I called him again and he didn't answer. That was a very low moment.
If Dave can't find his friend, he will die.
All of a sudden, his whistle went off. He had tripped and fallen in the brush. It was just amazing to see Gary again.
I began to taper off, mainly due to the impact to my forehead, and I really began to hallucinate.
Hey! Hey! Come on. I'm here, Gary. Come on. Come on, Gary. Come on.
And I remember thinking at this point, man, I'm sure glad Dave was there with me, because I did realize that he was thinking right.
The two men are tantalizingly close to the Canuck River, their route map to civilization.
Come on, keep coming.
But Gary's condition is getting worse with every step. He could slip into unconsciousness at any time.
But then I heard the sound of an aircraft.
Look!
It was headed right up towards us.
It's a de Havilland Beaver. It's red. I know the people who even operate the airplane. It's that close, I can see it.
Quick, quick, flare.
The plane is flying upriver towards the Canuck Glacier. Gary and Dave scramble for the emergency flare they retrieved from their aircraft.
The timing just perfect. He was coming right at us, and I shot the flare off right in front of the plane.
And I'm thinking, it just doesn't get any better than that.
The flare started to illuminate When it got to its crest, the plane banked away 180 degrees away from us. He never so much as saw it.
It was disheartening to me to see the plane fly off. There has to be the golden moment for a rescue, and it wasn't our golden moment.
It's a crushing blow. Gary's survival chances just took a major hit. The men stumble on, but now even the terrain seems to conspire against them.
It is just nothing but tangled sticks and brush. We literally couldn't see much more than about 50 feet. It's thick. It's really thick.
Hey? Gary, come on.
I could really just feel a sinking feeling coming on me. It would take 10 times the effort to just go 5 feet.
And now, Gary has completely lost his grip on reality.
I would see camps, campfires, tents. They would just vaporize. They would just vanish. There was nothing there.
As the light fades, Dave starts to feel desperate.
Come on, keep coming.
He's convinced that Gary won't survive another night out here.
Come on, Gary, get up. Keep coming, keep coming.
Watching Gary not move as fast, being quieter, that was a real sinking feeling. Quietly, I talked to God and prayed for our survival. And then I hear car engines. And I think, no, that's not car engines. Then I hear it again. And then I hear a big roar.
And then I see lights shining through the trees.
Look. Hey! Hey!
By some miracle, Gary and Dave have stumbled onto a logging road and a car full of holidaymakers.
They come running up to us there, and it was just the most awesome thing. I was very blessed to be alive.
After 33 hours alone in the wilderness, Dave and Gary are finally rescued.
We were going home. It's remarkable that we survived the crash. It's remarkable that we were in physical condition to be able to walk out. And it's remarkable that we did not have a physical encounter with a bear.
The men were rushed to hospital in Parma, where doctors treated Gary's head injury. He was lucky not to need surgery, but it took him nearly 6 months to get over the effects of his fractured skull. An air search took 2 weeks to locate Dave's crashed plane. Despite his terrifying ordeal, Dave was back at the controls within 2 months.
I'll continue to fly. I'll continue to love aviation very much. I don't see my life without it.
In fact, Dave is renovating another aircraft to replace the one he lost on the mountain.
I'm fortunate to be able to go on as a pilot, and I'll encourage others, including Gary. I hope that he continues on to get his pilot's license.
The experience has made Dave and Gary's bond of friendship even stronger.
Me and Dave have grown really close. You don't go through an experience like that, somebody can survive and not come out of it a lot closer.
Could I have done this alone? I don't think so. I think that if it wasn't for Gary being there, that I wouldn't be here.
A sightseeing trip to a remote Mayan temple turns into disaster when professional diver Ken Wilson leaves his friends and gets lost in the jungle.
I have no sense of direction, what's east, west, north, south.
He's lost. He's going further away. And now I'm really concerned.
Now he has to learn to survive in this predator-infested hell. But weeks alone in the jungle will destroy his body and his mind.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. I could already be dead, and I don't know it.
Hey guys, how you doing in the back?
I'm hungover, it's your fault.
How many beers did you drink last night?
Professional diver Ken Wilson and his employer and close friend Kathy Gorgans run a small tourist resort on the Mexican island of Cozumel.
We sell fun. You're taking people to do something they love every day. And that's when people are happy. And that's the best time to be around those people is when they're happy.
Ken, tell them about your first dive.
Oh, Kathy, yeah. Well, I used to tend bar in Bonterre.
For Ken, this was a chance to quit his job in construction, to do what he loves best, scuba diving.
It's probably one of the most peaceful things you could do. You're totally weightless. It's almost a form of meditation.
We'd love to take you diving, Ken, but you're wearing your wetsuit on back to front.
Ken is like, I would say, something that you find like a rock and you think, oh, this is pretty, I'm gonna keep it. And then you shine it up and you find out he's a gem.
Today, they're taking 2 of their customers to see the ancient Mayan ruins on the island.
All right, let's check it out. Here we go.
It's the last day of the holiday, and tomorrow they all return to the US.
Hold on.
We had 6 lovely days of diving. On the 7th day, we decided we'll walk around the ruins, work up an appetite, go have breakfast.
Hey, you want a guide? No, no talk aggressive. But I'm a good guide. No talk aggressive. I'm the best guide ever.
The Mayan ruins are all that remains of a lost civilization that lived on the island over 1,000 years ago.
You just felt like you were in a sauna. It was so hot and so humid, and it was just hard to breathe. And then the mosquitoes were just so bad.
Well, this certainly isn't the one in the picture.
Collapsed and overgrown, the ruins are a far cry from the magnificent Mayan structures Ken had imagined.
Let's go a little further and see what we can find.
You know what? You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
You sure you'll be okay?
Ken, I'll be fine.
We began to work our way out through the ruins, and of course now it's about 11 o'clock and the heat's really building up.
Look, Ken, I'm sorry. I'm going back.
It's not long before the other two have also had enough of the oppressive heat.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Me neither.
I said, well, I'm going to walk on about another 15 minutes. And I probably should have stayed with them, you know.
Located in the center of the island, the ruins are surrounded by hundreds of kilometers of thick, impenetrable jungle.
At that time, there wasn't any signs, there wasn't any markers, and it was pretty grown up.
Ken is determined to find the ruin pictured on his ticket receipt. But he's having no luck, so he decides to head back.
I need to get back. Catherine's hot. She needs to leave. We need to go back and get something to drink.
But it's not as easy as he thinks. All the paths look the same.
So I crossed yet another intersection, then another intersection. It became a little confusing about which fork of this I was taking, so I began to explore off this branch, and I would come to the next intersection, and this is not familiar.
The network of Mayan pathways that centuries ago linked one building to the next is now an overgrown maze. And Ken is lost in the middle of it.
I'm sorry, guys. This is really unlike Ken.
Half hour goes by, 45 minutes go by. Now my intuition's kicking in. It's going, there's something wrong. Ken's not like this. This is out of his character.
The sun's directly overhead. I have no sense of direction, what's east, west, north, south. And now I'm really starting to get charged up. I need to rely on a little bit of adrenaline to get me where I need to go. And at that point, that was a state of panic.
Then all of a sudden, an hour goes by, an hour and a half, and I said, that's it. There's something wrong here.
Kathy!
We don't hear him. So I said, let's go back to the entrance. Maybe he's waiting for us back there.
What was that?
Then I heard this real faint call.
That's Ken. That's gotta be him. Ken! Ken, we're over here!
Kathy!
And I said, you guys hear that? And they said, no, what? And I said, just listen. Let's just sit here for a minute. Just listen. So we all listened. And then all of a sudden we heard that call. I said, see, did you hear that? Yeah, I did. Call back. I know that's Ken. He's lost.
I heard him call back.
Thinking he can make out the direction of Kathy's voice, Ken makes a fatal error.
And made the decision to leave the paths and go straight through the jungle to where I heard the noise.
Ken thinks he's heading straight for Kathy. But he's been deceived. The thick jungle has distorted her screams. And every step he takes is leading him away from her and deeper into Cozumel's dark heart.
Kathy!
Kathy can no longer hear Ken's cries.
And now I'm really concerned. He's lost. He's going further away.
So whenever I didn't hear a response from the last call, it really gave a sort of sinking feeling.
Kathy!
He's hopelessly lost in one of the deadliest environments on Earth. In just 3 hours, it will be dark, and Ken will have to confront the terrors of the jungle at night. He's been missing for over 6 hours, and his friend Kathy is increasingly concerned.
I asked some of the tour guys there, I said, can you help us? You know, the guy is lost in there, and he didn't come out with us, and I'm really concerned he can't find his way out.
Panic drives Ken forward, but he has no idea where he's going.
I can still get out of here. Every minute I'm thinking I can still get out of here.
But pushing through the dense forest growth is draining his strength.
It really began to take a toll on me physically. The brush is so thick, you can never walk in a straight line for more than 10 or 15 feet, so I really have no sense of direction right now. I need to hurry up and get back, push harder, push harder. Would run into vines, which would tear up my ankles, and I would end up falling down again.
It's 4 p.m. In just 2 hours, the jungle will be plunged into darkness.
I might have covered 2 miles in that first burst of energy, but now I'm going really slow. Sun's starting to set in, it's getting darker and darker.
Desperate to escape the jungle before nightfall, Ken pushes himself harder.
I had caught my leg in a hole, and I thought, well, I've almost broken my leg just now. If I break my leg, I can't walk out of here. And I decided to make my camp here for the night.
Ken now faces a terrifying night alone in the jungle. A fire is all that stands between him and unseen predators.
It was a little bit of an eerie feeling because I'm thinking there could be someone out there watching me.
All around him, the jungle is coming alive.
I could hear some kind of animal and occasional leaf rustling. I had a degree of paranoia, and there was no way I was going to be able to sleep in that situation.
Scared and alone, Ken's thoughts turned to his friend, Kathy.
Of course, in the back of my mind, I knew the whole time that I'm there that Catherine is going to be at the forefront of somebody looking for me.
He doesn't know it, but he's right. Kathy's raised the alarm back at their hotel. But at night, there's nothing anyone can do.
I was crying. I was really upset. I just sat on the edge of the bed, fully dressed, just praying and praying, please, God, help him find his way out. Please help him find his way out.
Ken makes it through the night. He's had barely any sleep, and his body is still recovering from the exertions of the previous day.
You know, the first day, our plan was to go to the ruins and go eat breakfast. So the moment I was lost, I was already hungry. I had not eaten from the night before, and I desperately needed something to drink.
But his first priority is to find a way out of the jungle. His flight back to America is due to leave in 6 hours, and he's determined to be on it.
As soon as the sun came up the next morning, I'm I can still make it to the airplane. I can still make it. I can make it to the flight. Wouldn't it be something if they had all my bags packed and Catherine was at the airport and I ran in to get in line at the last minute? I can still do it.
Ken doesn't know which direction to run, but he's sure he must come out of the jungle soon.
Now I've got to come out the road. It's going to be any minute now.
The jungle is an assault course, and Ken has to climb and drag his way through it.
A lot of times when you got to get it done, you've got to call on that adrenaline to help you out. You're using your adrenaline as a tool. Yes, I can still make it. I can still make it to the airport in time to get on my flight. I'm going faster and faster because, you know, I've got less and less time.
But racing through the jungle is badly dehydrating Ken. And the lack of fluid is causing crippling muscle cramps. And it's too late, anyway.
And I knew that that was my flight, and there was no way I was going to make it back to the airport. I've really messed things up.
As far as he knows, Kathy is on her way back home, and he is on his own. Ken has no choice but to keep going and try to find a way out.
As the day goes on, it's just sweltering. It's like being in a sauna.
In this tropical jungle, where temperatures can hit 40 degrees, he's losing as much as 10 liters of fluid a day. Unless he finds water soon, his kidneys, liver and brain will begin to shut down.
I am really dehydrated. I am so thirsty as my mouth is like a cotton ball. You don't care whether the water's dirty or not. Any water will do.
It's not a lot, and Ken risks deadly bacteria. But then he hears something to give him hope.
I began to hear this drone, this sound. I said, oh, this has got to be the highway. I can hear it.
But the sound of the road turns out to be the buzz of a huge beehive. Once again, the jungle has deceived him. Ken now faces a second night alone. Using his last match, he decides to build a giant fire, hoping the flames will be spotted from the air.
And this fire is just roaring, and these sparks are going like 50, 80 feet up in the air in this huge fire, and I'm thinking, somebody's looking for me, they're gonna see this, they're gonna see the smoke, they're gonna know where I'm at.
Come on, yeah, come on! Come on, this is big enough for you! Come on, guys, see this, come on! Come on!
And the night began to wear on, and it was like, well, nobody's here yet. Somebody should have been able to see it.
Come on, please, come on!
But Ken's fire is just a pinprick of light in nearly 1,000 square kilometers of jungle. Nobody sees it.
I wanted someone to come in and save me and pull me out of the jungle.
For the first time, Ken begins to fear that his decision to wander off on his own may cost him his life.
I'm from Missouri, the middle of the United States. I couldn't be further away from where I was grown and was raised, and everything is unfamiliar to me here. This hunger that begins to take over, that you can feel your stomach's empty. There's nothing in here.
He's past the point of caring where the food comes from or what it might do to him.
I found this gourd that was about the size of a cantaloupe that grew in a tree. And I took a taste of it. It tasted like, I can only describe it as the way lighter fluid smells. And I thought, you know, this is really toxic.
God. Oh.
The biggest aggravation of that was these blood-drawing flies that would just take a big hunk of skin out of your leg. It was like a deer fly, we would call them back home. Something small the size of a house fly that would bite into your flesh and draw blood, and obviously had some kind of bacteria, and it would cause some swelling.
Unknown to Ken, his friend Kathy is spending thousands of dollars of her own money to launch a rescue mission.
I never experienced anything like this. I mean, I love this man. He's my best friend, and I can't even imagine what it would be like if he died.
Finding anyone hidden under a canopy of leaves spanning hundreds of kilometers would be almost impossible. But Ken is already working on his own solution.
And I climb up this tree and start looking around, and I see nothing but jungle. No matter which direction I look, it's just jungle.
Ken uses the only tool he has with him, a penknife, to cut down the thick foliage for a better view.
Damn it!
Ken can't afford to lose such a vital tool. It could make the difference between life and death.
I went all the way down, about 30, 40 feet down the tree, with my eyes exactly on it.
His route is blocked by a deadly python, and his only weapon is out of reach.
And I'm thinking, well, this is not something that I want to have wrap itself around me.
Ken must find the knife. But he knows the python could be within striking distance.
And I could not find the knife. I looked around in the leaves, couldn't find it.
And something else is lurking in the jungle.
I can hear this noise. It was really heavy. I could hear sticks breaking. Kept getting louder and louder.
Exhausted, after 80 hours of blindly running through the jungle, Ken remembers the #1 rule, should you get lost.
You know, they always say the best thing to do is stay put. Just stay put, somebody will find you.
Almost immediately, his prayers seem to be answered.
There has to be some kind of search going on. I decided I'm gonna climb up this tree and I'll be able to flag down this helicopter that I can hear in the distance. I'm gonna wave them down with this flag. They'll for sure be able to see me.
The helicopter is definitely searching the jungle. Kathy's come through for him.
Hey, I'm over here! Hey, over here!
And I see that they're gonna start searching this area, and here I am. I'm gonna be out of here. It's over now.
Look down now! Here! Guys, look!
And I'm thinking, oh, this is great. They brought in some kind of American search team. I'll be out of here lickety-split.
Look down! Come on! Look down! I'm here! Come on! Come on, please!
I can see this lady inside the helicopter with white tennis shoes with laces. She's wearing gold-rimmed glasses, has blonde hair.
Hey, come on!
I can see every detail. If I would have had a rock in my hand, I could have hit the lady inside the helicopter. I was that close. It was like a for sure moment I was going to be found.
But it's not Kathy.
The lady is talking to somebody on the other side, and it just keeps going.
Come back! Come back! I'm here! God damn it! Guys! Come back! Oh! Oh, come on!
The rescue team haven't seen him.
I'm reliving this in my mind over and over again. I just can't believe this just happened. It was just devastating.
Ken has decided to stop trying to walk out of the jungle, sit tight and wait for another chopper. But staying still makes him easy prey.
Well, I would be just covered with mosquitoes in the night. I would cover myself up with 60, 70 leaves like a blanket to try to keep these mosquitoes away. And that would work great for about 5, 7 minutes till the mosquitoes would find their way through these leaves. Jump! I'd have to jump up and just be totally aggravated and start slinging leaves around and just repeat the process every 10 or 15 minutes, every night. And it was the only way I could keep the insects and the mosquitoes from just eating you alive out there.
Over the following days, Ken stays in the clearing, desperately searching for food and water.
I found these plants that are growing in the tree limbs, and they're holding their own water. I looked inside, there's a small snail, there's a little frog in there. It was like, okay, this water is really bad. So now I scavenged the whole side of the clearing looking for these plants because there's just not enough water, and I'm really parched. was sitting there dreaming about snow cones and popsicles. If someone were to walk out here and try to sell me a snow cone, how much would I pay for it right now? I think I got up to about $800.
But Ken's daydreams are a dangerous distraction. He needs to stay focused on survival. Each day, the distant sound of search aircraft torments him. He has no way of catching their attention.
They would come in over the jungle and then kind of shut their engines off to an idle and go to stall speed as they would try to peer into the trees to find me.
Ken knows they can't see him through the dense jungle canopy. To make matters worse, he can't find the 2 liters of water a day his body needs, and he's starving. He hasn't eaten more than a mouthful of fruit in 8 days.
I mean, my body's turned on itself now, and it's feeding on my fat and my muscle, and I'm really starting to lose weight.
The jungle is winning. Ken is losing his grip.
I'm in a situation where I'm not talking to another human being, which, if you really stop to think about it, is not normal. How many days does the average person go through and never talk to anybody, never hear a voice on the radio, never talk to anybody on the phone? I mean, it's not a normal situation.
Ken fears he'll lose his mind, and with no sign of any more helicopters, he decides he has to get moving and save himself.
I've wasted 4 days sitting here now. I'm just gonna have to get up and walk.
He's heading straight through the jungle maze, hoping to hit a path or road.
I began to develop a routine. As soon as the sun came up, I would need to begin to walk. And the heat of the day would come on. I would have to spend 3 or 4 hours sitting in the shade just to conserve the moisture in my body. I wouldn't let negative thoughts influence my situation. If I thought, oh my God, that's disastrous, I'm gonna die here now. If I let that thought come into my mind, you know, maybe I wouldn't survive.
But days without enough water and more sleepless nights are pushing his body to the edge of human endurance.
I would never sleep more than 15 minutes at a time because I knew there was a threat from wild animals.
There's only one way to fend off the animals and get the rest his body needs. A fire. Although he has no matches left, he's thought of a smart alternative.
I shorted the positive and the negative battery terminals in an attempt to start a fire. However, there just wasn't quite enough juice in it to work.
There's one last hope.
I decided I'm going to try to build a fire using my shoelaces.
Friction is the most ancient way of lighting a fire. With patience, it should generate enough heat to start a small flame.
That went on for 3 hours, 4 hours. It would just get hot enough to smoke a little bit and stop, but everything there was so wet that the fire just wouldn't start. Come on. I was sitting on the floor there just rubbing away in this tree trunk, and I'm thinking, you know, this is not gonna work, and my back is in excruciating pain now.
Everything Ken has tried has failed. He's losing the battle. The jungle has started to claim his body. Now, it will claim his mind. In the last 13 days, all he's had to keep him alive are a few rancid fruits and dribbles of water sucked from plants.
I was thinking all the time that this could go on forever, that I'm never gonna get out of here. I know I can't last forever. Eventually I would die, but I can't let myself dwell on that.
Dehydration is tearing Ken apart.
I know I need to eat, but the first call is for water. My body's saying it needs water.
He's so desperate, he's forced to drink stagnant, dirty water.
And as I'm dipping my camera bag to use as a filter to try to filter out some whatever contaminants could be in this water, I see a small lizard. And this little lizard's about 4 inches long. I could just swallow it whole. I started to swallow him whole, and then he got stuck in my throat because it was still alive. So then I killed him. He ended up being, I guess you could call that a meal.
Desperation is pushing Ken to a place he's never gone before. Fantasy and reality are starting to blur.
I began to build these elaborate scenarios about what was going to happen when I walked out of here. I had this credit card, and I was going to get a taxi. I was going to buy some clothes and get to a hotel.
Hey, take me into town, please.
I'll get that, Ken.
And it isn't just Ken's mind that is unraveling. His body is falling apart too.
It was mostly my legs that were cut up from going through the brush. Those sores on my ankles weren't healing. I was beginning to be very concerned about if they were going to get infected or not. I found out that I've got these scabs on the upper part of my leg that are beginning to heal because they're dry. So I began to take some of the dry scabs and use them as Band-Aids to patch some of the wounds around my ankle. It was kind of like a Band-Aid.
Ken's situation is desperate. Lost, alone and weak. He's being pushed to the edge of sanity.
this helicopter all of a sudden pulls up. There's some kind of loudspeaker in there, and I can hear what they're saying.
Mr. Wilson, you're a truly amazing man. But we regret that we must inform your mother. She may not see you again.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. And I start to hear the national anthem from the United States.
Ken is desperately trying to keep his body together. But after 2 weeks alone in the jungle, he's slowly losing his mind.
I'm calling room service, I'm filling up the bathtub, and from there on, I don't care what happens, but that's gonna be my fantasy.
Just leave it on the table.
He's increasingly drifting off into a dream world, from which he might never wake up.
It was just so many weird things that, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's something within my own mind that is keeping me here.
After 15 days of mental torture, it's all Ken can do just to stay alive.
My body needed water so bad, it could never think anything but quenching my thirst. It's a very strange feeling, the stress from not being able to drink, not being able to eat, not being able to find your way out.
Ken no longer worries about being rescued. Instead, he spends his time catching flies that bite him and feeding them to ants.
And from the stress, there was some sort of relief by watching ants eat these flies. It was a revenge.
But, like the flies, Ken is now part of the jungle's food chain, and his own dying body will soon be its next meal.
The vultures, I began to see 2 or 3, then there was 4 or 5, the next day there might have been 5 or 6. I began to use the vultures as a way to try to signal somebody. And I would kind of lay down and twitch a little bit to act like I was something that was dying to try to get the vulture's attention, to get them attracted to, and that was a way to signal somebody by air, because I had no other means to do so. But it just didn't work out like that. It was another disappointment. I realized I was gonna die there.
Entire days pass by. Instead of trying to find a way out of the jungle, Ken's becoming part of it.
Now my clothes are nothing but shreds. I haven't shaved in 2 or 3 weeks. You know, I'm matted with dirt. I have no shoelaces.
Ken is still only alive thanks to occasional mouthfuls of stagnant water. He's physically and mentally broken.
I could already be dead, and I don't know it. What if I died 3 days ago and my spirit is here wandering around, and this is my destiny of eternity, is to wander around in this jungle? You begin to think, I'll never get out of here.
After 18 days missing, even Ken's friend Kathy is starting to doubt he can still be alive.
I'm really to the point, like, You know, this is getting hopeless. I mean, it hurt so bad to think that this guy could possibly die.
I just laid down and I dozed off a little bit. In a few minutes, I woke up and there was a woman standing there holding a baby. Some people say that whenever people are lost, sometimes they'll see the Virgin Mary. It gave me such an adrenaline rush when that happened. It gave me more confidence. I'm gonna walk out of here. I'm gonna walk out of here. I kept visualizing that in my mind over and over and over again. I wasn't gonna sit down and die. I was gonna keep walking until I died. And whenever I couldn't walk anymore, I was gonna crawl until I got out of the jungle. This is like one of the first things I've seen of civilization since I've been lost. Say I was hallucinating, maybe I could have been, but it seemed all way too realistic. Once I had came out there, I knew exactly where I was because I'd been there before. Right at the beach in Cozumel, the north end of the island. I was ecstatic. I'm not lost anymore. I made it out alive.
After 20 days fighting crippling hunger, dehydration, sleep deprivation, and jungle predators, Ken is finally safe.
He had his hair packed, like spiked with mud, big cuts and scratches, and just looked like he's just been chewed up.
I felt really bad because she started bawling, and that made me start bawling.
The tears were just rolling. We just couldn't let go for 10 minutes. I mean, we were just so thankful he was alive.
It really brought us really close.
Ken's recovery took 6 long months. To help cope with the ordeal, he returned to his greatest love, scuba diving.
The experience changed the way that I think. The fact is, within 10 seconds, any of us could be gone. So I decided I should be more kind to other people. I should be more generous with what I have. I'm just happy.
On their first date, 2 climbers scale one of Europe's toughest mountains. But the romantic adventure they hope will bring them together tears them apart.
This mountain has become a complete demon.
We need to move, all right?
All hell is just breaking loose around my head.
Trapped inside a violent electrical storm, they must rely on each other to survive.
It's an utterly desperate situation.
I'm thinking we're not going to survive.
Jeremy!
I'd rather be here with you than anyone else.
The Pitzpadeel Mountain. Standing at 3,300 meters, its razor-sharp ridge forms the border between the Swiss and Italian Alps.
People come from all four corners of the globe to do this climb and to test themselves on this mountain.
Infamous for extreme weather, it's a climb as treacherous as it is breathtaking. And even for professional mountain climbers, like Rachel Kelsey and Jeremy Colenso, it is the climb of a lifetime.
We started at 5 in the morning. Our aim was to get up and down the climb in a day.
That was fun.
It was a wonderful feeling because we just moved so quickly and easily up this mountain. I was just so excited. You know, here I am doing a climb that I really want to do. And not only that, but I'm doing it with this very good-looking chap who I fancy.
Just great to be there with someone who's both a climbing partner, but also someone who you're becoming pretty fond of.
I was quite attracted to his quiet but confident nature.
Climbing.
And really liked a sense of adventure and just relaxed personality.
This romantic adventure is actually Rachel and Jeremy's first real date. The couple only got to know each other a few months ago while climbing in Great Britain.
We did a couple of local climbs together, and at this point I decided that I quite liked him.
We sort of hit it off, really, and a climbing partnership stroke friendship developed.
And then he said, "Would you like to come to Italy with me?" I was totally bowled over, you know, taken aback. I had all these romantic visions of Italy and floating down the river on a gondola. But it very quickly became apparent that he was actually inviting me to go and do a climb. We planned and prepared meticulously. We looked at guidebooks, we got maps of the route. We worked out exactly what equipment we'd take. These little rucksacks hold about 20 litres, and in it we have just the essentials we'll need to succeed in this climb. So I have my waterproof jacket, an extra fleece, our hydration packs, the map of the route, and then we've got a couple of other things. One of them is a survival shelter and my mobile phone. And I remember tossing it up and down in my hand and thinking, shall I take this? Something just makes me think, oh, well, I'll just put it in. I can carry that extra weight.
Jeremy and Rachel are ascending the Pitzpadeel's mighty North Ridge. The grueling climb up and then down the mountain should take them 14 hours. Weather permitting, their plan is to be back at base camp well before nightfall.
We were making incredibly good time. We didn't feel like we were rushing. We felt like it was just going really well. Jeremy is ahead, the rope's leading down to me. And I get to this point where I pull over onto this boulder. The whole thing wobbles. My heart just leaps into my throat.
You all right?
These moments when things nearly go terribly wrong, you have to just take a few deep breaths and recollect yourself and then keep going.
If you're not scared at all on a climb, it's probably not the right challenge for you.
2 hours later, and Jeremy and Rachel have overcome the most technically challenging part of the climb. Now, over 3,000 meters up the North Ridge, the couple are only minutes from the summit.
We reach a point where there's a bit of snow. I'm feeling completely excited. We're in spitting distance of the top of this climb. The sun is out. It's just a wonderful, fresh afternoon, and it seems perfect.
But with only 30 meters to go, they face a crushing blow.
I could see that the rock had become like an icy pavement. But if you turn that pavement vertically and then try and climb it, you get an idea of what you're confronted with.
They didn't expect to face ice, so haven't brought the equipment needed to climb it safely.
We were probably 30 vertical meters from the summit, but I realized that that was the end of our climb.
That's okay, yeah?
There is a feeling of disappointment there. There definitely is. But there's no time for that. You just need to prepare with the next section and get on with it. And the next section's getting down.
But unable to reach the summit, Rachel and Jeremy can't see a massive electrical storm that's brewing in the valley beyond.
Jeremy's working with the ropes to try and sort them out for the abseil. I look out into the valley below. And I notice these clouds swirling in. At the same time, I feel a sharp drop in the temperature. And I just know inside that this is heralding a storm, and we've got to get out now.
Jeremy, I think we better stop moving.
I can hear wind, which is like, it sounds like a freight train coming at you. And I realized the weather's turning.
Bye. Get up. Let's go.
Jeremy and Rachel know it's simply too dangerous to stay on the mountain.
So quickly we just get out our head torches, put them onto our helmets. We throw on our waterproofs and get ourselves prepared, basically for the worst.
They must rappel down before the storm unleashes its full fury.
And then there's this huge crack of thunder, and the whole sky lights up with this incredible pink lightning.
We need to move, all right?
My heart begins to pound because 90% of accidents in the mountains happen on the descent, not the ascent.
And now they must attempt the perilous descent in the midst of a raging storm.
On a good day, with clear skies, descending down this mountain is a tricky task for an experienced climber. In a storm, it's just a nightmare.
Seeing the flash and hearing the clap of thunder simultaneously, we know that the storm is right on top of us. We are surrounded by metal, and we've got every chance of being hit by a bolt of lightning.
After 3 hours, they're not even a quarter of the way down. And as the light fades, the temperature plummets to -7 Celsius.
I'm suddenly aware of this sort of static feeling in the air, like the air is charged.
Jeremy's a very calm person, but I can see in his eyes that he looks worried. And I know that if he's worried, it's the time to be worried.
I've never been so terrified in my life.
And suddenly there's a huge explosion. I'm thinking we're not going to survive. It's incredibly hard not to panic whilst all hell is just breaking loose around my head.
In the heart of the storm, lightning is striking all around them.
Every time I hear the thunder crash, I think, is that me? Is that me? I don't know exactly how many abseils we've done. All I know is that we've been what feels like hours. Jeremy's setting off in the next abseil, and I just think there's something not right here.
I abseiled past this block, and the rope catches behind the corner of the block. And I can't get the rope out.
It suddenly all clicks.
Jeremy!
This is that really wobbly boulder that we passed on the way up. And his rope has slipped right around it.
Rachel realizes that pulling the rope free risks dislodging the giant boulder teetering above Jeremy's head.
And I shout to him,
Don't break your rope! Jeremy! Don't break your rope!
he can't hear me. The storm is so loud, he can't hear me.
Jeremy has no idea that a quarter of a ton of rock, only meters from his head, is loosening with every single tug.
I hear this huge, terrible sound as it bounces down the mountain. There's no way he could have survived it.
Rachel fears that Jeremy has been swept off the mountain.
Eventually, I open my eyes. It was a huge rush of relief and surprise to see him there.
I look up at Rachel. She's looking down at me, and I go, that missed me by that much. If it had hit me, that would have been me. I would have been dead.
He was ashen-faced and had these huge white eyes.
And I can't believe that's just happened.
And then he just put his head down and carried on abseiling.
Jeremy knows that if they are to survive, they must continue down the mountain. But the storm is intensifying.
Now I felt like our days were numbered, our minutes were numbered, and I just knew it wasn't a case of if, it was a case of when. But I had no choice but to go on.
As they press on, Jeremy and Rachel face a new challenge.
It was becoming increasingly difficult to find the features that we passed on the way up.
We pulled out our guidebook and we tried to work out where we were, and we just couldn't.
Can you see this? Here. Okay? Look for that.
You're now looking at a different mountain, a different ridge to the one that you ascended.
Unable to see any landmarks, Rachel and Jeremy are lost. In this perilous terrain, Choosing the wrong route could spell the difference between life and death.
We're now at a decision-making point.
What do you reckon?
I pointed down and he nodded.
All right. I hope you're right, eh?
Unable to see what lies below, they could be rappelling straight over a precipice. Jeremy insists on going first.
The last thing I remember seeing was the red hood and his head torch. And then I was alone. And it was very, very frightening.
I find myself on the lip of an overhang. As soon as I descend over the lip, I'm hanging in space. Below, there's a black, inky void.
I had no way of knowing whether this was the right way. And it was too late to call him back. I had to just wait.
I'm thinking, okay, I've tied a knot in the end of the ropes, but what if I get to the end of them and I still haven't touched down? The only way out of here is to descend.
Jeremy has only 30 meters of rope left, but the void below could be hundreds of meters. After 30 long minutes, there is still no signal from Jeremy. And knowing the dangers that surround them, Rachel fears for his life.
I had a horrible feeling that he'd been struck by lightning. Or else he was stuck with no way back up and no way down. The lightning was still just lighting up things, and I noticed these lumps above me. These were actually pitons, which had been banged in a line. Suddenly I knew exactly where we were.
The position of the pitons tells Rachel they've strayed from the main ridgeline.
Jeremy! Jeremy!
And Jeremy is now descending into a 600-meter void with just 30 meters of rope.
We must have gone 10 meters, of course, if that. And yet, the ramifications could spell the end for us.
With no sign of her climbing partner, Rachel fears that Jeremy has been killed by a boulder fall or a lightning strike.
I felt hopeless. He's heavier than me. I couldn't possibly haul him back up. And yet the only way we were going to get off this mountain was using the ropes. And if he was hanging on the ropes, there's no way I could use them. I would have had no option but to actually sever the rope.
She faces an unthinkable dilemma. Stay here, roped to a dead man, and face a slow death, or contemplate cutting the rope and escape.
I was just praying. I was absolutely praying and hoping that I wouldn't have to do it.
But down below, Jeremy is actually still alive. He's reaching the end of his rope, with nearly 600 meters of clear air still below him.
My gut feeling was that we made the wrong decision. I need to go back up the ropes.
It's a desperate blow. Jeremy has rappelled down 30 meters. He's exhausted, but his only option is to climb back up. Muscles aching, he attaches a mechanical ascending device called a Jumar and starts to haul himself up, meter by agonizing meter.
I'm doing these pull-ups whilst being battered by this 70-mile-an-hour wind. It's just horrendous.
I was really afraid. Here was the weight of his body on the rope, but I didn't know if I'd ever be talking to him again.
I can feel my biceps and my abdominal muscles, everything clenching. It's like for every 2 feet that I go up, I slide 1 foot back down the rope.
Rachel knows that time is running out. Unaware that Jeremy is climbing back up the rope, she prepares to make the toughest decision of her life.
After half an hour, I thought, I've actually got to go and deal with this.
Even if Jeremy is dead, Rachel decides she cannot cut the rope. Instead, she risks her own life by going to look for him.
I leaned back and I remember looking down and seeing this bright beam of light. It was Jeremy's head torch. I just couldn't believe it. I felt like it was the most wonderful moment of my life. And I just completely forgot about the storm and where we were, and I gave them this massive hug.
So pleased to see you.
You okay? I was just so glad to be back.
The reunion brings home what they now mean to each other. But still, 3,000 meters up a storm-lashed mountain, Rachel and Jeremy remain in grave danger. If they're to survive the freezing night, the next challenge is to find shelter. And their only hope is to reach a small ledge 20 meters away.
I'll go first, and then you follow, all right? Okay, sit back here.
We've been through hell. Now we've landed on this ledge. But it's halfway up the mountain.
Thanks to their meticulous preparations, Rachel and Jeremy have packed a lightweight survival sheet. It's now all that stands between them and the bone-chilling force of the storm.
You okay? Yeah.
As soon as you stop moving, you can feel how cold it is. By our calculations, -10. With that sort of wind, it's -25.
I'm now shivering uncontrollably. My fingers had gone completely white and were starting to freeze with frostbite.
We need to warm our hands and feet every hour, okay?
To prevent frostbite, the couple must restore blood circulation immediately.
This is gonna hurt.
Just do it.
painful experience as the blood starts circulating back. The feeling is like sticking your hand into a burning flame and leaving it there.
As the night progresses, temperatures plummet to life-threatening levels. Trapped 3,000 meters up the mountain, the couple now face a battle to survive.
It was apparent how close we were to becoming severely hypothermic.
The couple know that as hypothermia takes hold, the decreased oxygen flow to the brain will cause drowsiness, then death. It's vital they stay awake.
If one of us had gone to sleep, it would have been far too tempting for the other one just to have a few minutes as well and then not wake up.
In this situation, your climbing partner is your biggest asset.
We both have to stay awake and motivate each other to keep going for as long as it takes.
After 20 hours on the mountain, Rachel and Jeremy are physically exhausted.
Hey, you need some energy. Have a drink.
They know that if they're to last the night, they must replenish lost energy.
Neither of us have drunk in hours because we've been focusing on getting through the storm. So we pull out our liquid carbohydrate packs, which are now just solid ice. And we try to warm them up. It makes no difference at all. Our bodies are too cold to defrost these in the slightest. It's a huge blow to our morale.
Jeremy and Rachel now face the longest night of their lives.
It's too frightening for me to think about what on earth is going to happen next. I reckoned we had about a 30% chance of survival.
You're 3,000 meters up, it's minus 25 outside. I mean, it's an utterly desperate situation.
I was sitting back and I felt this lump. And then suddenly something dawned on me. This lump was my mobile phone. I was overjoyed.
Turn it on.
I just thought, this is it. And then almost at that same instant, I thought, don't get excited. Because I couldn't bear the thought of just another thing going wrong.
I wasn't expecting it to work. I just figured it's too cold, that battery's going to be dead. And I didn't expect it to have any reception.
I just prayed, I just thought, please, please.
Yeah.
It was just like a golden moment. A couple of bars of battery life and then 3 bars of reception.
This connection to the outside world is an unexpected but crucial lifeline.
I guess we better call search and rescue.
Yeah.
This was our chance. If we wait, it could be too late. I couldn't get through.
It's the right number. I know it's the right number.
Try it again.
Unable to call for help, Rachel realizes that the storm must be interfering with the signal on her mobile phone.
I don't know if this will work, but let's try an SMS.
Then we decided that we were going to send a text message to one of our most reliable friends.
Try Avery. No?
Keep it simple.
We wrote, need heli rescue, Northridge, Pisbadil, Switzerland. And then we pressed the send button. And it was like sending a prayer. The last chance of someone finding out that we were there before it was too late for us.
We turned off the phone to conserve the battery power. The focus is now on surviving.
While sending the message has given them hope, there is still no respite from the storm.
We were aiming for dawn. We didn't know what dawn had to hold because, if anything, the storm just appeared to be getting worse.
Through sheer determination, Rachel and Jeremy have managed to survive the night.
It went from being black to grey outside, but daylight had no bearing on the temperature.
Each time the wind blows out, little ice crystals come and shower your body. We were becoming cocooned in ice, and literally our clothing was starting to freeze onto our body. I felt completely exhausted, you know, just shattered. Every now and again, lightning would strike. At that point, I thought, if the lightning hits us, it hits us. At least it will be quick.
There's no way we can descend. It would have been a suicide mission.
Exhausted and hypothermic, trying to rappel off the storm-lashed mountain is impossible.
Right. Let's see if we got an SMS.
I switched on the phone and we took a deep breath. And then we heard that sound. It was from Avery. He said, "I'm on the case."
Rachel's close friend, Avery Cunliffe, has received the message and contacted the emergency services.
It really gave me hope. There were now people out there who knew our situation, understood it, and were on the case.
But until the weather improves, any rescue attempt is out of the question. After 10 long hours, a break in the storm offers the climbers a glimmer of hope.
And then we hear a tiny, tiny sound over the wind.
Do you hear that?
sort of whop, 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 and you can't tell if it's the wind or a helicopter. And then it gets louder and you become more and more definite, more and more clear that, yes, this is the helicopter.
Over here!
And I can see the helicopter, and I jump up and down with the shelter in my hand, and Jeremy stands there with his hands up. There was complete relief and elation.
We're out of here, you know, it's all over. This nightmare is going to end.
And I can see the pilot. And it's like he's so close, I can actually touch him. I'm waiting for this man or this rope to come out of the helicopter, and it doesn't happen.
We see this helicopter just being tossed about like a cork on the ocean, you know, up and down, left and right. And I just look at this and go, you know, there's no way. It's just suicide from their point of view.
Trying to extract the couple in these weather conditions risks crashing the helicopter into the mountainside, killing Rachel and Jeremy, as well as the crew.
It's devastating. They were just so close, and yet a world apart from us. Jeremy hugged me and he said,
Hey, you know where we are, all right? They'll get to us. Don't worry, all right? They know where we are.
I had to say the right things, but I knew deep down that we were going nowhere.
As dusk falls, Rachel and Jeremy face another horrific night on the mountain. Rapidly succumbing to hypothermia, the couple risk losing consciousness and slipping into a coma.
we are very much on borrowed time now. And he squeezes me, and then I knew that I might not get another opportunity to say it, so I just said,
I'd rather be here with you than anyone else.
Me too.
It's horrible because we're not going to make another night. So we write a message to Avery.
We wanted them to know that if we were not evacuated within the next 12 hours, we would most certainly die.
It's a horrible, really horrible thing to do, to write to a friend of yours and tell them that you're not going to live. It feels like there's no time at all, and then there's a reply, and I feel sick when I see what he's writing back to me. And he says, "Shall I call your family?" It was a chance to say goodbye. But it's like something huge wells up inside me, and I just said,
No, we're not gonna do this. We've got to keep fighting, Jeremy. We've got to. I can't say goodbye.
I just couldn't do it. We've got to keep on. We've got to keep going. I just couldn't bear the pain of the thought of saying goodbye.
But despite her determination, Rachel knows this is a fight they may not win.
I closed my eyes and put my hands together, and I start praying. It's an incredibly humbling experience, praying for your life. I was vaguely aware of it getting light, but it was almost like it didn't matter anymore because I couldn't function anyway.
Against all the odds, the couple have endured a second night. But they're now losing the will to survive.
Well, your brain's shutting down because you're freezing cold. You just want it to end.
And then it just suddenly became apparent to both of us that the wind was dying down.
Rachel realizes that the weather is improving and seizes the opportunity.
I turned the phone on and I called the rescue team. And amazingly, when I dial this number, we get straight through.
Hello.
I said,
Rachel,
which I knew was my voice, but I didn't know what was coming out of it. It was like being drugged.
Hello, Rachel?
And I heard this really ecstatic sound on the end of the phone, almost like someone who incredibly surprised. They couldn't believe that we were actually alive.
Okay, we're going to send...
They tell us that they're going to make a rescue attempt at 7 o'clock. But I don't want to get too excited.
Jeremy and Rachel know this rescue attempt is their last chance.
They're coming.
Jeremy said it's coming up the ridgeline, and we couldn't see it yet, but we could hear the direction. And then I remember seeing this helicopter, and it looked tiny. This mountain is huge, and there was this tiny little black dot working its way towards us, and then suddenly it just became bigger and bigger, and then it was right there.
And then it hovers above me, and I can see the winchman at the door. I can see his face. I could see the cable coming towards me. That's when it sunk in that, you know, we'd made it. It's a fantastic feeling, you know, you've made it, and yeah, you're gonna have another chance.
We've done it. We've survived, and I could smile. I knew we were alive now.
After 40 hours in bitterly cold conditions, Jeremy and Rachel are airlifted to safety. Thanks to their survival efforts, the couple suffered no long-term damage, and both made full recoveries. However, their experiences on the mountain did have a lasting effect.
Those 2 days changed my life. I'd set out with someone who I thought was good-looking, a good climber, and now suddenly here was someone who I had this incredibly close connection with. Someone who, as long as I lived, would be in my mind. Someone who would stand by me and be with me every step of the way.
I just realised that this person was, the person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with.
Each day I wake up and I just feel so happy to be alive and so thankful. I'm now married with 2 lovely daughters. Every day is a blessing, every day is a gift.
On a visit to a Hawaiian volcano, a tourist loses his way.
Made a grave error and I was really in trouble.
In this vast, unforgiving environment, there's no chance of finding help.
Guys, come on!
To make it out alive, he must figure out how to cope before his mind and body give up.
I was exhausted and injured. Fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
His only companion? A camcorder.
I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you.
This could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
I really love you guys. Bye.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
41-year-old Dewey Gadke is adjusting to life after divorce. This holiday in Hawaii is one of the first he's taken without his family.
When I went over there, I really feel like my life was in a transition. I went through a painful, difficult divorce, and I was in the midst of a bunch of change. Everything felt new in many ways. I think I was taking things less seriously and becoming much more exploratory, much more curious.
Dewey's hoping that a week exploring the majestic scenery of Big Island will help him come to terms with the past and plan the future.
That is amazing.
Like every tourist, the must-see highlight of Dewey's trip to Hawaii is the spectacular Kilauea volcano. One of the most active volcanoes on the planet. It's set in 300,000 acres of barren lava fields. Devoted father Dewey badly misses his 2 young daughters, Trina, aged 5, and Tara, 7, who live with their mother.
Hey, Trina, Tara, it's your dad. This is the Kilauea volcano I was telling you guys about.
His kids couldn't come with him, so he's filming his holiday to share with them on his return.
Ain't she amazing? And tonight, you will see her in her full fury. More later.
But this trip to Kilauea is just a scout. Dewey plans to come back after dark when the volcano looks even more dramatic.
My friends had told me that
Viewing of the volcano was much better at night because you can't see the lava in the bright sunlight. I didn't expect to be out there very long, but the lady at the front desk said, well, it's very dark, you should at least buy a flashlight to take with you. So I put on jeans, good walking shoes, a t-shirt. I put my video camera in a waterproof case that I brought with me, and then I bought a flashlight, and that was my preparation for the trip.
Dewey doesn't pack a compass or bottled water for his nighttime trip. He expects to reach the volcano in a couple of hours and be back in his room soon after midnight.
I left the hotel and drove in this old road that goes into the national park, a 10, 15-mile drive. It's fairly desolate. And then the road just dead ends. Way off in the distance, I could see the very, very faint glow of orange, of the actual molten lava. It was at that moment I started realizing that I had to be careful to get back to my car because there was no light on the car, there was no street lamps, nothing to identify the road. But the moon was giving off a good bit of light, so I thought I'd be okay. I was prepared for a very short hike. The only two things I was carrying was a flashlight and my video camera, and there's no cell coverage down there. So I didn't even bother to take my cell phone.
Dewey is confident he'll find his way back to the car, but he's failed to factor in the unfamiliar terrain and total lack of landmarks.
I was just skipping from mound to mound, and there was a breeze. I felt great. It was a really, really pretty night.
But after 2 hours, Dewey is still a long way from the distant glow of flowing lava.
I was like, that orange glow doesn't seem much closer than it did an hour ago. This seems quite a bit farther than they had told me. I thought about blowing it off, but I was pretty committed to actually seeing it and having the experience, so I didn't do that.
After a 3-hour hike, Dewey reaches one of Kilauea's active vents. Here, molten lava pours spectacularly into the sea and solidifies, making Big Island a little bigger every day.
The steam and the sense of the ocean and the boiling water was just immense. To stand next to this and just realize what a small piece of this planet I am was humbling. It was phenomenal. So I took my video camera out and I started filming it, and I really wanted to get closer to it, but I kept, based on my friends telling me that it runs under the ground and there's a thin crust and all this, I kept feeling the ground as I got closer, and it got very, very hot. I was afraid it would melt my shoes, and I was afraid I could break through, and so I didn't get as close as I wanted, but it was really fascinating.
Hey girls, it's your dad. Those lights in the distance? That's the lava flows crashing. I kind of doubt you can see anything. It's sort of like the landscape of the moon. It's the roughest, hardest terrains I've ever seen. That's it right there, girls. New Earth being created. It's a beautiful thing.
I watched the volcano for probably 20, 25 minutes, and then I was like, it's got to be late, and it's going to be very late when I get back to my car, so it's time to get headed back.
But when Dewey looks for the trail he came in on, he can't find it. Undaunted, he decides to follow the coastline and then cut inland to hit the road where he'd parked his car.
That was the plan.
But just after Dewey sets out,
the moon went down, or clouds came over. Basically, it got quite a bit darker. I think I was walking in less of a straight line. Surprisingly quickly, I hit a different texture of rock. It was, and I didn't know what it was, but instead of being this smooth, crunchy black dough, it was these large, white, crumbling boulders, and incredibly hard to walk on that stuff. If my thinking had been clear, I think I would have noticed that I've somehow moved to a different topography, a different geography. Something's changed here. But I just didn't know if this was some strange, I'd seen so many strange formations and strange things the lava had done that it didn't occur to me that this was a bad sign.
3 hours later, Dewey thinks he's hugged the coast long enough. By his calculations, he should be only minutes from his car.
Okay, that's gotta be enough.
At the point I thought I've got to be past the end of the road, I turned left to walk inland, expecting to hit the road in my car. That's where things started going badly.
Dewey's taking a terrible gamble. If he misses his car in the darkened moonscape, he'll be heading deep into 300,000 acres of uninhabited volcanic fields.
There was no trail at all. I'm just walking across raw, unmarked lava flows.
After 3 hours hiking inland, there's still no sign of his car. Dewey realizes he's lost.
I'm just scared. I'm really scared.
Hungry, thirsty, and all alone, he feels a desperate urge to talk to someone, even if it's only his camcorder.
Well, it's getting late, and I'm dehydrated and lost. I had a plan to head up the coast and cut across the road. Obviously, the road's a lot further than I thought.
But he's confident that with the dawn, he'll be able to find his car.
When the sun comes up, I can see just this vast area. The lava seems to go on forever.
Dewey thought that daylight would help him regain his bearings. Instead, he's confronted with an alien, featureless landscape. With no mobile phone, he has no way to call for help.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very alone out there, very alone.
Although he doesn't know it, Dewey walked right past his car during the night. Now he's walking headlong into 300,000 acres of empty lava fields. Dewey breaks out his camcorder. Recording a video diary for his daughters at least gives him someone to talk to.
Well, I can't find the road. I've circled, I must have walked 5-6 miles of absolute hell. I just can't work out how you get to this spot without having crossed the road. I don't think I'll be hiking without a compass again.
heading inland looking for the road, I ended up walking on some stuff that was really, really dangerous to walk on. These are crispy shells like overcooked cookies, and every time you step on them, they break. And you fall in these holes of crumbly shards of glass-like rock.
A shard of volcanic rock has ripped Dewey's arm open.
I sliced a vein, and a lot of blood came out. It was really frightening.
Dewey has nothing to bandage his wound with. Instead, he clamps it with his hand and hopes the bleeding will stop.
I was exhausted and injured and been walking all night, been falling, scraped and cut. Physically, was not in good shape at that point.
Pretty dumb, huh? Well, I just want you guys to know that I'm working really hard to get back to you. Well, this is what I've been walking on all night. It's the roughest, nastiest terrain I've ever walked on. Miles and miles and miles of this stuff, far as the eye can see. Really nasty terrain.
Dewey now knows that one more accident and his situation could quickly change from bad to critical. Worse, it looks as though he's still miles from safety.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very vast, very alone out there, very alone. Shortly after noon that first day, I really started seeing my thinking go bad. I would get confused that I was seeing terrain I'd seen before. I started wondering if I was walking in circles. I don't think my mind was working that well. I can't explain it, but at least for the first several hours of the day, I remained very stubbornly, foolishly attached to this idea that the road was ahead of me.
But then, Dewey hears something.
I had a helicopter coming straight toward me.
If Dewey's hotel reported him missing, this could be a search helicopter.
Hey! Over here! Hey! Guys!
But he has only seconds to try and get noticed. A mirror attached to his camera bag may be his salvation.
Come on, guys. You can see me. Come on.
There was this grand fantasy that they would see my flickering mirror and come down and pick me up and fly me out, and we'd all go get breakfast.
Hey! Over here! Hey!
But it wasn't playing out that way. When I was out on the lava rock, I was struck by how barren of life it was. There wasn't anything anywhere. No animal life that I saw except for birds. And then something hit my leg, and I looked down and it was a wire. This was the first sign of any sign of humanity I'd seen since I'd been out there. It was like a speaker wire. I traced it back and found a metal plate with reflector, like you'd see on the back of a bicycle. My mirror's not working, and I'm not getting seen. If I use this wire and these reflectors and make a belt and wear it, it might make me a little more visible.
Dewey is bitterly regretting his decision not to bring any water from the hotel. And as the temperature soars beyond 30 Celsius, the furnace-like heat of the lava fields is making him dangerously dehydrated. He's now feeling dizzy and nauseous.
Car should be here on the road.
I don't think my mind's working that well. My priorities switched. I stopped looking for the road. I started looking for water.
Surrounded by dust and rock, it seems like a futile task. But astonishingly, over the next ridge, his luck finally changes. Dewey spots an oasis, which must mean water.
The landscape's incredibly barren, incredibly open, and then there are these little oases of very dense jungle springing up. All of this walking I'd been doing, I'd never seen even a tiny puddle, and so I started crawling into these jungles, hoping to find some water. Inside the jungle, the variety of plant life is just unbelievable. There's trees, there's grasses, there's palms, there's everything you can imagine. And they're growing so closely together, you can't even see or touch the floor. You just bend them over into this suspended net of plants and crawl on top of them.
But just as Dewey gets his first taste of water in nearly 12 hours,
Come on, guys, over here!
like the first helicopter, it doesn't appear to notice him.
Come on!
Throughout the day, several more helicopters pass overhead.
Over here!
But none of them sees him. Dewey starts to realize that they aren't search and rescue helicopters, but are carrying tourists on sightseeing trips to the volcano. Mad with thirst, he's torn between trying to attract their attention and finding life-saving water.
At that point, I started doing schizophrenic back and forth. I would crawl as fast as I could to get out where I could reflect the mirror at them. And then as soon as that didn't work and they were gone, I'd crawl back in again to try to find moisture.
Over here! Guys! Come on!
I was really operating in very much a panicked way that was burning up everything I had. Then I look down and the beads of sweat on my arm are as big as the drops I'm getting. So I'm exerting way more energy and water and moisture than I am actually getting moisture.
I flashed my mirror at probably 12 helicopters today, and not one acknowledged me. I don't think anyone's looking for me.
At that point, I started to get really afraid. I can't do two things at once. I need to find water. I'm going to make it for at least a year without a helicopter, but I'm not going to make it another day without water.
In the small oasis, plants are thriving. But Dewey can only find beads of moisture, not nearly enough to satisfy his raging thirst.
I see this very large drop of water. I'm leaning over to try to reach it, and as I do, I'm supporting myself from falling by pushing on the edge of a tree with my left hand. And I was like, something feels strange. And there's a green moss growing on the side of the tree. I tore some of it off and squeezed it. A trickle of water ran out. I did hold the water in my mouth as a test to see if there was anything acidy or burning that felt like it might be poisonous.
It looks like Dewey's in luck, but he needs to collect more than just a mouthful.
My flashlight batteries were dead. I threw them away, and I started squeezing this moss into the handle of my flashlight. It wasn't exactly, clean, delicious water, but I was pretty happy that I'd actually found it. That gave me some confidence. It improved my thinking and my sense of hope. I don't think I was completely dancing for joy yet, but I was encouraged. I actually had found a source of water. That was the life-saving moment for me.
This amazing green moss has furnished me with a flashlight full of delicious muddy water. Muddy water never tasted so good.
The small oasis has saved Dewey's life, for now. But he knows that if anyone is looking for him, his best chance of being rescued is out in the open. In fact, Dewey's hotel has raised the alarm, and an air search and rescue is now on. But spotting a tiny figure in nearly 300,000 acres of featureless terrain is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As a second night on the volcano approaches, and temperatures begin to plummet, Dewey realizes he must find somewhere to shelter.
I felt like I had to find a warmer place because I couldn't sit out in the wind and get any sleep. I found this crack that just went straight down into the earth. It wasn't even a cave, it was kind of a fissure. And I crawled down into there. But it was very frightening, incredibly crumbly. And I was really concerned that if I just bumped to the wall in the wrong way, this thing could cave in on me. I was just nervous about it, but I felt like I had to be out of the wind because the wind had gotten stronger and it was getting chillier.
Dewey now faces the grim hours ahead, knowing that at any moment, his shelter could become his grave.
It was straight down into the ground.
Exhausted and despairing, Dewey is now regretting leaving the safety and shelter of the oasis. All he can do is pray he can survive till morning. Dewey can see no way out of his predicament. Hungry, dehydrated and demoralized, his video messages are becoming increasingly desperate.
In the beginning, the camera was really a solace to me. It was comforting to actually have something to talk to.
Kids, hi. It's your dad again.
But by the third day, some real grounded fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
I'm so sorry to let you down, but I'm in real trouble here. Truth be told, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Dewey's beginning to think that he may not make it out alive. He's chronically dehydrated, and his body is close to collapse.
At this point, I'm really not walking well. My balance is off, my leg's injured. I had this sprained ankle that I'd turned, 3 or 4 times. I was really sick of turning that. I had so many cuts and blisters and things going on my feet. I felt like if I keep walking on these rocks, collapsing and falling, I'm gonna break a leg and die.
You're gonna kill yourself with this, Dewey.
Dewey needs to get water, and soon. That means finding another oasis. In temperatures approaching 40 Celsius, his body is losing over 3 liters of fluid a day. And Dewey's brain is starting to suffer the effects of serious dehydration.
I don't know that I can articulate exactly how dehydration felt. A fuzzy, unclear way of thinking. Thinking I'm walking in circles. Dry mouth. Seeing things.
But Dewey isn't seeing things. He's found water, just in time. Dewey decides to change his plan. Instead of trying to escape the volcano, he'll stay at the water source and pray that someone rescues him.
My idea was, if I can learn to survive, I can make it as long as I have to.
Dewey hasn't eaten in 37 hours. He's starving, but has no idea what's edible and what might be poisonous.
One thing I had been doing is testing some foods to see if they made me sick and see if they were edible. So if I had to stay there for a long time, I would have an idea of what I could eat to survive.
Guess that one's a no.
Starving and exhausted, Dewey desperately needs a good night's rest to regain his strength.
So I figured I'd better come up with a way to shelter myself.
Dewey's life in the city hasn't prepared him for this. So he must dig deep and develop survival skills.
I found some reeds that I could bend into a dome shape and shove them into the mud. And then pile stuff on top. That afternoon, I made a rudimentary little hut that I could crawl into. It was very, very flimsy.
Proud of his achievements, Dewey decides to tell his daughters.
Hey, Trina, Tara. You always said you wanted a vacation home, so here it is. I just built this shelter, and I'm hoping it's gonna help me survive. These leaves here, they're gonna help me collect water.
In the night, rain begins to fall. A light shower could fill his leaf collectors with life-saving water. But this isn't a shower.
The worst thing about the whole time out there was the nights. The wind cut right through my shelter, and it was just absolutely freezing. It was not well insulated. I hadn't put a door on it. Being in the wind and the rain and bugs crawling on me and not being able to move because I'd knocked down my shelter. That was the hardest thing for me. I shivered the whole night, and it wasn't a mild shiver. I shivered like deep muscle shiver.
The storm has trashed his shelter and overturned his rain catchers.
The third morning, the hunger had set in, the isolation had set in. I'd been shivering all night. I was exhausted. I was injured. I was sore. There was a lot of hopelessness.
To make matters worse, Dewey now makes a shocking discovery.
I had all these shards of pumice or lava rock or whatever it is embedded in my feet. There was some pussiness to it, and there was kind of a reddish line, and it was really sore. Just a constant swollen pressure inside of it. And that's when my idea that I can sit this out, it fell apart. I thought, well, I can sit it out unless I've got gangrene or unless I've got some infection. It felt really real. You know, it felt really right up against the edge of existence at that point.
After more than 51 hours alone, and with no one to share his ordeal, Dewey's turning to his camera more and more.
I hope you guys are proud of me. I ain't no quitter. I ain't no quitter. I got my reflector belt up in the tree. But, as you can see, it ain't doing me no good. Looks like it's just you and me.
Unknown to Dewey, search and rescue helicopters are out looking for him. In the night, local police have found his jeep. But after 3 days, scouring 300,000 acres of volcanic fields, they're starting to think he hasn't survived.
Tired. Real tired. I'm scared.
By morning, Dewey's hit rock bottom, and the infection in his foot is spreading. The pain is excruciating. Any remaining hopes Dewey had of walking off the volcano are gone.
My foot is pretty badly blistered, and I'm pussing. They gotta see me to find me.
His only hope is to make one final attempt to attract the passing tourist helicopters.
Well, I thought if I could build a fire, a large fire with a lot of smoke, might actually attract rescuers.
Dewey decides that the lava fields which have held him hostage for 5 days might give him an escape route. If he can use the red-hot lava to ignite a branch, he can start a fire and make a beacon. But to do it, Dewey must brave the volcano's toxic gases. Even brief exposure to concentrated carbon dioxide could kill him.
Rescue me.
I crawled down into one of these volcanic vents and tried to stick a long branch down into where it seemed like it was a hot area.
Light, son.
After just a few minutes choking in the intense heat and smoke, Dewey realizes he's taking a suicidal risk.
There was fumes coming out of there, and I was afraid I was going to pass out.
It's a bitter blow. Tourist helicopters continue to fly by, and Dewey still has no way of attracting their attention.
I came to the conclusion the only way I'm going to be able to get a fire is if I can get a magnifying glass to amplify the sun onto some leaves. The only place I could think to get a magnifying glass was the lens inside of my video camera. The camera was always my companion, someone to talk to, my connection to the outside in a way. Talking to it every day was a solace to me. It was comforting, so I didn't want to smash it.
Before destroying the only companion he's had, Dewey decides to record one final message to his daughters.
I was thinking, you know, this could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
My name is Dewey Gackey, and this is my final will and testament.
I'm realizing how much pain I'm putting my family through, and I just want to say, guys, I'm sorry I was stupid and reckless.
I was feeling for my kids if they had to grow up, you know, without me.
Trina and Tara, if I don't make it back, guys, I am so sorry. I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you.
It was a pretty emotional process of saying goodbye.
If this is my time and place, it's a really beautiful place. But I'm going to do my best to get back to you guys. I'm not quitting. I really love you guys. Bye.
But Dewey does have one slim hope. He thinks that if he can extract the glass lens from inside his beloved video camera, he may just be able to start a fire with it.
I understood that I was taking that film out, putting it in a waterproof case and hanging it on the tree for someone else to find. For somebody to find after I was dead.
Dewey feels that his camera is the one thing that's kept him sane. Destroying it is almost more than he can bear.
But I figured I needed to. I needed to, you know, make the hard choice and try to find a way to stay alive.
To get to the lens, he has to smash the camera. The problem is, he risks smashing the lens too.
I got some big rocks and started trying to break my camera open. I couldn't get anywhere.
The lens just won't come loose.
If I hit it too hard with too big of a rock, I would have crushed the glass, and it was just a painful effort. I heard a helicopter.
But it's yet another tourist group, checking out the volcano, not looking for him.
I decided, well, they're ignoring me. There's no point in getting up and flashing my mirror. But it flew right over to me, and I was like, is it possible that they actually saw me this time? And started circling me, and it was at that moment that I totally knew they saw me.
Incredibly, one of the tourists was able to capture on camera the moment of Dewey's discovery.
Yeah, he needs help. He's waving you down.
And it was at that moment I really started crying. I was alive after 5 days. Had this huge kind of release of all the fear and all the desperation I've been kind of keeping somewhat at bay. And it all came busting forth, and I just sat on the ground and I cried and I shook.
Nearly 90 hours after his ordeal began, Dewey was airlifted to hospital, where he was treated for his injuries and severe dehydration. 4 days later, he returned home to Austin, Texas, to be reunited with his daughters.
Absolutely the biggest thing behind my will to live was my kids, wanting to get back to them and not wanting them to have to grow up without a father.
Dewey owed his life to the young, inquisitive tourist who spotted him, Peter Frank.
He said, "Thanks a lot, you saved my life," and then he asked me for my home phone number and stuff.
And what did you say?
I said it's cool.
Peter has remained in touch with Dewey, Trina, and Tara ever since. A retired couple are enjoying a day out in the New Mexico backcountry.
You didn't have control of anything. You were rolling.
But when a stroke of bad luck leaves them stranded in a hostile environment,
There was no human life around. We were it.
they're faced with a grueling hike back to civilization.
They dropped.
But in this unforgiving environment, a simple hike becomes a desperate fight for survival.
It was excruciating.
She didn't have a lot left in her. Just felt like I had to save her.
Go ahead. I'm not leaving you.
You're the only one that can get us out of here.
Tom and Linda Bosworth are enjoying a carefree retirement. Today they're looking forward to a day out.
You coming, honey?
A drive and a picnic in the New Mexico wilderness.
Hey, put that down. That's for lunch.
Tom and Linda have been married for 32 years. Their lifetime of shared adventures stretches back to the 70s, when they met on a skiing holiday in Aspen.
He was really nice. He was not a phony, and he was cute.
I thought she was very nice looking, number one. I thought she had a fantastic personality. That smile of hers was a knockout.
You're not ready in 5. I'm going.
Vietnam veteran Tom has spent a lifetime working in the car industry and his leisure time racing cars. He's still got the bug. He's just finished rebuilding a second-hand Jeep.
Tom refurbished the entire thing. Tom loves a thrill.
I've always loved cars ever since I can remember. I always took things apart.
It's the middle of summer, and Tom wants to test his creation off-road, out in the New Mexico backcountry. Linda's going along for the ride.
Okay, action man, I'm coming.
And I remember looking to see if there was any treat in the freezer we might like for dessert, and there wasn't. But I looked at that big water jug we had frozen, and I thought, oh, maybe I should take that. And I thought, oh no, I've got enough with me.
Oh.
Let me give you a hand. That's fine. Right.
Ready? Let's go.
Well, it was a beautiful day. I thought it'd be fun to do. I thought Linda and I would really like it. This was to fall in love with the mountains in this vehicle.
Glad you came, honey.
So am I. Wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Tom and Linda make a quick pit stop for petrol en route to the mountains.
We were filling up with fuel. I called my sister.
Hi, Barb. It's Linda.
And told her what we were going to do, and she said, you're crazy.
Excited. Tom, I mean, what do you think? He's like a teenager again.
She knew we were going off-road, but she had no idea where we were going.
It doesn't occur to Linda to tell her sister exactly where they're going.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Who's that?
Sis.
Ready?
Ready when you are.
It was exciting to think this is really our exciting trip. We were thrilled to be able to do it.
Their destination is a network of rugged trails in the Burro Mountains, in the heart of the vast and remote Gila National Forest.
You're out in the mountains. It's beautiful. New Mexico really is a land of enchantment.
The couple love the great outdoors, and Tom can't wait to see how well the vehicle handles on the dirt tracks of the Saddle Rock Trail.
The whole thing was exciting for me, and I kept saying, Linda, how do you like this?
It's great.
Look at that.
I was giggling a lot because it was fun.
She was smiling and excited. From that, I was excited.
After their picnic lunch, Tom and Linda take in the isolated splendor of their surroundings.
Pretty special, isn't it?
Beautiful.
There were trees around. You get a lot of shadows from the sun. It was beautiful, just beautiful place.
They've both enjoyed bumping over the backcountry trails. Now Tom's itching to see how his rebuilt Jeep handles even tougher terrain.
Now, Linda, come here a minute.
Tom had a map. Wasn't a perfect map, but I felt very confident. I definitely encouraged him to keep going.
Okay, let's really test this baby out.
Tom's chosen a route that will take them way off the main trails, into the empty heart of the wilderness.
It was exciting. The trees were hitting us. And the terrain was, oh my gosh, we were bumping and bumping. Kind of a roller coaster ride.
I was piloting the craft like I always do. She had total confidence in me.
Oh, that was close.
I said to Tom, thank gosh, it's you driving. And then
the Jeep just rolled.
it was scary.
What in the world is going on?
Linda, are you okay?
I'm laying there with my elbow on the ground, looking up at my wife and feeling fear.
Linda, you okay?
Tom was anxious that I was okay, but I said quickly, I'm okay.
By some miracle, neither of them is badly hurt, but the danger isn't over.
First thought that came to my mind is, are we going to catch on fire?
Car expert Tom is worried that a stray spark from the vehicle's electrics might ignite leaking fuel or even trigger an explosion.
Quick, we gotta get out of here.
I wanted to get us both out.
Linda is badly shaken and entangled in her seatbelt.
I'll go first, and then I'll pull you out, okay?
Okay.
But Tom must get free before he can pull her out.
I began putting my feet on the dash, the seat, the steering column, and then I got out.
Okay.
Yeah, get me out.
Okay, honey.
I was anxious to get out of that vehicle.
Hang on to my arm. I'll pull you out. Stay on the side.
Don't let go of me. Don't let go.
No, I got you. Come. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah, there.
Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, honey, quick. Get your clothes. I got you. Fall into it. Oh. Okay, quick, let's get out of here.
That was very scary.
Tom and Linda have had a lucky escape. Kilometers from anywhere, the Jeep is their only way out of this fix.
Yeah.
You stay there, yeah?
Once he's sure it's safe, Tom tries something new.
I thought, if I can get this back upright, we can drive out of here. I tied it to this little dumb tree, and I hooked that to the bumper, and I started ratcheting it.
on you.
The vehicle was teetering a little, not very much, but a little. And I thought, gosh, if I can just get it to that point, it would fall, you know, come right back.
Tom was exerting himself and trying very hard to get that vehicle to move.
I tried to move it. It was wasted, futile, but I had to try it.
I'm sorry, honey, I can't do it. Anything?
Nope.
Me neither.
The Burro Mountains all around them block out any mobile phone signal.
There was a phone there with a slash through it. It was totally nothing.
Did you tell your sister we were out here?
No. I didn't tell her where we were going.
I didn't tell anybody either. So nobody knows where we are.
I guess not.
Tom and Linda's fun day out just turned deadly serious. They didn't tell anyone where they were going. And in this remote spot, many kilometers from the highway, the chances of them encountering a passing hiker are vanishingly small.
We were in a very remote place, no tracks of any human life around us. We were it. I said to Tom, we're not going to have enough water.
Very profound statement. We don't have enough water.
The 2 bottles of water Linda brought for lunch are nearly empty.
I remember that fleeting thought that I had. It came back to haunt me.
The temperature is in the 30s and rising. Tom and Linda know that if they stay put, they'll run out of water within hours.
It was a real conundrum for me. I knew the rule. You should stay with the Jeep.
In this heat, the 30-kilometer uphill hike back to the highway would be tough enough for youngsters, let alone a couple in their late 60s. Tom comes up with a plan.
The Gila River was below us somewhere. I didn't know for sure where.
If they hike downhill, they can cross the river and join the highway at a different point. Before they set off, Tom packs one last essential bit of kit.
In the back of the vehicle, I had a pistol. It was a .357 Magnum. The main reason I carried that pistol was mountain lion. Also, there was brown bear around, and I had 2 bricks of ammunition.
An hour since they left the crash site, and the mid-afternoon temperatures are soaring towards a punishing 40 Celsius.
The heat was intense. It's right in your face.
You okay back there, Linda?
Yep. You?
Fine, hon.
And that took a lot of steam out of us.
You get ahead of me now.
The terrain becomes increasingly perilous.
Keep going, honey.
We turned and started down this trail. It was very narrow. And off to the left was a drop-off.
I'm okay. Oh, that's fine.
As the brush thickens, Tom and Linda are all too aware of the risk of stepping on a rattlesnake.
Let me see.
The cut was deep, and it was stinging, and lots of blood was coming out.
I got something for that.
It's a nasty cut, but they can't let it slow them down. With the light fading fast, they're desperate to reach the river before nightfall. Three hours later, they hear the sound they've been praying for.
You could hear the river, and I felt that we were going to get out.
This is not good. This is not what I expected at all.
But instead of a crossing point to the highway, they face a raging torrent and unscalable cliffs. It's a dead end.
The water was high, flowing fast. There's no way just to walk across it.
It's a devastating blow. But after hours with barely any water, at least they can quench their desperate thirst.
Water was paramount. But Linda, she didn't even want me to fill the canteens with that water. She was very concerned about Giardia poisoning.
Giardia is an intestinal parasite that lives in water contaminated by animal feces. In humans, it's treatable and hardly ever fatal. But Linda is adamant.
I wasn't about to drink that nasty old water.
I just said, oh, to hell with it. I drank it.
But I wouldn't do it. That was the argument Tom and I had.
We have to drink it, Linda. It's all we got.
I'm not drinking it.
Tom knows that the river water could spell the difference between life and death.
That was very discouraging. I know she needed that water, but she was so afraid.
As dusk falls, a more immediate danger confronts Tom and Linda.
It's not looking good.
At that point, we were a little scared because animals can smell that blood.
Linda's cut leg makes them a target. Nocturnal predators like wolves and bears are starting to stir.
I was very, very scared. There were footprints, but not human footprints. We knew that the animals must come to this space because it's easy access to the water.
There are mountain lion around there are bear around there. If an animal sees that you're weak, a predator, it would attack.
Tom's glad he brought his handgun, but he can't stand guard all night.
I don't want to stay here, Tom.
Wanted to get the heck out of there.
All they can do is retrace their steps to the abandoned Jeep, the only shelter from predators. It means an arduous 8-kilometer climb, a major test of endurance for the exhausted elderly couple.
We really wanted to get back to that Jeep.
More than 4 hours later, totally worn out, Tom and Linda finally make it back to the crash site.
Let's get some rest.
The overturned Jeep offers them protection, but little comfort.
We were tired, but only one person could lay stretched out.
Tom is beginning to face up to the enormity of their predicament. Escape is as far away as ever, and he knows he's put his 67-year-old wife into a life-threatening situation.
I began to realize I love this woman. You have to take care of her. I was very worried about her.
Don't worry, Tom. You'll be fine.
I started feeling guilty. I purchased the vehicle. I was the one behind it, and here we were out there in the wilderness.
I'll go back to sleep, honey.
By dawn, Tom has hatched a plan. There's only one option: a 30-kilometer uphill hike back to where they left the highway. For two people in their late 60s, it's a huge challenge. They must get going before it gets too hot.
I was starting to get anxious to get going.
You all right?
Just wait here.
Linda, we've got to go. Whatever it is, just leave it.
I wrote a note. I wanted people to know that we were 67 and 68 years old, and we were out of food, we were out of water.
Linda.
I knew that we had to leave that note on that Jeep so that if some miracle happened, at least someone would get to know where we were.
Okay, we can go now.
By late morning, the temperature is already up in the 30s.
As we were walking, it was just thick, hot. It's just hotter than blazes.
Tom and Linda are exhausted and desperately thirsty, making every step an enormous effort.
When I ran out of water, the reality truly hit that this is a dangerous, dangerous time.
Here. Have some of mine.
I was devastated because I was going to have to share some of Tom's Giardia water.
Linda has so far refused to drink the river water Tom collected, fearing it contains parasites.
I had the little sip to get my tongue wet, and I spit the rest of it out.
I said, Linda, don't waste that water. You're going to need that water. I was very worried about her for that.
As the temperature reaches nearly 40 Celsius, Tom and Linda are losing a staggering 10 liters of fluid a day. If they don't get water soon, they could die here.
I looked up, and here's this huge, big bird flying over us.
Buzzards, Tom.
And I thought, gosh, we got to get moving here.
That was very scary. If we don't get out of here, if we don't get water, we're going to be there at dinner.
After 4 hours of hiking, Tom and Linda are utterly exhausted.
Let's rest a while.
I knew then that we're starting to fade a little bit.
Their river water is agonizingly close to running out. Tom knows it's vital that Linda drinks what's left of the precious fluid. Tom is blaming himself for putting his wife in such a desperate situation.
Linda was innocent. She was going for the ride. And I felt guilty about that.
I'm so sorry, Linda. I'm so sorry, honey.
If Tom and Linda don't find water soon, the outcome is brutally simple.
No water meant death.
I was starting to realize that I was weakening faster.
Suddenly, amid the scrub, Tom sees something.
There was this huge, big prickly pear plant. And I said, Linda, you know what? We could eat some prickly pear here and maybe gain some liquid.
We were excited to find the prickly pear cactus.
This is great.
Linda didn't consume all that much.
But Tom cannot get enough of the prickly pear.
I just ate the whole thing.
It's a small but welcome injection of fluid.
At first, we were elated. We were both joking about how good we felt. Both of us felt extremely energized. Wow, this is great. We're moving. We were really walking fast. But then I started feeling my stomach, and I said, Linda, I have to stop. I had major diarrhea.
Tom. After the diarrhea bout, Tom did seem, if not broken, just withered. And I just felt so terrible for him. He apologized for being sick, and he didn't have to. I felt terrible for him.
I'm so sorry.
It was the most ill I've ever seen Tom.
Too exhausted and dehydrated to move, Tom has a desperate idea.
I had just gone through that diarrhea bout, and I said, Linda, can you drink your urine? And I said, we got to plan on doing that, because we cannot lose liquid.
It's a drastic measure, but one they hope might just keep them alive.
The taste in your mouth is awful. But after a while, I found you just chug-a-lugged.
At that moment, I felt that it was one of the only things we could do to save ourselves. I didn't feel like an animal. I just felt like a desperate person.
Tom and Linda know they should have hit the highway by now. If they've drifted off course, they could be heading even deeper into the wilderness.
Tom, look up there. Look up on the ridge.
Hey! Down here!
There were two distinct colors up there, and I realized they were shirts of two different people.
We need help!
Help! We're dying down here!
Help!
Hey!
I remember yelling, help us, we're dying.
We need help! 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 We're dying!
Bam, bam, bam.
Help!
And then nothing.
It was very crushing because there is our lives right in front of us. We're saved if those two people would just do something, and they didn't.
It's a devastating blow. Whoever they are, the passers-by have ignored an elderly couple in trouble. This callous act could have signed their death warrant. As they push on in search of the highway, severe dehydration is now playing tricks on Tom's mind.
We were dehydrated. We were very dehydrated, and my mind was not near as sharp. We were starting to lose orientation. I could feel my logic is not as sharp and quick as it was. And I was definitely weakening.
But Linda is even weaker.
Sorry. We were so dehydrated by then. And the energy and strength level was fleeting.
Linda was so fatigued, she just collapsed.
And I had to rest and lay down.
That's it, Tom. I can't go any further today. I gotta stop.
Okay, sweetie.
As it's close to dusk, Tom decides all they can do is hunker down for a second night in the wilderness.
We were so fatigued, we just wanted to sleep.
Tom and Linda have survived another grueling night. But Tom is desperately worried about his wife. By late morning, as temperatures soar into the 30s, it's clear that Linda is in serious trouble.
I could see she was really struggling. It took a lot of strength for her to keep going.
She's had nothing to drink for more than 24 hours.
I realized that Linda had lost her gait. And she was leaning on that stick more and more.
67-year-old Linda is paying a terrible price for refusing to drink the river water.
I was feeling a terrific pain in my back. Every time I took a step, my back was just killing me.
The pain is a terrifying sign that dehydration is causing Linda's kidneys to fail. If they shut down completely, she will die.
Linda was starting to become weak. It was starting to get real scary.
Then, Tom starts to recognize the terrain.
Coming into Saddle Rock, we had passed a huge ranch.
There's got to be a ranch around here somewhere.
I could see on the map the hiking trail.
I think he must.
And I said, maybe we'll come out near that ranch.
Tom decides to head downhill, praying it's the right direction. Finding the ranch could be Linda's last chance. Then, amid the dry, colorless scrub, Tom spots a flash of vivid green.
There's green grass. You could feel moisture. You could put your hand on the ground and it was wet.
Tom knows there has to be a water source nearby.
Hey. I'm an engineer. I knew this was a wellhead, and there's got to be a way to get water here.
Oh, please, let there be water here.
Hey.
I thought this is it. We're going to have water. We're going to have water.
Something had to be running somewhere.
Please let us get to that water.
This is crazy.
The well is probably for watering livestock, but he can't find a way to the water. It's an agonizing moment. Tom knows he's just meters away from water that would save Linda's life, but he just can't reach it.
It was so close, but not there, and it was very frustrating to me.
It's 72 hours since Tom and Linda got stranded in the baking heat of the wilderness. There's no sign of the hoped-for ranch, and every step Linda takes is now pure agony. As her kidneys start to shut down, she's literally dying from dehydration.
I could hear her behind me. And I would walk, and I'd have to turn. She'd be a good distance behind me. That stick was in the ground. That's when I knew we were in real trouble.
The pain in my back was terrible. It was excruciating.
I realized that she didn't have a lot left in her.
He begged me to get up and keep walking, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore.
Let's just rest here a while.
I can't do this, Tom.
And I said, Linda, come on. We're going to make it.
I'm slowing you down.
I didn't like the sound of those words. I didn't want her to give up.
Don't be silly, Linda. You can make it.
And I said, I love you. We've had a wonderful marriage. It's been a great ride, but you have got to leave me.
No,
Tom, you gotta go on alone.
And she kept encouraging me. She says, you gotta go. You've gotta find someone or water. Go, go, go.
Two of us can't die.
Okay.
I loved that woman. I didn't want to leave her. It was very emotional for me. Very, very hard to leave. That was Linda. I had to go. There was no choice.
A few hours later, and with Linda far behind him, Tom pushes on. If he doesn't find help soon, he knows he may never see her alive again.
I don't know how much further I went.
But now Tom is in trouble too.
I dropped. When I woke up, my face was straight into the sand. My nose was just buried in the sand. It was all over my face.
Tom has slept the whole night, losing vital hours that could spell the difference between life and death for Linda.
That really scared me. I just felt like I had to save her. So I kept moving. But I couldn't walk a straight line. I felt drunk like it. I staggered. I was losing it.
After his 4-day ordeal, the 68-year-old Vietnam vet's body is finally giving up, and he's now losing control of his mind.
I've never experienced anything like that in Vietnam. Never, ever, ever. I felt very close to death. The thoughts started coming into my mind. Tom, this is your last day on Earth. And I began to realize this is it. And I dropped to my knees and I put my hands like this. And I prayed to God. God, I'm at the bottom of my life. Please help me. Please help me. And I know that you and Linda don't always see eye to eye, but please save her too. I just said it right out loud. And I heard a whoop, whoop, whoop. And then it looked like they were going away from it. So I fired 3 shots in the air. And right up there was that young medic waving at me. a miracle. God had answered my prayer. I cannot describe the feeling that is that you're alive and they're going to save you.
The search and rescue helicopter was called out by 2 hikers who found Linda's note pinned to the upturned Jeep. Tom directs the rescue team to where he left Linda, but he has no idea if she's still alive. 10 minutes later, they find her.
And I look over, and there is Linda laying there. I looked at that medic, and he looked at me, and he did this. He did this. I'm sorry. Linda was alive.
Hospital treatment saved Linda's life, but the ordeal left a serious legacy. Dehydration destroyed most of her intestine, and she now needs an intravenous drip to survive.
This happened to me, and I've got to make the most of it because I've got a lot more life in me.
I still, to this day, feel guilty. I have to work on that all the time. I love her so much. I will always take care of her.
A thrill seeker convinces 2 friends to hike into a remote canyon.
I chose what I thought was the easiest canyon.
I think he was trying to convert us into becoming mountain men.
But when they get lost in the narrow crevices,
I can't do it!
they become trapped.
This is madness. I got them into this. I need to get us out of it.
Now, the only way out is up.
I'm gonna climb out. It felt like he made it.
It's just a wave of fear that rushes over me.
It's something that I'll never forget.
Ben's dead!
Scared.
Grade school teachers Ben Gowans, Jason Cox, and Clay Craig are setting out on a spring break adventure.
Come on, big guy.
We met when we were in college together. We were in the School of Education. We were some of the only men in the program, so we kind of made an immediate bond. We had kind of done an annual trip we called the Man Trip.
Ben plans to take his friends on a day trip through the narrow canyons of Utah.
The first time I went canyoneering was so exciting. Clay and Jason, they were my buddies already. If I could get them hooked on this, I thought we would be set.
Ben had been researching some different hikes, and I think he was trying to convert us into becoming mountain men.
No. Can't we just go to Vegas?
But not everyone shares Ben's enthusiasm.
He wants to go to Vegas.
Jason has been feeling sick all morning.
Even though I wasn't sure, I was sure that I wanted it to be the 3 of us to go do something together. So I agreed on going canyoneering. The drive down was really fun. We just joked around and had great conversation. That's one of the things I really enjoy about our friendship, is that we talk together and get along so well.
On the way to Hanksville, we were pretty lighthearted. I mean, we were laughing and having a good time, and we all 3 felt good about the trip.
The 3 friends have said goodbye to their wives and children and are driving 50 kilometers into the wilderness. Ben has planned an easy 3-hour hike through Leprechaun Canyon, a spectacular and remote 5-kilometer gorge with canyoneering routes for all levels of ability.
I chose what I thought was the easiest canyon, given the description.
This one's yours? Yes, man. We got one of these each. Okay. Okay, we ready, guys? Where we're going. See what I mean?
But the beautiful scenery is the last thing on Jason's mind.
Where's Jay? Jay! Come on, Jay, move your butt. You want to go back to the car?
No, it's okay. I'm coming.
Okay. Come on, man up.
I wasn't feeling that great. I was just really sick, not feeling well at all. And they were saying, you can go back to the car if you'd like. It'll only be a few hours.
Jason kept saying, I'm okay, I'm all right. So we kept going. You know, I think in the back of my mind, I was hoping that Jason would say, I can't do this, let's turn around and go back.
And there were two things going on in my mind at that time. I'm not a quitter, so I didn't want to give up on it. And then the other thing was, what am I going to do for 2 to 4 hours? You know, I didn't really want to sit in a vehicle for that long.
The adventure kicks off with an adrenaline-charged challenge. They'll have to abseil down an 8-meter cliff face to the start of the canyon system.
I'm not sure about this, guys.
Come on. Jay, you can do it. You're okay, you're okay. No, that's it. Come on. Yeah! Well done, big man. You did it. That was cool.
Ben has chosen a circular route through the canyons and back to their vehicle. There's no way they could climb back up the way they came.
It was probably a 25-foot drop. Once we went over that point, there really was no option of going back up the canyon.
But up ahead, the winding canyon lies open, and the adrenaline of the abseil is coursing through Ben.
I was extremely excited. I was in heaven. I was having the time of my life.
Ben and his friends find themselves in an awe-inspiring and surreal landscape.
Ben was having a great time, laughing, joking, and I still wasn't feeling that great.
I told you it was awesome. Hey, you feeling better?
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful red rock. It's smooth. And once you get down into the slots of the canyon is when it becomes even more beautiful.
I just remember how quiet it was. And it was kind of exhilarating to pass by all of these high walls of the Red Rock Canyon and walk through areas that you don't know how long it's been since a human's been through there. So it was kind of amazing.
I mean, the canyon's kind of like it's a maze. There are places that it just winds around. There are places that are so tight that you have to turn sideways to get through.
Yeah.
We took a picture of the three of us when we got to this point where we got down to the bottom of the canyon. We felt that we were at the bottom at least, finally.
The main thing I love about canyoneering is getting out to where there aren't as many people. I just loved being somewhat isolated in a place that no one had been, and to me, just being deep in the slot canyons where the walls are narrow and twisting, and the light and just the scenery and all the things that you can only see and you can only do by going canyoneering. That's what really appealed to me.
It is just an incredible, I mean, I don't know if you can call a place both beautiful and dangerous at the same time, but it was just so, I was in awe.
But the beauty of the canyons can distract even the wary from the dangers that lie within. The canyon offers a variety of routes, from the very easy to the virtually impossible. And soon Ben faces a choice.
You okay? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, but look. The GPS is saying a little further on.
I was using the GPS, but I was also using a description that we had printed off the internet. It talked about a shallow down climb that led into the bottom of the sandy canyon. The GPS said we needed to go 90 feet farther, but what I was seeing right in front of me was exactly like the description.
Yeah.
So having never used the GPS before, I thought that I knew better. So I thought, this matches the description. I'm going to go down here.
Okay. Come on.
The friends have made a critical error. By ignoring the GPS, they've missed their trail. They're now entering the canyon's most technically difficult route.
Once we started down the canyon, the walls started to climb and get higher and closer and closer. And for me, it was exactly what I'd hoped for. It was exciting. I was in heaven. I was having the time of my life.
Come on, guys! Guys! Come on!
Guys, wait for me!
They don't know it yet. But the three friends are at the entrance to one of the narrowest canyons in the world. Jason is worried. The route Ben suggested shouldn't be this extreme.
I continued to enjoy it as we got deeper down into the slot, and it got darker, and in some places we couldn't even see the sky. And it was amazing to me.
The canyon got narrower and narrower.
Hey, Ben. Yeah?
I started to get nervous about whether or not we'd chosen the right spot.
Look, we'll get through here, and then we're back on the wider path, okay? Come on.
The canyon is so narrow, it's not long before they have to leave the safety of solid ground. Now they use a technique called stemming.
You put your knees up against one wall and your backside up against the next, and you kind of shimmy your way until you can get to another spot.
I was rather in my own world.
Okay, guys?
This is killing me, Ben!
This is what we came for!
You never said it'd be this narrow.
That's when I remember them starting to voice concern. It was after that it started to occur to me that this isn't quite exactly what the description explained. I could tell that Clay and Jason they weren't ready for it. It was too much.
The higher above the canyon floor they get, the more nervous Jason becomes.
I was worn out. I was getting banged up, my knees were hurting, my hands were sore, and the farther we went, the more and more exhausted I was getting.
The canyon now bears no resemblance to the description. Ben accepts, for the first time, that he's made a massive navigational mistake.
I would just have this wave of guilt come over me, like, oh, what have I done?
Instead of the planned beginner's route, Ben has led them into the toughest grade canyon, with no experience and little equipment.
Ben, this is madness.
I'd planned the trip. This was my doing. And I was feeling an urgency to get out now. The pleasure of the canyon was gone.
What now, Ben?
Ben doesn't want to scare his friends. He decides they should press on.
Once we got to the point where I knew we had to get out, down canyon, to me, was the only option. Because looking at the walls of the canyon, they were straight up.
Okay, let's just keep going a little longer, okay? Come on.
But 6 meters above the canyon floor, Jason is already struggling.
I was just trying to hold my place, and my legs were burning. I was exhausted.
I can't do it! I can't move! I think I'm slipping!
Jay! Jay, you okay?
Jason's backpack has left him wedged in a 60-centimeter gap,
I'm stuck!
with 1 million tons of rock pressing against him.
Guys, I'm stuck here, come on!
Okay, Jay, keep calm.
I've never been one to be claustrophobic, but when I got into that space in the canyon, I felt for the first time just like everything was closing in on me. I really thought I was going to black out.
Help me!
Clay. Oh, God, I'm sorry.
I just had this overwhelming feeling of responsibility. And they had completely trusted me. And I had let them down. It was through my mistakes, my navigational errors, we were in the situation we were in.
You gotta get me out of here, Ben! Do something, guys!
I got them into this, I need to get us out of it.
Jason is trapped far below his two friends. Through Ben's mistakes, they're on the toughest route in the canyon, with no idea what lies ahead. And with no climbing equipment, the overhang that provided a fun abseil on the way in now poses an impossible obstacle to a way out.
Jay! Hold on! I'm gonna think of something.
The deadly web of canyons has lured them in, and now holds them trapped, with no way back and no way out. Ben, the group leader, presses on in search of a way out up ahead.
It just went forever in this V shape. Clear out. I just thought, this is not the way. It was way past the abilities of all of us.
He returns with bad news.
We can't go that way. It's even narrower.
Come on, Ben, it's freaking me out!
Jay, hold on, hold on!
Breathe deep, come on, keep calm, Jay.
How are we gonna get out of here?
Jason was just kind of screaming, saying, I'm wedged down in this canyon. And I kept asking Ben, what are we going to do? We can't go the other way.
I think I got us stuck. I don't know how to get out.
I had 100% trust in Ben. And I remember the time that Ben said to me, I don't know what to do. And that scared me to death.
Ben has led his friends into a trap. A simple hike that should have taken just 3 hours has taken 8, and it will soon be getting dark.
I decided we can't continue this way. Jason's stuck already. He's exhausted. Clay is not happy either. We've got to do something else.
I'm gonna climb out.
If I could just climb to the top of the canyon, just to the lip, I can drop a rope down to them. I will come back down and I'll help us get out, and then we'll walk out on top of the plateau.
Are you crazy? No, I think I can do it.
I couldn't have lived with myself if we didn't all get out.
Jay! It's okay, buddy, I got it. I'm gonna climb out. I'm gonna set up a rope. I'm gonna get you out, okay?
Ben felt a lot of pressure to get us out. A part of me thought, should I talk him out of it? But a part of me thought, no, I trust Ben.
I can do it.
When it came to this sort of thing, Ben was the man. I mean, he had done this before.
I was just going to go to the top. I was going to secure rope, and I was going to give us a way out. At the time, I didn't know what else I was going to do. It's my responsibility. I spearheaded this trip. I brought them to this place. That was the whole reason I decided to free climb a 70-foot cliff.
Ben is a novice, attempting an ascent that would challenge the most experienced climber.
Way to go, Ben!
But he's powered by a potent cocktail of guilt, adrenaline, and sheer determination.
God, he was doing good. I just kept thinking, come on. I felt like he was going to make it.
He was going up the side of the wall very quickly. I was quite surprised at how fast he was able to make it that high.
With no safety rope to break a fall, he risks his life with every move he makes.
You're doing great, Ben. Keep going.
I was just praying that he would make it to the top, and he got pretty far up. I mean, he was high. He was really high.
I love you, Clay!
I remember looking back down at Clay and telling him he was my best friend. Clay, you're my best friend.
You're almost there, buddy.
As I'm making progress, I'm finding it a little more frightening to be higher and higher above the canyon floor.
That's it, pal.
He almost got to the top, and I was just really hoping that he'd make it.
I'm fine! I'm almost there, boys!
Ben has made it, 22 meters up a vertical wall of rock. His next handhold will take him over the edge.
I grabbed the rocks, The edge was kind of rotten, the rock crumbly.
I know that I'm going to fall, and it's just a wave of fear that rushes over me. I know instantly that I'm not going to make it, that I've failed.
It felt like he made it. You couldn't have been any closer.
Then, disaster strikes.
He grabbed onto that last rock just to pull himself up and out. And when I saw that snap, everything around me, it was silent, it was slow motion.
I've never heard a man scream like that. He knew he was in trouble and he couldn't do anything about it. Something that I'll never forget.
This is a narrow canyon. This is extremely narrow. And it's just like ping pong going back and forth, just all the way down the canyon and just jarring his head back and forth.
I heard him hit both sides of the canyon. Then a large thud when he hit the bottom of the canyon.
Ben! Oh, God, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, God.
I just didn't think he was going to be alive. I went crazy. And it finally came to my senses. I came to my senses and I said to myself, I gotta go see Ben. It's a lot easier to stem your way down a canyon than to stem your way up a canyon. So I get out of the situation that I was in.
Jay!
I don't think I wanted to face reality of what I was going to see.
Faced with the sight of his stricken friend, Clay slips into shock.
He started screaming out that he was dead, and he just kept screaming it over and over again. And I couldn't accept that.
Jason has to escape the narrow crevice that's trapping him and help his friend.
And I think just the adrenaline rush and the fear of my friend being dead gave me enough strength to start to climb again. I switched into something else, a survival mode. It was like I had to get out of there no matter what. I fought and fought. I remember I was screaming, clawing, just doing everything I could, and I was just inching forward, an inch at a time, but I was moving, and so I didn't care, and I just kept fighting.
I was so grateful that Jason got out. I can't even tell you. When I saw Jason, it was just the most welcoming sight because he had it together. And I think he saw me going crazy and just knew that he better pull himself together.
I immediately started assessing the situation, trying to see what was going on.
Gotta get help.
I was going to have to be very calm and try to help Clay and Ben. I felt a great weight fall on my shoulders. His head had hit a sandy area about 2 feet away from that boulder. He was bleeding from his mouth, his nose, his eyes, and his ears.
All the signs indicate that Ben has suffered a major cranial injury. Jason might be too late to save his friend.
He's my best friend. I really thought he was dead. I did.
Clay's not dead.
He was breathing.
It's a miracle he's alive after the 22-meter fall.
So I started to check him over for broken bones and injuries. I felt his ribs, and they felt broken. I immediately knew that he had a very severe head injury. His scalp on the back of his head was peeled up, and he was bleeding from different areas.
Oh, God.
The impact has violently shaken Ben's brain within his skull. The blood vessels in his head have burst. As blood accumulates, it puts pressure on the brain that could prove fatal. The friends were only meant to be out for a leisurely hike.
What's this? Bug spray? Band-aids? Damn, there's nothing here!
They're prepared for minor cuts, but not a traumatic injury.
Just looking at Ben, I couldn't believe that I was in this situation. And Ben can't be lying there spitting up green bile and bleeding, and this isn't real. It was not really happening.
I gotta get out. Clay switched again into a panic.
I gotta get out. Gotta get help.
I went crazy. I think I went into shock. I kept thinking, I'm gonna save the day, and so I tried to climb my way out, too.
That was one of the most desperate moments I've ever faced. I kept telling him we needed to just stay together and pool our resources and be able to talk it over together.
Sarge, I can't do this.
Ben was actually lying in water, just a little bit of water where he had landed. Because it was so cold and I knew we were going to end up spending the night, I talked Clay into helping me move him to a place that was dry, where his head was elevated, and we could watch him really closely as it got darker.
It's possible that moving him could worsen Ben's head injury.
Nice and easy, okay?
But by not moving him, the dropping temperatures will almost certainly bring on hypothermia.
The entire time we were moving him, he was just moaning and groaning and in a lot of pain. We knew he was hurt badly.
And their ordeal is about to get worse. The sun is sinking, and the darkness brings a sudden drop in temperature. Jason and Clay must sacrifice their jackets to keep their friend alive.
We just started to take the clothing that we had to try to keep him as warm as possible.
Help me raise his head.
Unless Ben gets to a hospital soon, he will die.
Way to go, buddy, way to go. It's okay, buddy.
Jason and Clay take stock. They have to find a way to save their friend.
We were in a place where the climb was well beyond our means. We didn't have the experience, we didn't have the gear. It was frustrating and scary.
No signal. You tell your wife where we were going?
The first thing that I did that was wrong, and I knew was wrong, was not discuss with my wife the exact location. I hadn't left maps or any plans or anything like that.
Nobody knows where they are. Their only hope is that their wives will send for help when they don't come home. But even then, finding the three friends deep in a narrow canyon in the vast Utah wilderness will be virtually impossible.
There are hundreds upon hundreds of slot canyons down there, and the three of us are stuck in one of those.
Jay. What? I'm scared.
I was scared for Jason. I was scared for me, obviously, that I couldn't get out. My number one fear was Ben.
Ben is slipping in and out of a semi-conscious state. Their day trip adventure has become a desperate struggle for survival.
He's in a bad way, Jay. How are we gonna get him out of here?
He's not dead. You hear me? He's not dead. Anybody?
The night was probably the thing that I dreaded the very most because I knew the temperature would drop.
Darkness has fallen. The temperature plummets below freezing, and Jason and Clay huddle together for warmth. They've already given their jackets to Ben to keep him alive.
This is the first time in my life that I'd ever been so cold that I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering. I kept thinking, I just can't wait till this ends. It's gotta end, because it was so miserable.
It is so dark down there. It was cold. It was a bone-chilling cold.
And as the temperature drops even further, the weather worsens.
Jason. Jay.
What?
Look at the sky.
So that was one of my fears throughout the entire hike. And as the night wore on, it got cloudy and it looked like there was a possibility of rain.
It's not good. What are we gonna do? Let's cover up Ben. Keep him dry.
Clay started looking for a place up off the canyon floor where we could be able to get to if it did start to rain. There was a little ledge about 10 feet off the canyon floor, and we were hoping that between the two of us we could get Ben up there. We didn't want to move him unless we absolutely had to.
Clay, it's getting worse. The best we can do, right next to Ben, keep him warm. Just hope to God it doesn't rain.
He didn't talk to us at all. His guts were hurting him. He was still bleeding. We prayed all night that no rain. We can't do that. We cannot do the rain. If you get a rainstorm, it doesn't take much rain for a flood to come, barreling through those slot canyons.
If there's a sudden downpour, the dry, sandy canyon would soon become a raging torrent. The prospect of a slow, lingering death would be transformed in an instant into a swift and violent drowning. The sun rises. The hours of freezing darkness have taken their toll on both body and mind. And the new day brings no relief. As Jason stirs from his half-sleep, he makes a shocking discovery.
With the pressure of his head, the water bladder actually popped open in the night and started leaking.
All the water's gone, man.
When we first assessed what we had, I thought we could last for at least 3 to 4 days. But then after we lost all that water in the night, I didn't really know how long we could last. It was almost completely gone. There was just a couple of swallows left in the bag.
They give the last precious drops to Ben. It might keep him alive a little longer, but they need to find a replacement supply, and fast. Without water for even a day, the blood thickens, putting strain on the heart. On day 2, the body's systems begin to fail. Surviving a 3rd day is unlikely. They urgently need help, but trapped 22 meters below the surface, any rescue will have to come from above.
We formulated a little plan together, one of us tending to Ben, making sure he was doing okay, while the other one would go and hit the canyon wall 5 times, wait for a few seconds, hit again 5 times.
Help us! Is anybody there?
We did that all day, back and forth.
Can you hear us?
Sound travels a long ways, and if we were pounding on the wall with the hammer, that was a good way for people to hear us.
But they're in the middle of nowhere, swallowed up by thousands of kilometers of uninhabited wilderness. As the hours pass, Clay and Jason begin to entertain their worst fear. Unless help comes soon, their friend might never recover.
He may be alive, but I didn't know what state of mind he would be coming out. I didn't know if he would be the same Ben that would be able to teach school and, you know, go on hikes again. I thought my buddy was gone.
I thought if he did pass away, it'd probably put us over the edge. We would probably lose it. It looked pretty bleak if no one found us.
A whole day spent hammering on the wall of the canyon has brought no help at all. And as darkness falls, the temperature plunges once again.
I looked over at Jason and I just told him, I don't know if I can do another night. I had a wife at home. She was 2 months pregnant. I had 3 little boys at home. I just started teaching school. I felt like life was so good, you know, and I thought I'm giving it all up.
I thought about having my kids being raised without a dad. Those were the moments that were tough for me.
Did a lot of praying. It was me just really trying to send some type of a signal to my wife that we were in trouble. I knew she would know that there was something wrong.
He started crying, and I could hear that he was really emotional, and I kind of broke down myself.
Their lives are nearing their end. It's just a question of what will kill them first: dehydration or hypothermia. And Ben will be the first to die.
I couldn't even imagine staying down there any longer, going through another night. It was the coldest I've ever been in my life down there.
We all 3 felt responsible for each other, and it would have been really hard to live with the fact that one of us didn't make it out.
Rescue is unlikely. They haven't left any details of their planned route with their wives. The only way out is the same free-fall climb that has left Ben clinging to life.
If Clay or I had tried to climb out, I think either we wouldn't have been able to get very far just due to our lack of energy, or we would have fallen and that we would fall to our death.
There's no way out. The canyon has become their tomb.
And at first, I didn't believe it.
We heard helicopters initially flying overhead, and we couldn't see them because the gap above us was so narrow, but we could hear them.
Hey, get out the camera! When it goes past, fire flash!
We had a camera, and we thought that they might actually see the flash. The helicopters approached our area.
It's a miracle. Someone is looking for them.
Jason and I were both just screaming and trying to get someone's attention.
It's the cruelest twist yet. A search and rescue helicopter has passed within meters at the top of their canyon. But 22 meters below the surface, they're virtually invisible.
I'm back.
We were so desperate because we thought they can't see us down here. When those helicopters went away, I just dropped to my knees.
It was so quiet. I just remember how quiet it was. It's something that I'll never forget.
We were desperate. All throughout the night, Jason and I were thinking they're gone. They're not coming back. And just wondering if Ben really would make it another night.
I remember sitting next to Ben on the canyon floor and going to tears quite a few times.
I thought my buddy was gone.
Jay. Do you hear that?
It was all just so unreal when we heard voices.
There's someone up there.
A ground search and rescue team had heard their cries as the helicopter flew past. Moments later, the chopper returned to winch them to safety. "30 hours after falling 22 meters to the canyon floor, Ben was airlifted to safety. The wives of the three friends had raised the alarm when they didn't hear from their husbands. By checking the internet research Ben had done on the canyons, his wife managed to locate the area they were in. While his friends quickly recovered, Ben was in rehabilitation for months. He had severe head injuries, broken ribs, and a burst eardrum. But eventually, he made a complete recovery.
I remember starting to climb up to save us. I was going to climb to the top. I remember brushing the dirt out of the cracks. The next thing I remember was waking up in a hospital bed at the University of Utah Hospital.
Despite their traumatic ordeal, the three remain best friends.
I shouldn't be alive. I should have died in the canyon. Jason and Clay did save my life. They were there when I needed them, despite my stupid mistakes.
I still love the outdoors, and we still go on man strips. We go hiking. We don't go to slot canyons anymore.
We still get together every month and go to dinner, and I still feel like they're my best friends. They're my brothers. Doesn't matter what happens in life, we're still really close, and I think we always will be.
Halloween 1991. An elite para-rescue team is on a mission to save a stranded sailor.
We just knew that we were in for a hell of a ride.
But they don't know they're flying straight into the perfect storm.
There isn't anything you can do about it. You can't tell God to turn the weather off.
We're starting now to realize we're at our limits.
Mayday, mayday, mayday!
Forced to ditch in the freezing Atlantic waters.
Instantly, the blades contacted the water, and that's when it got really violent.
Battling waves 10 stories high.
This was a bad situation.
Now it's the rescuers who need rescuing from the perfect storm.
It was clear to me that ultimately I was going to drown.
Everyone out! Everyone out! Graham, go now!
It's Halloween, and off the eastern seaboard, a violent storm is brewing. Pararescue man John Spillane has been called in for an urgent mission.
You picking up, huh? A pararescueman is a skydiving, mountain climbing, scuba diving, surviving medic. We would take enormous risk, and we were willing to take that risk to save life.
He's part of a military chopper crew, standing by to rescue sailors trapped by the storm.
The training flight's off.
Yeah. Come on.
What is it?
We got a rescue mission from the Coast Guard.
Fellow pararescue man Rick Smith has news of a stranded yacht off the coast.
Okay, guys, take a seat. So, we got a long...
Pilot Dave Rivola leads the 5-man team.
We all evaluated the weather, and yeah, it is risky, but there was somebody's life at stake.
The stranded yacht is located 450 kilometers off the coast.
39, 57 minutes north.
Co-pilot Graham Bushaw will navigate them there.
In this particular situation, 250 nautical miles out to sea, it's beyond the range of most helicopters. So yes, it ramps up the risk on the mission substantially.
Only the military's helicopters can reach the yacht.
Looks like this could get rough. We all set? Yes, sir.
But it'll require dangerous mid-air refueling.
Okay, Jim. Cockpit checklist. Yeah, APU control switch.
The crew of Air Force Rescue 110 is ready to roll. As they leave, reports come in that the weather system off the east coast is developing fast. 2 massive fronts are colliding with a hurricane. But the forecasters have no idea how dangerous it will become.
Shall I open the sunroof?
The joker in our pack is by far Graham Bushaw. He's a lot of fun to be around, and he certainly is a joker. There's no doubt about it.
So what do you do for Halloween, Graham? I go to my sister Elaine's. We do a party there every year, like an annual thing.
We all work together very well. Dave, the aircraft commander, very goal-oriented individual.
Being in charge and being a leader kind of comes naturally to me. When I was a kid, I mean, I was never the first or second to be picked. I was always the captain.
Myself, I'm a little more laid back. I think Jim Mioli falls more into that category also.
I loved helicopters, anything about helicopters. Then when you add the neat kind of man toy stuff that we have, it's a lot of fun.
Rick was reserved on the quiet side, very professional, and John was more vocal than Rick.
I guess it was an amazing time in my life. I was only married at this point 2 years. We were expecting our first child. My wife was 5 months pregnant.
Half an hour in, and the crew get ready for the first refueling.
Airspeed 120, altitude 1500. We've got 45 minutes of gas left.
In these turbulent conditions, Dave Rivola's skills as a pilot will be tested to the limit.
You need to overcome the anxiety and the fear factor of flying that close to another airplane.
He needs to gently ease the helicopter's probe into a supply line, trailing behind a flying fuel tanker.
You know, you've got spinning rotor blades. that are rotating around, you know, at a very, very high velocity. And obviously, if that hits anything, you know, there's going to be a problem.
Okay, extending the refueling probe.
Air Force Rescue 988 to Air Force Rescue 110, copy that.
It's like playing a video game and getting points.
Way to go. Air Force Rescue 110.
When you hit that drogue, even in clear weather, it's like, whoop, you know.
We have contact.
It always makes you feel good.
Air Force Rescue 988 to Air Force Rescue 110.
The crew now has enough fuel to reach the stricken yacht. But as they plow on, weather conditions deteriorate.
I do remember having butterflies in my stomach because it was going to be a challenging mission. We become aware that the winds are very gusty. The waves are up to 40 feet. And we're starting now to realize we're at our limits.
The youngest of the crew, Jim Meoli, has never flown in weather this bad.
I just got out of school. I was very green. Graduated, you know, just less than a year before, so I was very new, very green. Rookie.
Nervous? I'm a little. Nerves are good.
Two hours in, Air Force Rescue 110 reaches the stranded yachtsman.
Air Force Rescue 110 to Air Force Rescue 988, we have visual contact. I don't like the look of this, Dave.
And this is where it got dicey, because the sail had been ripped off, the mast was pretty much straight up, and now the seas were very, very rough, and the winds were very strong.
Again, this guy in the boat, he looked like, to me, like a rubber ducky in a bathtub. He's just getting splashed around or knocked around.
The plan is for John and Rick to rope down into the sea.
Pretty extreme, huh?
Then Jim will hoist them all back to safety. But in this weather, it won't be an easy pickup.
It sounds quite simple. Let's send a cable down, somebody grabs it, and they get up inside the helicopter. It is not even remotely close to that easy. I have no problem putting PJs in that type of environment. They are extremely good swimmers, extreme physical conditioning, no concern at all that they would be able to swim over to the boat and get this guy off the boat. The big concern was getting everybody back into the helicopter. Put two PJs in the water and we can't get them on, now we have 3 survivors that we have to deal with.
Okay, that looks rough. What do you guys think?
It's Jim's responsibility to winch everybody safely back to the chopper.
Can you get us any closer, Dave? That's about as close as I can go. I don't want to get too tight to the mast.
It's his call, whether or not they go for the rescue.
And one of the big problems is with the hoist cable, it'll act like a cutter and literally cut through, you know, arms, cut off arms, or worse, maybe wrapped around that person's neck, literally decapitate him.
It's your call, Jim.
How we doing back there, Jim?
Nah, it's too risky. I can't do it.
It was a tough decision. It really was. We went all the way out to try to get this guy up, and just, I didn't think I could do it.
Okay, let's head back. Radio in the decision.
Air Force 110 to Air Force 988.
That was the first mission I was on where, you know, we had to actually turn around and say no to it. That was a very disheartening experience.
Conditions too poor to execute rescue. Over.
But it was the right decision. It's not all like Hollywood, you know? The hero doesn't always come out alive and everything works out fine.
I thought that took a lot of courage for Jim to speak up. To be right there looking at that survivor, ready to go. The most junior person on the crew spoke up and said, I don't think we can do this mission.
Air Force Rescue 110 heads back, leaving the yachtsman to wait for a ship rescue. But home is still 450 kilometers away. And the superstorm is building. Like throwing gasoline on a fire, colliding storm fronts are re-energizing an old hurricane to become a cyclone of epic proportions. These are tough conditions for refueling, but Dave must take on fuel if he's to get the crew back to base.
We came up on our fourth and final air refueling, and that's when the weather went from bad to horrendous in almost the blink of an eye.
I mean, we just knew that we were in for a hell of a ride. We did not know that we were flying inside basically a hurricane-force storm.
This is the worst weather conditions I had ever flown in, and there isn't anything you can do about it. You can't tell God to turn the weather off.
Dave has never refueled in weather conditions this severe.
And I really had to fly this thing very aggressively.
Airspeed 110, altitude 1,500 feet.
There's plenty of dangers. You could bump into the 130, catastrophic failure, fall out of the sky.
Okay, we need to get this over with fast.
You can bump into the hose with the rotor blades. You lose rotor blades and basically fall out of the sky. You know, helicopter crashes, uncontrolled crashes, are not normally survivable.
There was turbulence that, you know, was really rocking us left and right, up and down, any which way you can imagine. We were hanging on for dear life.
Guys are vomiting. The airplane being buffeted, you know, plus or minus 100 foot. I'm trying to go down, it's going up.
We've got 20 minutes of gas.
Fuel is running low.
It's critical that we get it. There's no place else to go to put the helicopter down other than the ocean.
They're still 150 kilometers from land.
Where the hell is it gone?
And he can't even see the refueling plane through the clouds.
Back off! Back off!
Couldn't hide from my own guys. They saw me up close and personal and what I was up against, trying to get this damn probe in this drogue. Yeah, there were a few choice words that came out of my mouth inside the cockpit. There's no doubt about it.
The cloud ceiling is dropping, going down to 500. Air Force Rescue 112.
We're doing a lot of suggestions, turning in a different heading, different direction, climbing down, all different situations to find clearer air so we can get gas and get home.
We'd like to try this at 500 feet.
Dave takes the chopper lower to get below the storm. But the turbulence only gets worse.
Come on. Come on.
We'd been doing this for more than half an hour. Well, now I knew we were crossing that line, that things were beyond our control, that we may not get fuel. And once I realized that, the thought of ditching the helicopter became a reality. And that was actually the most frightful period for me of that whole mission, was that thought to realize we may have to abandon the helicopter.
Altitude 490 feet.
Dave knows he may only have one more chance to connect with the refueling drogue and save his crew.
5 minutes of fuel remaining.
At that point, my low-level fuel lights begin flashing. Now it's decision time. If we don't get this fuel, we're all going swimming.
5 minutes of fuel remaining.
Dave has run out of time. He faces the hardest decision of his life.
There was no option left. If I continued to use that fuel, thinking of my own ego that I can do this, that I can make this, you know, that could have killed everybody.
He can't save the chopper, but he might be able to save his crew. With the last drops of fuel, Dave takes the chopper down to let them bail out.
Okay, listen up. We are ditching this chopper. Jim, prepare the life raft. John and Rick, get ready to jump.
The pressure to make that decision had to be enormous. There was no objection from the crew, but he wasn't asking.
Okay, guys, let's do this.
I was scared. I didn't think we were going to survive.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Air Force Rescue 110, ditching at coordinates 3.
It was something that I don't think everybody really believed was happening, even though it was actually happening.
So when he said ditching, I didn't think I could do it. I think it was more of a being scared out of my mind.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Air Force Rescue 110, ditching at coordinates.
With just minutes of fuel remaining, the crew prepares survival equipment and the life raft.
5 souls on board.
Okay, I'm coming to the harbor. I want everyone out of here.
Air Force 988 to Air Force Rescue 110. Copy your mayday.
Dave hovers just above the crest of the waves to let the crew bail out.
The waves now are a lot bigger than what they had been when we were trying to get the guy in the sailboat.
Dave is now so close, he runs the risk of a high wave taking the chopper out.
Okay, I'm not able to hold this much longer.
Altitude, Dave, altitude.
We're running on fumes. It's time to go.
Number 1 engine offline. Mayday, mayday, mayday.
It could be seconds before we're going in the water. My number 1 engine flames out on me. I'm hovering on 1 engine.
I could actually hear the turbines wind down. I knew it was going to fall out of the sky at any moment.
Everyone out! Everyone out!
They must time their jump to the split second to hit the crest of a wave.
If you mistime your jump and hit the trough of a wave, you're looking at falling 70 feet. So hitting the water at 70 feet would be like hitting concrete.
But they must jump now. The chopper has only seconds of fuel left.
We're running on fumes. It's time to go.
Rick will be first to go. If he mistimes his jump, he could fall 20 meters into the trough of a wave and kill himself.
He looked like a spring, coiled, ready to jump. I don't recall him ever taking his eyes off of the ocean. He never looked at me.
Rick vanishes, and John gets ready to jump.
I was looking out of the aircraft at the water. I couldn't tell exactly when to jump because I couldn't tell the difference between the crest of the wave and the trough of the wave. I remember having this thought, oh my God, this is a long way down. I think I ended up going in facing the sky. I was completely out of body position. I know there were going to be consequences, that this is not the ideal way to enter the water.
Now there's only a few drops of fuel left.
Graham, get ready to go. You're going to. Dave, just do it, Graham. Go, Graham, now.
This was a bad situation. The likelihood of surviving it is extremely slim.
Only Dave and Jim are left on board.
I pushed out the raft. The raft blew up, but then all of a sudden it just went black and the raft literally just kind of blew away.
Stunned by the ferocity of the storm, Jim can't bring himself to jump.
I just sat back on the floor of the helicopter. Dave didn't know I was back there.
Unaware, Dave gets ready to ditch.
Once I realized that my crew had exited the helicopter, I moved at a distance that I felt was safe, that I would not put the aircraft down on any of my crew members. and I simply waited for number 2 engine to flame out. My mind was thinking in terms of seconds, what had to be done sequentially, 1 second after the other.
Without a thought for his own safety, Dave flies on, a safe distance from his crew.
I felt for Dave having to take the helicopter in. I didn't think he would survive the ditching.
Dave's out of luck. The second engine flames out.
Body of the helicopter hit. It was a boom, boom, instantaneous, a twofold action.
Instantly, the blades contacted the water, and that's when it got really violent. It was like someone took the helicopter itself and just lifted up and smashed it into the water. The water came in and instantly flushed me out of the cabin.
The helicopter immediately filled with water. I mean, the only thought was to get out of the aircraft immediately.
But Dave's door is jammed.
And I'm thinking to myself, this door is not going to open. When I surfaced on the ocean, the waves were huge, up to 100 foot. The winds were so strong, you know, basically biting into your face, stinging you.
Dave takes hardly a gulp of air before the waves suck him under again.
Now I'm in this, you know, huge wash machine of tremendously large waves, really very, very intense.
Battling the terrifying waves. Dave has no idea if the rest of his crew have survived.
Is anybody there?
But close by, Jim has reached the surface and is struggling in the freezing water.
I was under long enough to where I took in some water and I had to vomit it up. And I got to the surface like, whoa, what the heck just happened? And then the waves immediately start hit. Once, you know, the shivering started, which was pretty quickly once I went into the water, it went from a mild shivering to a severe, and you really, that's all you're concentrating. You're tensed up, your body is just, you know, getting this, it's like a hammering effect, and you really can't think of anything else except, you know, being cold.
I began to yell. And, you know, then I heard a yo back, and then a yo, and the yo's got louder and louder, and louder and louder. And it happened to be Jim Yoli.
Hey! I'm okay!
When he and I linked up together, it was a feeling of elation. We had somebody to share this dire condition that we were both in.
And I grabbed onto his harness, grabbed onto that, because I wasn't losing him.
But the elation is short-lived. When Dave notices that something is wrong.
Where the hell is your survival suit?
And I realized immediately that he did not have his exposure suit on. He was already cold.
In his desperation to release the life raft, Jim has failed to put on his survival suit. The sea is a numbingly cold 12 Celsius. His life expectancy is just a few hours.
I was very concerned that without that suit on, he's definitely not going to survive as long as I am.
Here! Put this on!
Dave offers his hood, risking his own chances of survival, but buying his crewmate valuable time.
Got it!
I put my hood on his head just to help him out, you know, to maintain any body warmth for him.
Dave and Jim are on their own. As far as they know, the rest of the crew are dead.
Hold on tight, Jim! I got you!
But 400 meters away, John Spillane is trying to hang on to life.
I don't recall hitting the water. I remember just evolving into this state of awareness where I realize I am in the ocean. Things start to come back to me. Oh, we just bailed out of the helicopter. We were on a rescue mission. We ran out of fuel. The next thing I recognize is I'm experiencing a lot of pain.
John has fallen a terrifying 20 meters into the trough of a wave. Hitting the water at that height is like hitting concrete. His body is shattered. Both wrists, 4 ribs, and his left leg are broken. He's ruptured a kidney, bruised his pancreas, burst blood vessels in both eyes. Fluid is massing around his lungs, making breathing agony.
I'm desperate. I'm in a desperate situation. I'm being battered by the ocean. I'm being pelted by the water. I'm having a very hard time keeping it out of my mouth. I'm swallowing it. I'm vomiting every few minutes. I would hear the rumble coming from above. I was hearing a wave that couldn't support itself, that was just crumbling under its own weight and rolling down its own face. I could hear the white water coming. It would take me under, and it would hold me under for 30 seconds at a time, maybe even more. My body just went wherever it wanted me to go. I couldn't actually swim for the surface. I didn't know where it was. But the way I thought my end would come that night is that I would no longer have the energy to get my mouth high enough above the water to breathe, which means ultimately I would have drowned. And that was revealing to me. That was startling. That was something I hadn't ever seen happening to me before, where I would drown on the surface.
John fears drowning. But across the waves, it's the cold which threatens to kill Jim.
Hold in there, Jim. They know we're here.
The shivering it just got to be so severe that you just felt like someone was punching me like a jackhammer effect in my back between my shoulder blades.
It's only thanks to Dave's hood that Jim has come this far. But his core body temperature is now dangerously low, and hypothermia is taking hold.
I wasn't sure that Jim would survive overnight. You could just tell by looking at him. You know, things weren't registering with him, that he was not 100% with you.
Jim's organs are shutting down, and the cold could stop his heart at any moment.
The hypothermia just kind of took everything I had. That was my focal point that night. I was just shivering, you know, unbearably.
Jim at least has Dave to comfort him. But suffering from the injuries of his 20-meter fall, John has no one. But But just when there seems no hope, he spots the life raft thrown from the chopper.
When I saw the raft, it was coming to me. I knew that I needed to get into it. I didn't know where it came from. I still didn't know how I had gotten there, and there was no longer time to think about that. I just knew I had to get into this raft.
John grabs onto the raft, but he can't get into it. It's upside down.
While I'm hanging on to it, I realize it's upside down. I can't get into it. But the floor of the raft is actually above the surface. And I'm being dragged by it. As I'm thinking about this, the wind and the waves flip the raft over. It takes me with it and flips me right into it. I was elated. I actually couldn't believe my luck at that point. I end up flat on the floor. Now I'm spread eagle trying to hold this raft down.
Protecting him from the storm, the raft will keep John alive till rescue arrives.
I remember feeling it wobbling with the water underneath me, and I was feeling relief.
The raft will offer refuge from the storm for John until help arrives. But his luck doesn't last. Another enormous wave capsizes the raft again.
It took me completely by surprise, and I ended up back in the water. And it went blowing and cartwheeling away from me. The relief that I'd had for those short moments was over. It was gone.
Crippled by his injuries and lost in hundreds of square kilometers of ocean, John's chances of survival are zero.
After I lost contact with the raft, there wasn't anything else for me to do but to survive, just to stay afloat. The wetsuit I was wearing helped me to do that, and the life preserver helped me to do that. But I will say, it was clear to me that ultimately I was going to drown. I was scared. I don't think I'm going to make it until daylight. I don't think I can last that long. I can feel my condition deteriorating. I started thinking about my wife and our unborn child. My wife giving birth without me being there and raising what would ultimately be a son without me ever meeting him. I'm experiencing abject misery and sadness. There actually came a point where I started to think it would be easier to lay back and just breathe in this water. Lay back and just let happen whatever's going to happen here.
But just when there seems no hope, John spots a distant light.
I couldn't see that well, though, because my retinas had hemorrhaged from the impact. I had a blue haze across my eyes. But every once in a while, I would see the strobe. So I'm thinking that there could be human beings attached to those strobes. And that's a good thing. But the dilemma was, if I could do anything about closing this distance, do I really want to do that? That was a real dilemma. I don't want to close this gap because I don't want to be there and die in their presence. I want to be by myself. And then I had this recollection from survival training There's strength in numbers. Stay together as long as you can. And I couldn't ignore that.
John signals his position with his scuba light and starts to swim. But a kilometer of ferocious waves and hurricane winds separate him from the strobe light. With such severe injuries, he doesn't know if he can make it.
We saw a light, and this light got brighter and brighter. You know, what the hell is it? It's on the surface, and it's not a life raft.
And I just kept swimming and swimming. After an hour, I noticed I was closing the gap, that I was getting closer to the strobe light.
But as it got closer and closer, and it took a long time to get to us, I realized that it was John Spillane.
And I think it was probably another hour before I actually got there.
No! John! Are you okay?
Jim and I were both elated that we had, you know, John with us. It was a great feeling. But we could see the pain on his face of how badly he was injured.
John!
He was in tremendous pain. Very, very bad pain.
We'll get you out of here.
My focus shifted from me to Jim's predicament. Seeing the hood on Jim Mioli, I thought was a very brave act. That simple. I knew that that was decreasing Dave's survivability. But I also recognized what a tremendous help it was to Jim, that it was increasing his survivability.
Jim can't control his own body. The muscles violently spasm in a bid to generate warmth, but he's on a rapid downward spiral.
While I was getting wasted by these waves and, you know, freezing, you know, with the hypothermia, the only real thought I had, it is silly, is who's taking care of my dog? Like, I hope someone gets my dog so that, you know, they can walk her or feed her.
Once the rescuers, now the elite crew of Air Force Rescue 110, are in desperate need of rescue themselves.
There was one particular wave that drove us under and separated us.
And as that happened, I saw the look of terror in John's eyes. He was very, very concerned that if he didn't link back up with us, that his chances of survival were not good. And to see that look of terror on one of your brother's faces, that was a wake-up call to me of just how bad he was.
But Dave manages to pull his men back together. He's fighting heroically to keep them alive.
Having two individuals with me, both of whom were worse than I was, Jim's body temperature and John's injuries, you know, they needed me.
That was a very scary moment because we almost didn't get back together.
Even if a rescue can be mounted, the storm has driven them over 30 kilometers from the point they ditched their helicopter. They're now just dots, lost in the Atlantic. If Jim isn't rescued soon, he will die. And with each hour, the storm is intensifying.
But I was facing the facts, and they were brutal at this point. I felt the odds were against us. I believed we wouldn't survive.
With no rescue in sight, they face a lingering death, lost in the freezing Atlantic waters.
Stay with us, Jim. Stay with us.
Dave struggles to keep Jim alive, but he's in the final stages of hypothermia.
Jim!
He's losing consciousness.
Jim, you stay with us.
His vital organs are shutting down.
hypothermia. It kind of made me like in and out of awareness of what was going on.
I was concerned that Jim would go into a coma, yeah. But that's how he would eventually go. He was lethargic, he was slow. Jim was slowly fading away.
But just when there seems no hope,
Over here!
All of a sudden, we saw lights kind of like reflecting against the clouds.
their mayday calls have been picked up. A Coast Guard helicopter has battled 150-kilometer-an-hour winds to reach them.
Their cabin door went open on the right side, and their hoist operator actually was sending out a rescue basket on the end of the hoist cable. And we're like, oh, this is great, we'll be done soon.
It was this incredulous feeling that we actually overcame the odds here.
Yeah.
But as I watched him, I could see his altitude fluctuating. At times, it looked like he was going to be driven right into the sea. At some point, I know Dave Rivola yelled to me that he didn't think he would be trying this, implying that if he had been flying that helicopter, he didn't think he would be trying it.
He was right there. He could see us, but he couldn't get us, based on the intense, conditions out there.
The Coast Guard helicopter battles for an hour trying to rescue them before accepting defeat.
It was a brave but futile attempt to recover us. But kudos to those guys. They gave it all they had for a long time until they had to leave to return to base to refuel.
If these guys couldn't pick us up, really, there's no one left.
The last survivors of Air Force Rescue 110 have fought to stay together. Now, they will die together.
You can't fight Mother Nature. She has her own plans for you.
I'm wondering, what point will I be so exhausted that I can't resist anymore? That I can't fight to get air. And that was frightening, because I knew that point was going to come. It was very sad and frustrating because I wasn't ready. I needed more time.
They needed me, and I was going to do whatever I had to do to, make it through, get them through this, get us through.
Even to this day, I wonder how Dave had such strong hope. I don't think he doubted that he was going to see the rest of his life. He was going to see the next day and the day after that.
Then we saw lights again. And I said to the guys, I said, that's a ship. We could actually see it, and we could see its color. Okay, it was white. It was a beautiful white ship, huge, big white ship. And then they began to fire off illumination flares.
It's the Coast Guard ship Tamaroa, its crew risking capsizing to rescue them.
The hope was back. That's the way out. That's our ticket home.
Love those guys. Tamaroa Coast Guard, all the way.
We, by the grace of God, were bound together that night of October 30th, 1991. And we will forever be bound together based on that incident.
It took Jim Meoli a year to recover from the ordeal. John Spillane underwent a number of operations for his injuries. Dave Rivola survived the incident unscathed. They came aboard to find co-pilot Graham Bashaw had already miraculously been picked up.
Although you're glad you're alive, we're still missing a crew member, you know, and that's when it really hit home that, you know, there's still somebody out there. And, you know, that was Rick. You know, the Coast Guard cutter continued through the night looking for Rick and continued through the next day. And, well, they never found him. And that was particularly hard.
For 10 days, a combined forces operation searched almost 100 square kilometers of ocean for Rick. His body was never found.
It's so sad that he actually experienced what we all knew was a possibility, that he died doing this job. He was willing to take the risk. So I'm happy for him in that sense, that he got to live that life. But I'm very sad that he was one of the people who wasn't able to survive his career.
He left behind 4 daughters, the youngest just 2 weeks old.
He died while attempting to save somebody else's life. What better way to go? Very, very unfortunate, but that's who Rick was. Rick was a warrior. Rick was dedicated to rescuing people. That's what he did.
The perfect storm, as it became known, lasted 7 days, caused $200 million of damage to the East Coast, and killed 12 people. All 4 crewmen returned to active duty. The sailor they'd been sent to rescue was picked up by the Coast Guard the following day.
There's a pararescue creed that ends with the motto, "These things we do, that others may live."